Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Molefe. Are you chairing?
I thought about it, but now.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair.
Brian, good morning.
Good morning,
Okay.
Chair. No, I was just testing if it's working.
Yeah, it's working. Is your camera fine? Is your camera fine? Look at
my my camera is always fine.
Okay. Now, if it is the case, let's start the meeting. I can see that there's a lot of people that have joined. Oh, it's okay. It's super. Fresh today. Thank you very much. Ariko, let's open the meeting officially. And before that, when Ariko, I want to check, are we making the quorum? No one is left behind.
We are almost a full contingent here.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. The meeting, as I have already said, that it's officially opened. I've already prayed for you. If you feel you want to, you can take a second and do that. But I've already prayed for you. What we will do today, as we know that yesterday, we defer other presentation to today because we ran out of time, and we think that at least by today, we have to cover up the presentation. It is worse that it's Friday, but because it's virtual, but I know there are those that will have to travel, and there are those that will have to leave the meeting before time. Thank you very much. I wish to welcome everybody. It's a continuation of yesterday, so there's no need of long speeches and opening remarks, except to say that I welcome you with warm hands. I also hope that you are like that, because we have to share ideas. There was a lot of information yesterday that we had, but as I have already said, that it is not a closed thing and it's not a done deal, but we can send some questions or some clarity to the secretary and check whether can he be able to assist us in checking in the presentation. Remember that the Professor Morsted's presentation was just from her notes, and maybe someone would love to ask anything. Flight the agenda, Secretary, for us. Secretary, meanwhile, while you are trying to flight the agenda, are there any apologies?
Yes, there are, Chair.
Okay.
Mayor Sompa Masiu, who's on oversight with COCTA, and then Mr. Thring, who due to other engagement is unable to attend. And then we've also received an apology from the presidency, who's delivering the post-cabinet briefing on the same time, Chair, so the presidency won't be in attendance. And then also I just received the correspondence from Busa, who...
Ariko? I've lost you.
Oh, sorry, Chair. Yeah, so as I say, so we received a correspondence from Busa, who also apologized. They were one of the ones who were supposed to present yesterday. But they just sent an apology now. They won't be able to present today as they are attending the NEDLEC Summit, Chair. So, yeah, so Busa won't be a Business Unity South Africa. Yeah, those are the...
They should have indicated, Secretary, yesterday. We should have stretched our meeting until 8 or 7 for them to present. We were not aware that they won't make it for today. We really apologize for that, and we are sorry. Because if they indicated that today they will have another commitment, we should have shifted something and tried to put them in the agenda. Okay, but there's nothing that we can do now. Okay, flight the agenda so that we accept the apologies as they have been presented and also adopt the agenda as presented. And we know almost when we adopt the agenda, it is really an adoption, but we have to be flexible at times. I will look at honorable members to accept, Honorable Paulson's hand is up. The agenda is what was set. Yes, there's nothing new.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning.
To the committee staff. Chairperson, is there any reason why we haven't received Energy Council of South Africa's presentation?
Chair, it's James here at the Energy Council. If I can't come in, would like to talk to the issues, if that's acceptable to the committee.
Can we go to the secretary and explain what has been asked by
That's fine, Chair. We haven't received any presentation from the Energy Council, Chair.
Agreed, Chair. I would prefer to talk to the issues. I have notes which I can share, but I didn't want to do a slide presentation if that's acceptable. Thank you.
Okay, you should have communicated that information with the secretary so that the secretary of the committee can be able to, in fact, represent you and also tell us what has happened. But we also appreciate your response. That's the answer, Honorable Paulson. Honorable Nchole? Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Chair. I think maybe in the future, maybe just explain to stakeholders and people engaged in the committee that because of the nature and publicness of these meetings, whatever is presented has to be actually deposited to the committee secretary so that it is kept. Because if they have proprietary information, then it shouldn't be presented. They should keep it as proprietary. But if it's public engagement process like this, the rules do dictate that it has to be available and made available. I just wanted to make that point, deposited. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Nchabile. I thought the secretary has already done that to them. If he hasn't done it, it's fine for you to explain to them. There is always next time, and we have to at least put them on the know-how on why we want the presentation prior to the. Otherwise, it's really gonna be very embarrassing to them when we say, can't we first get the presentation and then they will follow, give us the briefing. But it's not necessary for today, but Honorable Nchabeling has made it clear and it's gonna be understood. It's noted. I know that you have. Now that we also allowed Professor Molstead to speak from her notes, I think really it is critical for the secretary whenever there are meetings of this nature and they are used to it, maybe even if it's 3-5 lines or whatever that they are going to present, they have to submit it prior. Thank you very much. I'm waiting for the honorable members to accept the apologies as presented and also adopt the agenda as proposed. Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to you and all honorable members in the meeting. Honorable Chair, I just rise to accept apologies and also propose the adoption of the agenda as presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vosi. And if it is the case, Ariko, can you lead us in the agenda and also tell us who's going to present right now? But I can see here that It's Energy Council of
South Africa. Yeah.
No,
We
I
didn't
just want to check. It was Musa and Energy Council that were supposed to present yesterday.
Yes. Yes, correct,
Okay.
Chair. Yeah. We didn't get a seconder, Chair.
Oh, the second. Oh, by the way. Thank you, Secretary. Seconder, any seconder? Failing which I will second by myself. Honorable Member, Honorable Bapti, thank you.
Second, Chair.
Second, the proposal in acceptance of the Atlantic apologies. Thanks ever so much. Then we can proceed, because I don't want us to waste time in this unnecessary thing. What we are for is presentations and engagement. We have to have enough time for them. Thank you. Over to you, Energy Council of South Africa.
Many thank you, Chair, and apologies. What we did communicate that we
Recording
would make
in progress.
an oral presentation, but I fully appreciate that in future we will submit ahead of time. Honourable members, it's wonderful to be able to present to you today. It was a fantastic discussion yesterday. And I will submit my notes as well after this. So our energy transition is the single biggest investment focus for South Africa over the next 10 years. As a council, and I think this was also the numbers from yesterday, we estimate over 2 trillion rand is required as an investment, which could add about 1.3% to the GDP growth and create significant skills and meaningful jobs. This is fully aligned to government's highest priorities and must anchor our sector vision. I think it's important that we have a vision. But I think we also have to be very clear and realize that this is a 3 times increase in energy investment over what we've achieved as a country over the last decade. So without very deliberate and coordinated implementation, we really do face a different outcome, which would be back into a major energy crisis by 2029, which would undermine investment, it would deindustrialize our economy and reverse any employment gains. So I believe that Parliament really does have a critical role to play in guiding this national imperative. I also really appreciate the opportunity as the Energy Council to address you today, and also just confirm the Energy Council's commitment and availability to support any further deliberations on details and risks and implementation. But I think that fortunately today we don't have time to go into all of the nitty-gritty, but we certainly will make ourselves available if you would so request, Chair. So I was reflecting on what would be a valuable perspective, and I appreciated the way that the agenda was posed to us as sort of energy practitioners in the market to come and present, and for the committee today. And I felt that I was quite sure that you would receive many technical updates. So I'd like to start by emphasizing what I think is often lost or not acknowledged, and that is that we've achieved major success and implemented major change over the last 3 years. And we do have the right policies in place. So this is not trying to pat anyone on the back. It's rather, I think, an emphasis on the importance and the value of collaboration and in mobilizing all the available capacity that we have, but also being more confident and positive about our reform narrative and progress. They say success breeds success, and I think that there is a lot of negative narrative in the market at the moment, and I think we can take some of the success and say we've actually done incredibly well. We are moving very quickly. We've actually just done some benchmarking, and on a peer review process since 2022, we have outperformed most of our peer economies on the sector and reform. So I think that there are things that we can be proud of. I'd also just quickly like to reference, I think, the mobilization and collaboration that has led to this success. So NECOM 1 under the Energy Action Plan, which was launched as the part of the business government collaboration to address load shedding and sort of economic recovery. This had huge successes. I mean, we saw a very early resolution to load shedding, the sort of preparation and founding for the Electricity Regulation Amendment, the Wholesale Market Code and establishment, the development and establishment of the National Transmission Company, and rapid private sector investment in renewables, as well as a stabilization of Eskom. We saw the most rapid piece of sort of legislation passed around the debt relief bill and the appointment of a strong board and a CEO at Eskom. And these all happened, within a year. So, I think, again, really moved quickly. 2024 elections gave us a natural pause to reflect on how to address the energy sector reforms, and recommenced once the GNU had been established, with renewed focus, but a deliberate shift to now more detailed design. And again, huge success has been achieved over the last sort of 18 months, building through into early 2025. And I think sometimes people don't realize the amount of work that has been done. And I'd like to mention just a few of the design elements that have been secured. So the National Wheeling Framework, net billing rules, grid access rules, transmission development plans, the grid connection capacity assessments, trader licensing, tariff plans, and also major new elements that were brought into focus under the distribution reform around municipalities, social affordability, expanding the grid, reviewing the IRP, and new grid funding mechanisms, which the minister referenced yesterday. We also saw the formal establishment of a dedicated ministry earlier this year. And we've seen again the sort of the move in the market in the developer investment in the sector has probably been growing 30% year on year, creating jobs, investment, enthusiasm. We've seen a proliferation of licensed traders in preparation for the market next year. So, certainly a lot has been done, and I think we need to take more confidence that what is the next phase of development? It's definitely focus on implementation. We've got the policy, we've got all these frameworks, we've got a lot of the design elements, but the implementation is hard. I think further, the commitment that has been put on the table collectively has been, remarkable. Business has established the Resource Mobilization Fund, which has supported and funded much of the capacitation of NECOM and this work. Also through the Energy Council's coordination and strong governance, we've mobilized hundreds of experts and practitioners across multiple disciplines, also to engage through NECOM on these technical design elements, kind of and supporting the reform design. So despite these successes, I think we all understand, and it's clear that not all areas have continued to move in sync. That's not unexpected. And really what we've seen is there was a rapid deregulation in private sector investment growth, which really vastly outpaced the critical public sector reforms. And Eskom have done incredibly well on recovering the fleet, looking at performance, but the Eskom roadmap around reforms, that is behind, and Eskom, I think, still carries a lot of these imbalances and gaps in these frameworks as the incumbent. So we need to keep pushing the reforms, because that is where these gaps will be closed. So addressing SAWIM and the preparation work will address the imbalances and some of what we often refer to as Eskom playing the bank and the battery. Those will be resolved, but we need to push forward around the reforms and close those gaps. So, Chair and members, what is next? I would argue, as we look forward, that maybe the quick or the easier wins have now been sort of anchored. So going forward, we are in the energy transition. The reforms are irreversible, but we are in the implementation phase, which is really where the challenges lie. So, as I said, reflecting on what points to raise today, I believe that you will hear a lot of areas of technical issues and areas where will be called out as stalled. And I would like to actually not focus on those. I would like to focus on where are the national benefits perspectives that we can all rally around and create a better vision for what needs to be done around implementation. So the first key point I'd like to raise, members, it would be a low growth environment is actually our biggest risk to our overall reform and collective ambition. We need to drive industrialization and jobs in South Africa, and energy demand is a key indicator of GDP growth. So as we build a more positive political landscape in South Africa, we need to be more explicit about building positive investor sentiment. I think that the government has been open about saying that we're not seeing a positive enough sentiment relative to the progress that we've made. And this is hurting foreign direct investment and general sentiment around our economy. And this is no different in the energy sector. So we can plan all we want, and I know that I think it was the honourable member from Kevin Melheim who said yesterday, we want to see deadlines and deliverables. And the reality is that unless we're going to see financial close, so the 2 trillion rand plus that we need to invest, unless we are seeing those close dates happening, we're not actually making progress. We're just planning. We've done some detailed work at the moment looking in demand upside. We see at least a 10% lift in demand on top of the general demand growth that we could see in the sector, as in terms of electricity. And specifically, this is in mining, industrial gases, data centers, which was referenced by the department, and there are a few other pockets. These are real investments backed by businesses who have capital and want to deploy, but they are dependent on a secure supply outlook, efficient pricing, and a predictable price path. I think the opportunity that we have here is that we are, as South Africa, we still globally have comparatively low tariffs. We also have relatively low energy density per GDP. This means that as a sector in industrial and business investment, we do have headroom to grow. We also are starting to look at achieving cost-reflective system tariffs. And I think this is partly because of the Treasury debt relief bill, but also the escalations that have been pushed through over the last sort of 5 years. As we move forward into our transition, the cheaper energy mix will actually allow us to start seeing long-term predictable pricing and improving affordability. So this additional headroom in a growth mindset gives us the confidence and the fiscal headroom to actually unlock investment job creation, as the minister outlined also earlier, I think in his speech yesterday. So number 2 is we talk about security, and we have to prevent any form of future load shedding. I think that that's very clear. There's no one who disagrees with that. But we've got to shift the mindset away from sort of load shedding and preventing load shedding through suppressing demand to actually keeping out of load shedding by building a lot more energy. We're not building at a fast enough rate across the different technologies. And we need a stable system to allow that growth opportunity to unfold. In the short term, the levers that we can pull here is Eskom efficiency and EAF. We need to keep driving that. They've done incredibly well, and they need to keep pushing for further improvements. The 68% put forward as the IRP target is insufficient. It will just mean further cost to the system. I think we can do much higher. So if we can drive more efficiency and higher EAF in the coal fleet, plus we need to build more of technologies, particularly a lot more wind and solar, but also storage and gas to power. If we can do that, then I think we are moving into a growth mindset. And by 2030, I think the system starts to become stable in a significantly better position. With regards to coal decommissioning, I think it's important to note that we still have coal in the system till beyond 2070. So again, it highlights the importance that coal is here to stay. But it must be efficient, and if we can make it more efficient and more reliable, it actually strengthens our transition, and it gives actually Eskom a very competitive position in the future market. So I think it's an opportunity rather than a threat. We all do understand that we will decommission coal over time, but what we want to take out is the most inefficient and expensive coal as we try and reduce the overall cost of the system, create more affordability and create more growth. But we need coal in the system for a very long time. To give some context on the supply side, I think that often grid constraints are put or complicates the understanding of how much supply we actually do need. And there, the IRP grid unconstrained grid view, the reference model, which comes before the balance model, actually called for 4,300 megawatts per annum of wind and solar build. The SARM has indicated we need minimum of 3,000 megawatts per annum to achieve a sustainable local manufacturing base. Our own modeling, we've developed a national plexus model that we use to kind of create our informed positions. We say we need minimum of 4,500 megawatts of wind and solar per year to allow enough energy in the system to facilitate that coal phase down that we're targeting to stay within the NDC target range post 2030. So I think a growth pathway highlights that there's actually is space and need for all parties to pursue, one, a competitive and rapid scaling of RE development, but two, we also need enough gas to power and storage in the system. And if either of those don't happen, we will be forced into delaying the coal phase down, and that will be keeping the most expensive and efficient coal plants online, which is not good for consumers and also puts us at threat from the geopolitical and national obligations around emissions, which I think everyone understands. So I think we can build at a higher rate, but we do need to address grid expansion. We need to release curtailment capacity, streamline the grid access and wheeling rules. We need to allow for a greater shared infrastructure works and a focused prioritization on TDP implementation. If we can do that, the growth scenario is a reality, and that has the benefits that I've outlined. Point number 3, I'd like to just switch to system efficiency and transparency, because this is what delivers least cost to all consumers and strengthens an investor confidence. And I think these two elements, the Minister and a number of the role players have referenced. This also improves access and cost of finance. And now, although this, sounds sort of a strategically a simple enough thing to do, the reality is that this all comes together in the wholesale market, because the wholesale market creates the platform for transparency, for performance visibility, fair compensation, and fair cost allocation. And I think all role players, both Eskom, private sector, that is a principle that everyone supports, is fair compensation, fair cost allocation and recovery. And everyone needs to contribute to the cost of externalities and social costs. And the developer industry also does accept that. So the wholesale energy market actually provides system stability for the system operator, commercial transparency, and investor security. It is, however, very complex, and it also needs strong governance and oversight. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done. I think the good news is that SAWAM has progressed very well. The licensing is on track and being done. The critical path item for the market is going to be concluding the tariff design and the vesting contracts. Those are, again, complex. We need to do scenario planning to see what is the impact on the economy, on all consumers. We don't want to be transferring costs to consumer groups where it's exceeding their affordability threshold. And that's particularly when one thinks about the social side and the low-income indigent users of the system. So a detailed launch roadmap will be released by NTCSA by the end of this month. That is finally under review, and that will give much-needed clarity on the risk-adjusted program for the launch of the market. And I think that will be a very important signal that we all must rally behind. My last key point is point number 4 is ensuring social inclusion and a just energy transition. Unfortunately, I think that much more work is needed in this area. It's very complex and highlights areas where there's significant elements of distrust. And I think we all appreciate that because there are many consumer groups who are under threat, not only at social, but we also see sort of in industrial, the smelter industries and others who are kind of openly saying that they're going to have to shed jobs. So this creates sort of anxiety and distrust in the system. I think what has been good is in that NECOM 2.0 era, more work has been done on municipal distribution. There's a new focus from OV on strengthening local government. There are pilot projects working, but this is a very complex problem. It's a very large problem. So it is going to take time. I do also feel that to address local government and at the municipal level and social issues, we have to get into the national growth mindset We can't address that from a position of scarcity where we're shutting down things and shutting down Eskom and having to shut down demand. So we can't save ourselves rich. We have to grow ourselves rich with a growth mindset, with investment. And to do that, I think we've got to have a more positive reform narrative, and we've got to move forward. If we can do these things, we also will have the benefit of protecting the national fiscus. And I think ultimately that will give us the best opportunity to address the energy transition and emissions obligations at the best pace possible by the country. So I think that if we can, in essence, Chair and Committee, just summarize a few key points where I think all stakeholders are aligned and are common areas that we need to work on, because all role players in the sector are dependent on one, rapid grid expansion. And I've spoken about this. This is the technical enabler to allow us to move into the high growth environment and pathway. The alternative to no growth or expansion in grid is an energy crisis, because we will have an energy lack of security and potentially gain load shedding by 2029. So I think grid expansion is something that everyone needs to rally behind. I've spoken about the wholesale electricity market. What I think sometimes is missed here is that under the ERA, we have a 5-year phase-in period for the wholesale market. But we need to start early, because it will take minimum 5 years. And so delaying the start is not something that we should be doing. But what we should be doing is using the full 5 years to risk adjust and sculpt the introduction of the market in a way that is good for the economy, good for the investment, and mitigates risk. The third point is that all parties need clear non-discriminatory rules and regulatory oversight. I think Numsa at the moment is increasingly coming onto the critical path, because they are required to play not only a significantly increased role of approval, but also of oversight and design, but now increasingly also arbitration, where we see they're having to intervene on trader rules, on grid access rules. So I think that we have to consider the role of Numsa, and the capacity and design is Numsa geared to now deal with the scale and complexity of work that has suddenly been pushed towards Numsa. But that confidence in the regulatory oversight and transparency is going to be very critical. The last point that I think we all can rally around is information and data. So information asymmetry, where one party has more or understands better or holds information, is not good for the system, and it undermines competition. So increasing transparency of system data across all performance areas is a benefit to the system, will create competition efficiency, and is something that we should all be calling for. So I think it's, so just to move towards a close, Chair, a number of discussions in the media and what we are all aware of and will be proposed, I think, through various discussions, is that there are areas where our reform has stalled. Now, that is true. However, what I would say is that none of these issues can be solved in isolation, and they all require a level of high degree of integrated planning, addressing these broader reform imbalances, and clarity on the public sector reforms. And so particularly, Eskom will continue to be the dominant market player for the foreseeable future. That they play a very critical role. We need Eskom to be strong, financially viable, and efficient, but we also need clear and sort of oversight, regulatory and clear and understanding of the reform milestones of Eskom to give system confidence and to avoid sort of market dominance. The other element that is important to reflect here is the significant scale of private sector investment that is already in the market and has been achieved to date. It's sometimes not visible because it is distributed throughout industry, but that can't be just put on hold. It is of the scale and level of contribution into the sector that if either Eskom or the private sector industry in energy starts to have an uncontrolled or precipitated collapse, this will be a major investment collapse and economic crisis. So we do have to balance both Eskom as well as the private sector roles through this transition. I'd like to just reiterate that I do believe that the policy objectives and the policies that we have focusing on the next 5 years are correct and largely are in place. It's implementation and the integration that we've really got to work on. And this has also been reaffirmed by the ministry and very quickly. I mean, the ministry in open media 2 weeks ago reaffirmed the strong support for the reforms in the Energy Act aimed at liberalizing South Africa's electricity market. These reforms are essential for ensuring energy security, enhanced efficiency, fostering innovation, and attracting vital investment into the sector. So I think that there's very clear alignment of what we need to do, the commitment. There's a lot of collaboration available, but implementation is difficult, and we shouldn't underestimate that not all role players will agree on the timing, the risks, and the mechanisms. That's normal, but we've got to be at the table working hard on these in order to address the issues. So I think it's the collaboration and crowding in of capacity across the board in order to be able to get this amount of work is very critical. And again, I'd like to just reiterate the council's commitment of being a trusted partner and a trusted partner to government in the implementation of policy. So we stand to support government policy and be a partner in implementation. Just going back to my starting point on acknowledging success, I would, if I can, I'd like to just acknowledge and express the council's support for, I think, the strong leadership that we have seen and worked with across the sector. And certainly also from business and the Energy Council Board under our chair, Simon Baloy. There's a huge amount of heavy lifting and effort that is put forward. This works hand in hand with the Business for South Africa team, and the CEO is led by Martin Kingston. Where a huge mobilization of funding and expert support continues. I think we sometimes lose track and have forgotten about the phenomenal amount of work that has been done by the presidency and OV under NECOM, and particularly the role that Rudy Dix played in that over the last 3 years. I'd also like to acknowledge, I think, the fantastic operational improvements made by Eskom and under the leadership of the GCE, Dan Marikane. And then lastly, the strong overall leadership of the sector under the Minister Ramokgopa, and he has our support. So I think we do have strong leadership. We are moving in the right direction. We are in the hard yards, but we have to be more confident and more focused on implementation. And I think we can continue our pace of reform and success. Thank you, Chair. I'm very happy to take questions.
Thank you, sir. And honorable members, it's your time to interact with the presentation.
Sorry, Chair. According to the program, we're going to take 3 at least presentations and then clarity seeking. So. Hello, Chair. Yeah, as I said, according to
the program. Okay.
So next up is the Center for Environmental Rights, Chair.
Okay. They must go ahead.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, honourable members. Thanks for the opportunity to address you. I'm going to hand over the first half of my slot to my colleagues Ntombi Maposa and Petavia Maribana, and then I will pick up on the second half.
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning. Thank you, Chair and honorable members. Thank you for the opportunity to make this presentation. My name is Ntombi Maposa, and I'm an attorney at the Center for Environmental Rights. My portion of the presentation will deal with the minimum emission standards, as well as the issue of health in the priority areas. Next slide, please. So the minimum emission standards are air quality legal standards that are promulgated under the Air Quality Act, and they set specific requirements for pollutants such as sulfur dioxide, particulate matter, and nitrogen dioxide, which are the main gases or pollutants when we speak about electricity production or coal combustion. And they are there to regulate activities that cause emissions that have the potential to harm the environment, health, economy, or heritage. As much as they set requirements for compliance, they also have deadlines or timelines by which compliance must be achieved. Next slide, please, Brandon. So despite the clear requirements, compliance has been quite a challenging issue for industry for multiple years, and industry has been struggling to comply. So the law does have requirements for those who struggle to comply. In terms of Regulation 11, we have postponements where a facility would get time to come into compliance, and then we also have suspensions in terms of Regulation 11B and 12A. Now, Eskom has been using these mechanisms to evade compliance for a number of years. However, as I mentioned, the law did have a hard stop or a deadline, which was 31 March 2025 for everyone to come into compliance. So now, since that deadline has passed, we are now seeing an instance where Section 59 of the Air Quality Act is now being used to evade compliance with the minimum emission standards. And most recently, the Honorable Minister George granted Eskom an exemption from complying with the minimum emission standards for 8 power stations. And also in granting the exemption, also granted conditions that can be sort of seen as an attempt to mitigate the harmful impacts of the excess emissions that will result from these exemptions. Next slide, please. Okay, so I think we know about the harmful impacts of air pollution. In a case that we've dubbed the Deadly Air case, the High Court and most recently the Supreme Court of Appeal confirmed that in an area where there is a high concentration of air pollution and harmful emissions, that poor air quality actually breaches the constitutional rights of residents in terms of Section 24 of the Constitution, as well as other rights such as dignity and health, as well as the right to life. And then there's also been a study done by the Center for Research on Energy and Clean Air that looks at what would be the health and economic benefits of full compliance with the minimum emission standards. And from there, you can see the numbers are quite telling. If industry was to comply with the minimum emission standards fully, this would avoid deaths in the range of 2,300. So 2,300 lives saved from just complying with the MES, as well as it would save money in the region of 42 billion rands. And then we'd also just like to highlight that since the air pollution causes health impacts, what is needed, especially in priority areas or air pollution hotspots, is targeted health interventions to deal with these impacts, as well as a strategy with the Department of Health and other stakeholders that looks at the health interventions for these areas because of the higher health impacts of the air pollution. Next slide, please. And then the study by the center also looked at, it goes beyond the mortality and life stage, but also the morbidity that would be reduced. So you're looking at 5,900 cases of asthma in children being avoided just from complying with the MES in these areas with high concentrations of air pollution. And then also recently, there's been a study by the South African Medical Research Council, which found that people that live in district municipalities with coal-fired power stations are at a higher risk, 6% higher risk of experiencing health impacts caused by air pollution. And the study actually used real data from the region. So the evidence is also developing in this aspect that shows the importance of MES compliance. And all of these studies actually point to the fact that MES compliance is not just a legal requirement, but it is a public health imperative and a human rights issue. So in closing, I'd just like to highlight from our side what we're doing is exploring how to make the conditions imposed by the Honorable Minister work for affected communities and mitigate the harm that is going to result from the excess conditions. However, our stance remains that the evidence is clear that compliance would save lives and reduce suffering and also deliver economic benefits. So we would like to appeal to decision makers and industry to take these standards seriously going forward. Thank you very much. I'll just hand over now to my colleague, Petavia.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ntombi. Thank you, Chairperson of the seating. Thank you, Honorable Committee. My name is Petavia, and my portion of the presentation will be focusing on decommissioning. So I will speak on decommissioning in the context of power stations. And just to start off, I will be speaking on a recent Eskom power station that closed down in October of 2022, which was the Komati power station. So when we speak on decommissioning of power stations, the expectation is that the process should be underpinned by principles of procedural, distributive, and restorative justice. So, and the Presidential Climate Commission put together a report in 2023 that looked at the process that was followed in Komati when the power station was shut down. And the main thing that was highlighted in the report is that there were quite a few issues with the timing and the sequencing when it comes to the public participation processes that were undertaken. The public consultations that were taken with the community, having some of them occur after the power station had actually closed down, which meant that some community members hardly had any opportunity to engage in the decommissioning strategy that was undertaken for Komati. The PCC, however, did put together another report that was published in June of 2025 this year, which was sort of like a one-year update of the situation in Komati post the decommissioning of the site. And it must be noted that there has been much improvement, especially where public consultation is concerned. Eskom has really taken steps to improve on the stakeholder engagements when it comes to repurposing plans and what to do for the community now that the power station has shut down. So that is notable, that is commendable. But I think the overall process of the way the decommissioning was undertaken in Komati for us really did highlight the importance of having meaningful public consultation and having this meaningful public consultation rooted in certain constitutional rights. And that's because the process of decommissioning in essence does have implication on constitutional rights. For example, if you could think about the fact that where there's a power station, most times that power station exists as like the economic hub of that community, not only for the employees of the power station, but also for the broader community. When you have members of the informal trade sector who perhaps work as vendors just outside the power station, providing food and the likes to the employees. And where decommissioning is concerned, these people should be consulted on, how the decommissioning will affect, for example, their right to freedom of choice in trade and occupation and profession under Section 22 of the Constitution, or how being out of work will affect their right to dignity under Section 10, or how the overall process and the environmental implications that comes from the process that's followed will affect Section 24, which is their right to an environment that is not harmful to their health or their well-being. Next slide, please, Brandon. But having said that, though, it's notable, there has been quite some development in the arena of decommissioning in South Africa. We saw the Honorable Minister Creasy making a decision in May of 2024, after Eskom had applied, just as Ntombi mentioned, for suspension to MES standards for 8 of its power stations, right? When the matter came before the minister, the Honorable Minister Creasy, she made a decision in 2024 that for 5 of these power stations, the granting of the suspension would also come with the condition that Eskom submit detailed decommissioning plans for 5 of these 8. So that should include Eskom's stakeholder engagement strategy or public participation strategy, costs of the decommissioning, as well as a socioeconomic impact report on the process of the decommissioning. This is, like I said, notable development, but we have to also highlight that this ministerial decision is limited to those 5 power stations. So that means that in the event where another power station that is not mentioned in that decision would be decommissioned, this power station would not be subject or bound to follow those requirements that were set by the Honorable Minister in the decision. This does speak to this sort of gap that exists in our policies and in our laws when it comes to the decommissioning of power stations. We don't really have a law that guides industries on how they ought to decommission power stations. And this is a challenge, particularly because it does take away from the opportunity for stakeholders to engage on the energy transition process in terms of how these can be more inclusive to communities and including communities more in the conversations of renewables, how this transition will also take into account economic diversification, skills diversification, and jobs diversification in the context of decommissioning of power stations. But just to close off, on our side, we really are looking forward to see the decommissioning plans that will be submitted by Eskom. These were due in May of this year, but we look forward to seeing them and how Eskom plans to undertake decommissioning for the 5 power stations as per the Honorable Minister's decision. And we plan to use those plans that will be submitted by Eskom to create guidelines that we will then take into communities to capacitate communities and better equip them to be able to participate or engage with any decommissioning strategies that are presented to them now and in the near future. Thank you so much to Chair and the Honorable Committee. Over to you, Brandon.
Thanks, Batavia, and thanks, Ntombi. Honorable Chair, I think you will have heard both my colleagues speak about evidence-based, and I want to continue with that theme. I think we live in a world of a lot of rhetoric, and really we need to be making our decisions on evidence. A broad spread of evidence, to be sure, but nonetheless, we want to be able to prove our positions. So firstly, on gas to power, Honorable Chair, I think everyone here will understand we're at quite a pivotal moment in our power system in South Africa. Coal is on its way out. I'd be very surprised if there's any coal running in 2050, never mind 2070, but even if it is, it'll be 1 or 2 plants. So it's not a political decision, that's just an economic reality. There's no prospect realistically of any new coal power coming into the system. And it's precisely at times like this that we need to be thinking carefully about the energy choices that we make. In 2023, the Presidential Climate Commission issued a recommendation around electricity planning, and that said that we possibly need 3 to 5 gigawatts of peaking gas to support 50 to 60 gigawatts of renewable rolling out. And that's possibly. There are grid studies being done at the moment that looks at the realities of that and what the implications are and going more deeply into costs. But what we are seeing in practice is that there are moves that really want to replace the coal-fired system around baseload and mid-merit with gas, which really introduces a number of risks and harms. At the moment in the RP, or the version that we've seen, because we haven't seen a final version, there's over 18,000 megawatts of gas. There's something like 22,000 megawatts of gas to power in some stage of environmental authorization. So we're talking about a massive system that is intended by certain sectors and role players. We've heard talk of utilization rates now going up to 50%. So we're really in a situation where we could be ushering in a new fossil fuel system with all the harms that come with that. In the draft RP and other places, we often see talk about importing gas versus local production. The idea is we will have to import initially, and then we're going to have all of these great gas fields locally that are going to provide the fuel. Honorable members, I would say that we can't be guaranteed that that's in fact going to be the case. Exploration has not been successful thus far, and we certainly can't count on there being massive supplies of indigenous or local gas. The bottom line is we've heard talk about gas being a transition fuel, and then we've actually heard claims that it's not a transition, it's the destination. And in this day and age, to see another form of fossil fuel, one that we don't in fact even have domestic reserves of at this point in time, as being a destination is quite unrealistic. Just in terms of the risks that come with that, price volatility. I mean, we saw what happened with the energy markets with the invasion of Ukraine. We don't know geopolitically. I mean, we just need to look around at what happens, that source of fuel is secure. And can you imagine we become heavily reliant and suddenly we can't even import the fuel that we need, just to bring in a different type of load shedding. So there are supply risks there as well. And Chair, the world is moving towards decarbonization. Again, not a political choice, but a physical and economic reality. And if we invest overly heavily in gas to power, we run the risks of stranded assets, and the public ends up picking up a lot of that cost. In terms of harms, just to be very realistic, we often hear that gas is deemed a transition fuel because it's cleaner than coal from a climate point of view. So in the burning of the gas, members, that is true. It emits about 50 to 60% of the greenhouse gas emissions that coal does. But we also have fugitive emissions from the methane and the natural gas value chain. So from production to storage to liquefaction, there are fugitive emissions of methane, which is a much more potent gas than carbon dioxide. So from a climate harm point of view, we probably see that natural gas is possibly even more harmful than coal. It's certainly cleaner from a toxic pollution point of view, but it's not clean. So it's just something to bear in mind, that there are environmental costs to the natural gas value chain, and we can look at communities and localities around the world where gas is being produced and look at who's bearing those costs of that production. Chair, I then want to quickly speak to the IRP. These things are obviously all interrelated. We don't quite know where that stands. There's talk of it being in cabinet. But we certainly have a concern around the process that was followed. So we had a draft of sorts come out at the beginning of 2023, and comments were invited. It then went relatively silent, and then there were a series of presentations in December, which showed slides and showed some information, but it certainly wasn't a release of another draft. It was on very short notice, with very little opportunity to really interrogate what's in there. And we are now understanding that the position of the department and the ministry is that public consultation has been adequately conducted and the RP is in a position to be published. We strongly disagree with that. Even the draft RP that we saw that went to NEDLAC was vastly different from the one at the end of 2023. And we really can't, this is not democracy to have a document like that sort of with as much influence and gravitas as it does, foisted on us without the opportunity to properly interrogate that. We've written to the ministry and the department around this. We're being ignored. And we do believe that it's challengeable. And then finally, just on climate change, Chair, this is not an environmental issue. It's a socio-economic issue, and it's a human rights issue. The physical risk, the physical impacts of climate change are exceeding all expectations and all trajectories. Last year was the first time that the 1.5 degree warming level was breached. And we're seeing a lot of movement towards sort of increased pressure to decarbonize and also adapt to climate change. We see in this a lot of false solutions come out. And I just want to highlight, Chair, there's no such thing as clean coal. There's possibly slightly less dirty coal with the inclusion of very expensive technologies to filter out toxic pollutants. From a climate change perspective, at this point in time, there's also no such thing as clean coal. We hear a lot about carbon capture and storage. This technology is in its infancy, and there's no scientific reason to believe that it's ever going to become a meaningful solution when it comes to combating climate change. There's no other way around the fact that we need to burn less and eventually no fossil fuels as soon as possible. We have a Climate Change Act now, which is starting to take form and life, and we're going to see how those various mechanisms in there are implemented, including sectoral emissions targets and also our NDCs arise from the trajectory in there. And this is another issue with the RPs, that there's no transparency around the emissions from the different choices. There are very small sections in there. The electricity sector is the most influential on our decarbonization journey because that's where most of the emissions come from. So we need the information to know, does the RP like that in fact create viable sectoral emissions targets, or does it in fact fit into the NDC or nationally determined contribution? And Chair, we've just had this process with the NDC taking place, and it's been very illustrative of, we used to have a situation that said that there's either climate action or there is economic well-being, that it's one or the other, and we need to find a balance. The evidence that underlied the NDC recommendations showed very clearly that there's in fact a sweet spot. We can't decarbonize too quickly, that is understood. But if we decarbonize too slowly, we're also incurring various risks and expenses. So in fact, we do need to be quite ambitious. And it's well worth the committee understanding what the NDC's recommendation from the PCC says, as well as looking at the studies that underlie the DFFE's draft NDC. There's more and more litigation risk. I think around the world there are, like at this point, 2,600 climate cases. A lot of them are against governments for inadequate ambition. But we are also starting to see more and more compensation cases coming to the fore, where fossil fuel companies or those that enable fossil fuel production and combustion are being sued for damages. We've seen the International Court of Justice come out with an advisory opinion a couple of months ago or weeks ago even, that talk about states' obligations in respect of climate change, including curbing fossil fuel combustion production, and that compensation could actually be claimed from states who fail to do that. And then finally, Chair, just on the risks, the carbon border taxes, we know of the carbon border adjustment mechanism from the EU. Many say that why should we appease what the EU wants to do? And that's understandable. And there's an argument to be made that from a climate justice perspective, the EU, along with the rest of the developed world, should really be giving the developing world space. And I think even our government has made submissions around that kind of thing. But the truth is they're not going away, and there are more and more mechanisms like this coming in. So if you take the politics out of it from a sheer risk management perspective, we are going to be compromising our exporters phenomenally with these carbon taxes because they need to rely on a dirty energy system. So the needs to decarbonize just come from all sides, from all angles. And again, just going back to the points I've raised and the points my colleagues have raised, let's look at the evidence. Let's be honest, bring all the evidence onto the table, and then make our adjustments and our balancing acts. But at this point in time, it feels like we're forging ahead without the necessary evidence in many cases. Chair, I thank you.
Chair.
I think Chair is out, Mr. Paulson. She did say she's losing network. But as we've indicated, we're going to take 3. So the green connection is next on. I'll just check with Chair.
Okay.
Green connection.
Thank you, Secretary. Greetings to the House at large and greetings to the Portfolio Committee. I'm going to try and upload our presentation and then do some introductions. Greetings once again. My name is Lisa Makaula and I am the Advocacy Officer at the Green Connection. I am not alone today. I am with my colleague who is Liz McDade, our strategic lead. Liz, would you like to share your greetings and some introductions?
I can't quite see myself, but thanks, Lisa, and just greetings to the committee. I'm backing up Lisa today, and I'm sure we'll get into discussions. Not to waste any time, but thank you very much. Really appreciate the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Liz. With your permission, Secretary, given that the chair is yet still trying to join, I'm going to go ahead with the presentation just to save time. So just a brief introduction of who the Green Connection is. We are a registered non-profit organization that believes that socioeconomic development and improvement of socioeconomic growth, conservation can only take place whereby communities are involved in decision making, but also are actually taken into consideration when they are raising their concerns and voices. As you see on the images that are there and the pictures, this is the team that we work with. And these are the team members that are also joined today on the call. Just looking on today's topic, looking at the challenges in the energy and the electricity sector, and basically appealing to the committee to see where they can assist with these issues that we are going to raise today, particularly from a community perspective. And I think it speaks to the presentation that was also made by Department of Energy yesterday. Some of the pointers will speak to the presentation and points that were raised yesterday. But without further wasting time, just to give some of the challenges that we are seeing and that communities are experiencing is that, as we understand that South Africa, almost like 94% of households are connected to the grid, but electricity still remains unaffordable for communities, especially vulnerable people. So it still remains an issue for the marginalized communities. And we are hoping that, out of these presentations that are going to be done today, the Portfolio Committee will see where they can, raise these issues and where they can raise they can actually assist in addressing some of the issues that will be raised. Mr. Odat yesterday did speak about the IEP, which is an integrated energy plan in full. So just to give a bit of a background in terms how that IEP proclamation that was signed by the president in 2023 March came about, I would like to give some background information to the committee so that they understand how the decision to gazette that proclamation came about. So in January 2023, the Green Connection and CEFC launched a legal proceeding requesting the president to bring Section 6 of the National Energy Act into operation. And that was two civil society organizations supported by other civil society organizations to basically bring this piece of legislation into operation, because it has not been in operation for quite some time. And we saw that it's becoming a challenge in the energy space because it is a guiding legal framework in terms of how we should be planning for our energy investments. And the president signed on that proclamation on the 30th of March, 2023, whereby it was announced that it would commence on the 1st of April, 2024, and that was last year, whereby this IEP actually requires the Minister of Energy to develop an annual review to make sure that our energy, sector is properly planned for, and that this piece of law takes into account social economic development, environmental sustainability, as well as some international commitments that South Africa has made to actually reduce our emissions. And I think this would also speak to some of the pointers that the Center for Environmental Rights has actually raised in terms of South Africa, having to reduce its emissions because of the fact that the energy sector is currently, the most sector that has more emissions, particularly in Africa. But regardless of the fact that this IEP, the proclamation was signed by the president, we're still seeing some delays into it being published for comment, particularly by the public. And this remains a concern for us because we are seeing that energy issues are an issue, and also the communities, they continue to bear the brunt of energy issues. Moving to the next slide, looking at also some challenges, particularly on electricity pricing. So each year we find ourselves having to make submissions to NERSA, particularly regarding electricity prices. And there seems to be no one who's hearing the voices of the communities and their concerns, because despite us actually making those comments to NERSA, we do see some of actually these electricity pricing costs being pushed up. And I think we do see how that has been affecting communities because electricity prices have gone up, and that is continuing to put a burden to communities. And we really, really appeal to the committee to also just make sure that, the governance issues related to these, to these issues, they are taken into consideration, because at the end of the day, they are affecting vulnerable communities. And as a request from us is that we are requesting the minister to actually review the electricity pricing policy, because we do see that the communities are suffering because of the electricity costs, which have been continually going up, and it is placing a burden because now communities have to choose between buying a loaf of bread or paying for electricity. But there is also an issue of transparency and, the governance process, which the previous speaker did speak about. And we appeal to Parliament to actually relook at how energy decisions are made, particularly to environmental impact assessments, as well as public participation for communities when it comes to these discussions. Because despite communities raising their objections or concerns towards energy issues, we still see decisions being made, and they are not being made in their favor. Just to speak to the just energy transition, I think it is a priority for South Africa because a climate crisis is real, and we are seeing the communities being very impacted. And I think we have seen this in the Eastern Cape, where hundreds of people have died, and it was a very sad thing to see. And also in KZN, where communities have gotten impacted because of climate change. So a just energy transition is important and needs to happen, especially to make sure that we reduce our emissions, but also we take into consideration that if we don't reduce our emissions, communities will continue to bear the brunt of climate change. But there are also issues that are also related to, to the just energy transition, to the climate, to climate change. And I think we cannot just speak about these issues without looking into policy. And I think this speaks to policy reforms, which was the issues that were also raised earlier on, in terms of we do have policies in South Africa that are actually, advocating for that are looking into how do we move from fossil fuels to the just energy transition. But we still see that these policies are not taking into account climate change. And as I've mentioned earlier, South Africa's energy sector is the largest contributor to emissions in Africa. And in as much as South Africa is acknowledging climate change, but the policies, we see they still failing to address the issues of climate change. And I think this would speak to the IRP that the previous speaker spoke about. We do see that the intended IRP that was supposed to be released in 2025, which we did not get a chance to comment to, but we saw it going to NETLIC, the 2024 IRP. It has been proposing 19 gigawatts of gas due to the gas supply shortages in the industry. But if we are to move to gas to power as South Africa, this is going to put a burden on households because gas to power build is expensive and it would result in higher electricity costs. And I think this is already something that the communities in our country are actually struggling with. And if we were to go this route, it would mean higher electricity prices. As mentioned earlier, gas is very volatile, especially to geopolitics when it comes to pricing. And there's also the carbon border adjustment tax that is coming up. So all of those things, they would have an impact into how this particular technology is priced. So we appeal to the committee to basically take into consideration in terms of these issues that we are raising and how much of a burden they would put towards communities. Just to look at energy security as well as the climate impacts, because we can't separate the two. And now with the Climate Act that has been signed by the presidency and is now actually has been enacted, it speaks to the importance. Section 7, particularly of the Climate Act, speaks to the importance of policy alignment from various departments. And I think this also mentions that it is very important for the departments to take into account climate change in their development pathways. So we appeal to the committee to make sure that in their oversight process, all the policies that are brought forward to make sure that we are addressing, the energy issues, but at the same time we are transitioning, should ensure that climate change is taken into consideration, because at the end of the day, communities bear the brunt of climate change. And I think climate change also results in basically higher costs for government as well, because now there needs to be rebuild of infrastructure that has been damaged, but at the same time, there needs to be mitigation measures, for the communities that have been affected by climate change, which is also a socio-economic cost or risk towards government as well. So it's important that the policies that are brought forward, they speak to climate change, they take into account climate change. And these are the voices that civil society keep raising and coming forward with. But we are seeing that we are not being taken into consideration, because in as much as we keep raising these voices and these issues when it comes to energy related issues and climate change and how the vulnerable are being impacted, we are still not seeing some changes in the policies and the recommendations that we are making. What are the opportunities that are there in the energy sector and the electricity sector? So we believe that first of all, for the transition to happen and to make sure that it is just, the communities need to be the center of it, and they should benefit from that energy transition. And it speaks mostly to making sure that they are not left behind in the process. And I think this would also speak to the workers in the space, that in the just energy transition, everyone must be taken into account and they must not be left behind. We do have some model scenarios provided by the International Energy Agency, whereby a report was shared, and it showcases that renewables and the battery storage will become much more cheaper in the coming years, which automatically means that electricity will become much more affordable for the people. So those are actually some opportunities which are there. And in as much as South Africa is investing in renewable energy sources, but it is, an industry that is growing, and it is something that, we can continue to look into just investing more on it so that people benefit from it. And also it means that we will be, killing two birds with one stone, because now we are curbing our emissions, but also at the same time making sure that we are energy secure as a country. The energy policies also need to focus on least cost when it comes to technology, making sure that the technology that is being proposed is not expensive and it will not cause a burden on consumers and the communities, but also it is affordable. And lastly, we need to develop an IEP. As it has been mentioned earlier, it's currently being delayed. And this is a very important framework that needs to be there so that it is able to guide all the other policies in the energy space, because it would be providing us with scenarios in terms of where we want to be in 2050, how should we be reducing our emissions in the process. So that piece of paper is very important because it would be giving us basically an overview of how South Africa would be developing, but in a sustainable manner. I will hand over to my colleague just to maybe give a few pointers if she would like to add.
Thanks, Lisa. Thanks, Chair, colleagues, comrades, friends. I think that we are at a stage now where for this Parliament, they have an opportunity to really, I want to say, restore good governance, but particularly in the energy sector. So, we have 25 minutes today. That's not enough to go through all the issues. And I think Lisa has just highlighted some of the challenges. But what we would really appreciate if in your oversight function, you can actually look at what information you use to make decisions, how government is getting information, how they are ensuring that the decisions they make are in the public interest and will actually result in improvement for apologies for additional voices in the background, that would actually result in additional benefits for society, and particularly to ensure that those communities that are at the fringes, actually their lives improve. And we really want to appeal to this committee is that a lot of the just energy transition discussions are about coal and the retirement of coal generation. But we must also make sure that the decisions we make going into the future don't compromise existing livelihoods. So 3,000 households, 3,000 communities depend on the sea, for example, all around the coast. And if we take decisions that compromise their ability to make a living, then what we are doing is putting on further burden onto the government, because they would now have to rely on social grants. And I just want to say, in terms of the renewable energy industry and developing that, and I think Lisa just mentioned the transition, we're talking about mining and other opportunities for renewable energy, but we also need to make sure then that those developments do not further burden those in those rural areas that then become, further, they don't get the benefits. They just become those that are, once again, their environment is destroyed and they have no other livelihood. So, sorry, just that was my appeal, and I just want to say thank you very much to Parliament for giving us this opportunity to present. And we hope we'll be here many times.
Thank you to Green Connection. Colleagues, I see Chairperson probably still struggling with network. She just sent me a message that if she is still struggling, she will request maybe we assist in terms of moving with the program or the agenda for today. We were with the Green Connection now. I think next it will be National Union of Metal Workers of South Africa. Can we please maybe proceed? Thank you.
Mr. Nkosi, just before that, as we've indicated earlier, we're going to get 3 presentations, which we've done now. The Energy Council, the Center for Environmental Rights, and the Green Connection. And then we'll have a question and answer session, Mr. Nkosi, before we proceed with Numsa.
Thank you,
Okay.
Eriko.
Okay, thank you, Eriko. Yeah, let's proceed, honorable members, with questions for the last 3 presentations. Can we have hands from honorable members with questions or comments? Oh,
Okay, thank you, honorable. Sitting now, I am in another position.
We are still losing you, Chair. Chair? Chair, we are unable to hear you. I think we lost connection.
Yeah, Eriko, I think she is struggling a lot.
Yeah.
Let's probably proceed with
Yes.
hands or comments and questions.
I see the 2 hands, Mr. Nkosi, Mr. Molefe, and Mr. Milam.
Is there any other hands? Those only the 2 hands. Eriko, probably I can't probably view.
Okay.
Right.
But it's also Mr. Yeah, so it's Molefe, Milam, Paulson, and Chabileng.
Okay. Can we move starting with Mr. Molefe, Honorable Molefe, Honorable Milam. Next, then we will move down. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Paulson and Honorable Chabileng.
Thank you, Executive Chair. From the environmental people, comrades, I heard them being very disparaging of coal. In fact, one of them said that it won't be there by 2050 or by 2070, and that there is nothing like clean coal. And so, in the same breath, they also said that gas is not viable as an alternative. But coal and gas are base load. They give us base load electricity. So I'm just interested to hear in that view. So what technology will give us base load? Because the renewables as they are today will not be able to give us base load electricity. So where do they think that we will get base load? Is it perhaps nuclear? Because nuclear is very clean. It is capable of giving us base load, and it is very reliable. And over time, it's probably the cheapest source of electricity. And it is environmentally friendly, it does not have any emissions. So would they support nuclear as an alternative base load, firstly? And secondly, my other question is, so with these renewable things that are happening now, solar and wind, there is a lot of equipment based on materials that are not environmentally friendly, like solar panels and batteries. Where do they see these things being, how do they see these things being disposed of at the end of their life? So the solar panels that we're deploying now, in 15, 20 years' time, where are we going to dump them? How are we going to get rid of the materials that are being generated from this just energy transition and from this solar and wind? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Malife. Honorable Maile.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you very much. And thank you very much to the presenters. I'd like to pull on a couple of threads that run through all the presentations. And I'd like to start with the Energy Council presentation. Mr. Mackay said that data and statistics was one of the issues or one of the challenges that they faced. And I really think this is something that we need to drill down on a lot stronger, particularly the Eskom data portal, which is a source for a lot of our energy metadata, if you will. And it goes into what the Center for Environmental Rights and Green Connection are saying, because how do we know whether or not we are accomplishing what we set out to do if we are not measuring it? What is measured gets done, and what is measured, you can then say, yes, we're achieving, or no, we're not achieving. So one of the challenges that we have is our measurement of air quality, our measurement of particulate matter, our measurement of the impact on the surrounding environment. And I'm not going to put pressure on the environmental issues. My focus is on the economic and the health issues that these coal plants are impacting on. So my question is, what do we need to do to get better data? What do we need to improve? Where do we need to put the focus? Do we need to put the focus on Eskom? Do we need to put the focus on the department? Do we need to put the focus on Numsa? Who needs to be responsible for collecting that data and making it publicly available and making sure that it is accessible in a manner that is transparent and easily utilized? So that's the first issue. The second is, in the Center for Environmental Rights presentation, you spoke about 2,300 deaths every year and 42 billion rand, a potential 42 billion rand saving to our economy if Eskom was compliant with the minimum emission standard. So my question really is, what is necessary to get to that point? We've got a roadmap now where these plants have to be compliant by 2030. Is that viable? Is that doable? If it's not, what needs to be done to achieve those targets? Because 42 billion rand goes a long way to addressing our transmission infrastructure. It goes a long way to addressing our emissions, etc. If we could save that, that's a huge amount. How do we achieve that? And then also, you spoke about there not being any policy or law guiding the decommissioning process for the coal fleet. And we've already seen the challenges that arose at Komati. This committee did oversight there earlier this year. My question is, what immediate steps need to be taken to put in place a legally binding framework around that decommissioning? What do we need to do to provide a pathway that is or that requires Eskom to comply and meet those rules? Then on the green connection, two issues. The first one is you spoke in your presentation about how it took a legal review to get Section 6 of the National Energy Act into operation. What else needs to be implemented as a matter of urgency? What other legislation is outstanding? Are there other areas that we need to focus on? And then my last question, also for Green Connection. You quite correctly argue that a just energy transition must center on communities and ensure that they're not left behind. However, we've seen that government's approach seems to be the exact opposite, that there are delayed plans and public participation processes that are inadequate or tick box exercises, and that this is very, very top down. So I guess what I'm asking is this: what is the single most important policy change needed to shift from the current top-down approach to one that empowers communities and maybe the private sector to lead that transition? What do we need to do to make energy benefits accessible to ordinary citizens in South Africa instead of creating new opportunities for state control and patronage? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mylan. Honorable Paulson.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning once again, Chair and colleagues, and good morning to the presenters, and thank you very much for your presentations. I want to touch on the Center for Environmental Rights presentation first, and one of the other members raised this issue about if we were to comply with the minimum emission standards, we'd save 2,300 deaths that can be avoided per year from 2025. Also, significant health and economic benefits of 42 billion saved annually. So I'd like to know, what are the concrete actionable steps and proposed timelines that the Center for Environmental Rights is proposing or suggesting to overcome and challenge emissions? The issue of deadly air case as an impact of non-compliance. So could the Center for Environmental Rights elaborate on the specific legal precedents, the outcomes or ongoing implications of this case that directly inform the enforcement and importance of minimum emission standards? And also, how does the Center propose that the current regulatory framework, particularly regarding the use of Section 59 of Air Quality Act for exemptions, be amended to strengthened to ensure that health and economic benefits of minimum emission standards are fully realized without undermining the regulatory intent? And I want to make it clear to all the presenters, and my organization and we are energy agnostic. We're not here to tout for, which is unusual in this particular committee, any particular energy source, with its coal, renewables. So I ask this from a very sincere perspective, not here to shoot down anything. And then on the decommissioning of power stations, the CER once again highlighted lessons learned from Komati and indicated inadequate planning that led to job losses and community disruption. So what specific policy or legislative instruments is the Centre proposing to ensure that future decommissioning processes strictly adhere to the principles of procedural, distributive, and restorative justice? And then going on to green connection. And I agree, the electricity remains unaffordable for vulnerable communities. But we have to balance what it costs to produce energy. There's a lot of waste in between. Specifically the fact that we purchase renewable energy for much more than we sell it. So it's not really cost effective. So I want to know What specific mechanisms or reforms is the Green Connection proposing to NERSA or the Minister of Electricity and Energy to ensure that electricity tariffs genuinely reflect the principle of affordability for vulnerable households, rather than pushing for expensive technology that has to be or subsidized by poor households? And then also, given the assertion that annual submissions to NERSA on electricity pricing often result in no one listening to the communities and their concerns, and it's true. I mean, communities comment about this all the time when it comes to revising the cost for electricity. But it's
We are losing you at times, Mr. Paulson.
whatever they say, or supplementary strategies does the Green Connection advocate? Strategies, Rico?
Yeah, I was saying we're losing you at times, or is it only me?
Okay, I don't know. So, I've changed connections now. So on the integrated energy plan and policy delays, the Green Connection successfully initiated legal proceedings to operationalize Section 6 of the National Energy Act 2008, which mandates the Minister of Energy to annually review and publish the integrated energy plan, accounting for socio-economic development, environmental and sustainability, and international emissions commitments. Since the IEP still remains delayed, can the Green Connection share with us what systemic identified or political obstacles preventing its timely finalization, that is the IEP, and implementation, and what specific interventions does the Green Connection recommend to overcome these? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Paulson. Honorable Nchabeleng.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to present a question and clarity seeking. Much more important, I think, for me, is to address the question of what was actually raised in respect to, one, the questioning, because I did raise, I think yesterday, the issue of the clean coal. So what I do realize that it was brought up in the presentation, in one of the two presentations earlier. I think it was the second presentation that spoke about the fact that there is no such a thing called green coal. And maybe I must place it at a cautionary level that in this committee, you know, we're not lobbyists. We industry, you know, we're representatives of the public, and we're here to speak about things that are really there, not things that we're going to argue about. The concept of green coal, let me just quickly place a clarification and make sure that we don't have this back and forth in the future again. Already Eskom is running a couple of clean coal projects. One is fluidized bed combustion project, right? Whereby they are sorting out and cleaning out all the emissions in terms of the coal. That is why we refer it to as clean coal. There is supercritical pulverized fuel that is currently being made sure that it's cleaned, and there is pulverized fuel. That is part of the green, what you call a clean coal project that is currently being looked at. And furthermore, there is gasification technology, as well as there is underground coal gasification projects that can achieve that level. You know, and if you look at the current setup of Medupi and Kusile, they have achieved those particular targets to working within the minimum emission standards and ensuring that there is a compliance towards the environmental laws without having to cause heavy emissions. And they have achieved the target of actually purifying and cleaning the coal through a circulating fluidized bed boilers project and stuff. So maybe I think at some point, when we talk about South Africa's energy space, let's be on the fundamental levels on understanding what electricity and energy is about. I understand that most of the organizations that are presenting have to do a lobby and advocacy. But please bear in mind that what was raised by my PC leader, who actually stated very clearly saying that, can you give us a model that actually indicates that if you say we move away from base load, whether it's coal, whether it's fossil fuel, whatever it is, if we move away from it, what technology do you propose that will replace and act as a base load solution to South Africa's electricity and energy crisis? We have seen it during the load shedding cycle, where the last 7 years, we went into a load shedding spiral that crippled and nearly broke down the whole economy and country. We're sitting at a 0.8% GDP growth that has now threatened everything else in terms of our livelihoods, our jobs, our health, our economy. People have gone into mental as well as conditions where there is actually, a lot of people going into mental conditions due to depression and stress of not having jobs and security of income. And yet we're still pushing ahead to say Eskom must shut down power plants, which means we must increase the levels of load shedding. So I want to ask, generically, I'm not pointing a finger at anybody, to say, are we serious as South Africans? Because from our point of view, where we are sitting, we can see that the policies that our government has advanced has been a very erroneous policies. There have been wrong policies in the energy space. We nearly collapsed the coal power plants, the coal sector. We nearly collapsed South Africa's electricity generation capability. We, in a way, rushed to meet non-binding emission standards that are global. Non-binding, which we created. And then in the same process, we're saying that we want to see economic growth. And then there comes in again another question where we're told that 2,500 lives are lost due to coal. And these statistical, assertions are highly questionable, because there was an inquiry to say, how do you even quantify how these lives are lost and how do you even come to the conclusion? So please, when you come to us, present something that we know that is fundamentally truthful and we can engage on. I understand it's a lobby platform. You want to advance the interest. But when we talk stakeholders, we want stakeholders that are saying, we want to build South Africa, but not at the expense of destroying a source in order to gain an advantage on another source. This debate of base load fights, where you have coal being almost terrorized by clean and renewable energy sources through its civil activism, through its NGO organizations, terrorizing the coal sector. And then on the other side, you have coal itself not taking a very bold step to ensure that it can actually indicate as to the benefits of what is happening in terms of electricity generation. And we have to come to that synthesis and balance. We chose a mixed energy platform. And we chose to say we are going to have all energy sources represented in order to create a balanced energy transition for South Africa. And on the coal side of it, we agreed on purifying and clarifying all the emissions and making sure that the lowering of the emissions. We've met the standards. The IRP has all the targets. And in terms of the procurement for renewables, it has been one of the most highest, achievements and targets. So why do we have to now keep on going back to saying shut down plants without even understanding its economic impact on our society? So let me caution there from that point of view to say, let's start building South Africa from a point of saying, present all the solutions. You have all your solutions. You've got your wind, solar. You've got your nuclear as a solution in energy. You've got your coal. You've got your fossil fuels. You've got your hydro. You've got your biofuels. You've got a plethora of them. Then you've got energy resources such as the savings, battery storage, etc. And you can do wonderful things in order to stimulate the economy. But this binary single narrative that is being driven on this stakeholders engagement platform is getting very confusing and concerning for us, because we want to see something that is multi-folded and diverse in engaging South Africa's problems economically, and not a single narrative that says coal must end and we must push the end of coal at all costs and use parliament as a means to enforce this whole thing. So the question should be to every presenter here who have presented, in the future, when you do and stakeholders engagement with us, present us the solutions that will grow this country, this economy, present us the solution that will take the debate of energy sovereignty in South Africa and make sure that we're a sovereign country that enjoys energy excess, which means we will have industrial growth and other things that will make sure that we build our power plants on all levels and whichever resource we decide to take on, and present us those solutions and mechanism on how to achieve that targets, instead of just attacking the coal sector and coal industry and ensuring that our poor people get more poorer and more vulnerable. I liked the actually comment by, I think, another group that spoke about the third presentation that spoke about the issue of cost of electricity. We've been talking about the cost of electricity in this committee for the last 6 months, and the issues around the cost of electricity, that NERSA issues out a cost of electricity at 185, but the municipalities go in and draw extra 350% on top of that 185 and charge to the end consumer. So the discrepancy is no longer at NERSA. The discrepancy sits at municipality electricity pricing, where the final consumer price is actually determined. And that's a problem we need to resolve there. And I appreciate that input that says that we need to look at the cost of electricity. People cannot decide between buying a bread or actually using a kilowatt hour of electricity. And I think my comment on those things is those comments. But the question to say, do we really have an interest in building South Africa's electricity and energy sovereignty? Or are we coming here to do just a lobby and advocacy? The group, like, for instance, the Energy Society of South Africa, EXA, Council of South Africa, you're funded by the state. You're funded by the department. And instead of advancing an agenda that helps South Africa, you are working against the state. This is still a very confusion from our point of view. So let's get clarity on some of these things, and let's start being honest with a discussion around electricity. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chaveleng. Yeah, I think those are the hints that we had. Before maybe I go back to our stakeholders for responses, I also have just one question I wanted to get clarity on. I wanted to check, because I have noticed the Green Connection work also is on the opposition to new fossil fuel projects, particularly the offshore oil and gas exploration. So I wanted to check if is a fossil-free transition truly the most equitable and realistic path for developing countries such as South Africa with so much unemployment. I wanted maybe to get clarity on that. We can maybe proceed with our stakeholders to get maybe responses on comments and questions from honorable members.
Okay,
I will
just
allow
before,
the stakeholders.
just before, Chair,
Honorable Chair.
Chair, just before that, Chairperson? Chair.
You can proceed, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. It's a concern, from the second presentation. I heard the presentation saying that we don't have a choice but it's the reality that we won't have the coal. You know, I'm concerned in this as members, especially in this term. We really don't want to hear this thing of saying no coal, because we understand that the grade that is the best grade or the highest grade was transported to other countries rather than to utilize in South Africa. And now, from the traditional or cultural whatever, we used to use coal. And now we don't understand when it's said it's the reality. We won't have coal for such a land. But other questions were asked by other honorable members. It is a pity that I am kicked on and off by the network, which I read. He also mentioned about this. And is there any other way that we can be convinced on?
We're losing you, Chair. Chair, we've lost you totally now.
Semakose.
Looks like Chair is struggling again with the network.
Mm.
We will allow her maybe to come in when she's able maybe to find a spot with a better network. Can we maybe proceed with our stakeholders on the responses? Thank you.
Chair, what order would you like us to follow?
Yeah, you can proceed because you gave us the first presentation. You can move, maybe give us your responses on the questions maybe that were directed to you, or any comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members, for the questions. I'd like to raise 3 points, maybe just for consideration in response. The first one is I highlighted 4 kind of key elements or perspectives. Number 1 was affordability, and we're going to address that through growth of the sector. Number 2 was system security, which we've spoken about, and that needs all technologies and will be enabled by grid expansion. Number 3 was efficiency and transparency, which reduces cost to consumers. And for that, we've said we need a lot more data transparency, and the market will give us that, the alignment and integration in the wholesale market. And number 4 raised social inclusion. And that ultimately also does come back to a collective effort, and we need GDP growth. So I do feel that there are perspectives that we've put forward, which I think do address those comments. The second point that I'd like to highlight is actually just also referencing a recent statement by National Treasury that said our collective, this was not in the energy sector, but more collectively nationally, our policy ambition is likely not affordable in a low growth, high debt environment. And this is exactly where we also is a sort of the same position in the energy sector. So when we look at the level of policy ambition across the sector policies, the environmental policies, the social policies, and economic policies, if we can't move into a higher growth pathway and trajectory, address and get the debt down, that policy ambition is likely unaffordable. And what we are seeing and what's been referenced in the questions is the areas of conflict between sets of policies. Ultimately, I would say this comes back to if we can, in the electricity sector, we've done some analysis. We believe that electricity sector growth alone can add 1.5% GDP growth over the next 3 to 5 years. This significantly moves towards the 3 to 5% growth in job creation. That is number one priority that I think we all agree with in the call. And to achieve that, again, we need the technical enabler of grid. Where do all these technologies connect, and where does the investment get deployed? And then the wholesale market, which is the enabling environment and transparency to make that efficient. The third point that I'd just like to raise is maybe just reflecting on affordability. And I think we all are very conscious that in certain areas, the affordability threshold has been surpassed, and we've referenced some of the social elements of affordability, but also we see in industrial elements, certainly like in the smelter industries and the steel industries, we've got huge potential job losses looming because of those sectors and the affordability that has been pushed through. Ultimately, all system costs either get paid by the consumers of the system or get transferred to the tax base. And I think this is where sometimes we feel that if we are going to create a special pricing mechanism or subsidy or whatever it will be for a specific group of consumers, be it social or industrial, someone else has to pay. Either other consumers have to pay or it gets transferred to the tax base. And going back to the point of National Treasury is that they've pushed hard and said, we can't fund and subsidize the electricity sector. Consumers need to pay. So we do have a responsibility of trying to design the most efficient electricity sector that we can, because ultimately that gives us the headroom in order to address affordability. Now, as it stands today, renewable energy, wind and solar provides cheap energy that is not always suitable for all uses, but wind and solar and storage consistently are significantly cheaper than megaflex. If we talk about the transition of how much wind and solar and how much other technologies, maybe at a very high level to give perspective, I mean, the ultimate target, which I think again is aligned with the department's view, is that we are targeting only to get to 40% renewables penetration by 2035. That's in 10 years' time. That's actually on a global scale is a relatively low level of cheap energy injection into the system, but it is variable, and so we need to balance it with other technologies. When we reflect on coal, Medupi and Kusile are scheduled to run until 2073. So I don't think that we must be careful of making these as binary positions that we have only renewables and only coal. We need all of them in very healthy mixes because we need to grow this economy, and you can't grow an economy without electricity. So go back to my point where efficient coal is it's a great business case. Eskom will be competitive, but we do understand that over time we've got to reduce emissions. And certainly the first 3 stations in Grootfontein and Camden, which are scheduled for the decommissioning between 29 and 32, those are more expensive than the average system cost. They are old, which means they have low ramp rates, lower efficiencies. So those commercially are not the ones that the system should be protecting. What we need to look at is saying, how can we optimize the bigger coal asset base, the Mutlers, Kendals, Creels, those stations? We need to sweat them hard. They need to be efficient, and they can make a great contribution to the system. And then how do we apply real sort of the cleaner technologies that have been referenced correctly so to Medupi Kusile, because we need them to run for a long time, and we need them to run in an environment where there'll be increasing emissions pressure. So coming back to these binary positions, I do feel that sometimes, base load versus, wind and solar, when the sun shines and when the wind blows, these also can be misleading. The system ultimately needs energy, it needs balancing, it needs capacity and reserves, and it needs ancillary services. All technologies can play different roles into that. Wind and solar is the cheapest form of energy, but it can't provide capacity, reserves, and ancillary services. Gas is the most flexible. It can provide energy, but very strong on balancing, very flexible, can provide good ramp rates, and provides capacity. Coal has low ramp rates, can provide energy, but not balancing, but generally provides good reserves, but not ancillary services. So this, I think, is language that there has been a call for better modeling, and I agree with that. But we need to look at the combination of technologies to provide a stable system that provides security of supply at the lowest cost. Those technologies we need to drive hard, and we need transparency and clarity of how they will come on board, how we invest in them, and how we get them and sweat them to make sure that we use up their efficient life. Lastly, I'll come back then, a part of the affordability. We have seen a decline in electricity demand. It's been part of what has got us out of load shedding. Yet our population is growth. We have got low GDP growth. We all agree that we have to grow this economy to create jobs. We've identified pockets where there is real investment ready to move if we can provide stability and predictability in electricity. If we could provide that and the growth in the electricity sector, that will be a significant push towards GDP growth. And we need all technologies to contribute with that over the next 5 years. If we can get to 2030, I think we will have a much more efficient integrated system, a lot more transparency and understanding of the price paths, of predictability, of efficiency. And I think that there's a very healthy market position that Eskom generation can play. They should be competing in renewables. And private sector can play also predominantly in renewables, but they increasingly will also be able to play in capacity markets through storage and gas. That is the IPP office program currently that's being fashioned. So there is space for everyone, but we do have to keep at the table, and we have to focus on implementation. And Chair, if I just can, as a correction, the Energy Council is not funded by government. We do represent broadly a business, focus on the energy transition. So we aim to create capacity and delivery to support policy and government. We are funded by members, which is business, but our business and membership base is broad. It's predominantly at the moment made up of the financial sector, developers, traders, industry, and mining. We also have public sector members. So Eskom, Dan Marikani is a board member of mine, as well as Mahoshi from the IDC CEO, Sef Apasa are all members. So we have broad representation of business, but we're not funded by government. Thank you very much, Chair.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. McKay. We will going forward due to time, so that we'll be able to get all the presentations. Can we maybe have the comments and responses only for 5 minutes from other stakeholders? Can we move to the next stakeholder who will give responses? I think that will be
CER, Chair.
It is?
CER, Center for Environmental Rights.
It's CER, then the green connection after. Okay. Can you maybe come in?
Thank you, Chair, and I'll try and be quick. Firstly, just, sorry, we didn't introduce ourselves or our organization, but we're not lobbyists. We are lawyers, and we represent clients that don't have the means to afford other legal representation. So when we engage on issues around coal, it's based on our work with communities that live around eMalahleni, around Lephalale, and are experiencing these impacts themselves. The issues of coal are not a position. It's not a vested interest or politics. It's the reality that the world is responding to the fact that coal kills people. That's from the toxic air pollution, and now we really understand as a world what sort of harms are coming down the line in terms of climate change and what burning coal does to exacerbate climate change. I said there's no such thing as clean coal, there's less dirty coal. So being lawyers, we need to base what we say on evidence. And we've got this evidence and we will share it with the committee. But just looking at these different technologies, some of which may reduce some of the pollutants, but certainly not all of them. The statement was made that we are meeting our emission standards. That's not true. Chair, we're in fact in court at the moment because Eskom is trying to seek postponement of compliance because it cannot meet the standards. Medupi is supposed to have flue gas desulfurization in its design. That's not been put in. Kusile had, and then it broke, and I think they fixed it. So perhaps Kusile, as far as sulfur dioxide goes, might possibly be meeting the standards, but we know that there's an ongoing challenge there. Just in terms of baseload, the world is moving away from the concept of needing baseload the way it's been defined. There's no technical requirement that a system has baseload. So there are ways of working around this to deal with the costs and the inflexibility of a baseload system, but we do need security of supply. Absolutely, we understand that. And renewables are variable. That's why batteries come in. No one is saying the coal is going to be switched off overnight. So we know that that tapering capacity from coal is there, and we work with that. And possibly, as some of the recommendations say, there needs to be some peaking gas. So that is being worked with as well. All of this is based on evidence that we're happy to share. Nuclear, from our perspective, is not an option. Chair, there was concern around the waste that comes from renewable energy, and absolutely every system has environmental impacts. All of them have waste. The renewable energies have a tiny fraction of the waste that the fossil fuel or the nuclear have. So nuclear is a waste issue that is actually practically unsolvable. Chair, I'm going to pass on to my colleagues around decommissioning and minimum emission standards, but I just wanted to make the comment. People were asking what reform needs to be there, what new mechanisms need to be there, and they will touch on that very quickly. But the one thing is we need to entrench the just transition more strongly into our overall governance system. We have a cabinet-approved framework. We need to see the Climate Change Act mechanisms like adaptation plans and municipal response plans really incorporate just transition. We need sectors or departments like labor, for example, starting to bring just transition into that legislation. And that is where we protect people from the impacts of certain technologies going out and new ones coming in, and the best possibility of harnessing the economic opportunities. But let me pass on to Ntombi quickly.
Thank you, Brandon. I will just come in quickly before Ntombi comes in. I will answer the question on the immediate steps that could be taken in developing a decommissioning or standardized decommissioning strategy. So I think we are at a very interesting time where the Eskom is due to submit decommissioning plans, or was due to submit decommissioning plans in May of this year. And I think that perhaps those plans that will eventually be submitted by Eskom, of course, subject to how effective and viable they are.
Chair, can I just have a point of exigency, please? My hand is raised and I think it wasn't picked up.
Honorable Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Chair.
I didn't see the hand, but you can come in.
Quick one. I think the point of exigency is on the presenters as well as the stakeholders. Can we caution the stakeholders that we can't come here and tell us what can be done and what cannot be done with regards to South Africa's energy trajectory, telling us that nuclear is a no-go and it cannot be allowed. No, he's not a policymaker, and he's not in this platform to tell us as public representatives what should be done and cannot be done. So I'm trying to avoid this back and forth sparring. We're not going to spar on issues. We've given them a platform to engage us as stakeholders to engage us as a committee. And coming up with some of these insinuations that, no, this is not correct, this is not correct. No, this is not the platform, Brandon. Do that in the platform where you can argue those issues. But some of these things, just because we are polite and civil, does not mean we cannot defend and we cannot engage on. Unfortunately, we have a policy where we don't do television committee engagement. We would have been thrashing you left and right on some of these assertions that you're putting forward. So just be cautious on how you're engaging on these matters. Please, some of the facts we give you are really fundamental facts. We are not thumb-sucking things, and we are not making up points of views as portfolio committee members. So just respect us on those things. I just wanted to put that point of exigency because it is becoming undermining now that we are allowing a stakeholder to literally trail the committee and even dictate on the committee what should be done. That is unacceptable. Thank you so much.
Chair, on
Thank
a
you,
point of order.
Honorable
Chair, on a point of order.
Honorable Malan?
Chair, the purpose of this meeting is to hear what the stakeholders are submitting. We can't tell them what to say or what not to say. We're here to listen to them. We're not here to instruct them or say, you can do this, you can't do that. We're here to listen and get their input and then to make up our own minds. So I think we need to be very careful about the approach that Honorable Ntshabaleng is proposing, because it is certainly not conducive to encouraging dialogue and hearing what these stakeholders have to say if we are limiting what their inputs are. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malan. Honorable members, you will have your follow-up opportunity maybe after responses. I'll give you that opportunity. Can we be able maybe just move on and allow the stakeholders to give us their responses? Then you will get your follow-up. Thank you, honorable members. Unless we won't be able to finish. CR, can you proceed, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I was answering the question that was put forward by Honorable Malcolm in regards to what are the immediate steps into developing a standardized decommissioning strategy. And so what I was just saying is that the fact that the ministerial decision from former Honorable Minister Creasy directed Eskom to submit decommissioning plans in May of last year presents us, or rather presents Parliament with an opportunity to have a guideline or a framework that they could follow or look at, depending on how effective or viable that is in respect to the context of South African communities, in guiding them on how to develop possibly a policy or a regulation to guide decommissioning plans. But also further to that, the Presidential Climate Commission reports on the decommissioning that took place in Komati provides recommendations on what a decommissioning plan could look like. So I think maybe the immediate steps that could be taken is looking at the propositions from the PCC recommendations, as well as the strategies by Eskom to see how they could be something. Because as it stands, there's absolutely close to nothing in the law that guides decommissioning of power stations. Thank you, Chair. I submit.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Patavia. I just want to address the questions around MES compliance. So one of the questions was what can be done to achieve compliance. And just as a background, I just wanted to put it forward that the standards, the minimum emission standards, were developed in consultation with stakeholders, including Eskom, and they've been in place for a number of years. So Eskom has known for many years that it has to comply. They knew about the 31 March 2025 deadline. And also, so what needs to be done for compliance to be reached is basically retrofitting. My colleague spoke about the flue gas desulfurization at Medupi. So having such technologies in place to reduce emissions would go a long way towards compliance and towards saving lives. And then in terms of the health impacts or the health issues, I think we also need to look at it from a point of the polluter pays principle in NEMA. So it would be a joint effort with Eskom as well as the relevant government departments looking at ways to rehabilitate the environment around these power stations and also mitigating the harm on communities. But that will take also consulting with communities to sort of get an idea of what would be a good way to mitigate the harm on them, because they have to live with these health impacts. And then also there was a question about the deadly air legal precedent. So that case and that judgment basically is precedent to say that when in an area when the ambient air quality is in violation of the standards, or if it's very poor air quality, this violates the residents' constitutional rights in terms of Section 24, as well as other constitutional rights, including dignity, as well as the child's best interest, because as we have seen, the air pollution has significant harm on young children. And then there was a question about Section 59 of the Air Quality Act. Our stance, we do not believe that this section of the Air Quality Act applies to the NES. So basically, it cannot be used to evade compliance with the NES. We are not in agreement with that stance. And then the question about the numbers of lives saved and the health impact, just wanted to highlight that the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment did a health study a few years ago, which focused on particulate matter, and it found that if the pollution levels of this particulate matter was reduced, then an average of 10,000 lives could be saved. So this is even the department's own health study that has found this. And also just want to close up by saying that Eskom has also known about the impacts of their emissions on health and human lives. And there is quite a number of evidence regarding this that we could also forward to the committee as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. If I may go on, I think just to highlight that we all want, to see South Africa develop. And I'm speaking this also because I'm a youth, and unemployment is really, affecting a lot of young people. And it is something very serious. And, there's a lot of reasons why it is currently an issue. And I think one of the issues that we are discussing today, it is one of them. And I'm not going to address questions from each honorable member, but I think all the questions were actually intersectional, because if we are to look at models that would provide us with a pathway of how it would actually, how South Africa would reach its targets, and also have enough energy security for everyone, it would go back to the first slide that we spoke about, which is the IEP. So that IEP would provide us with modeled scenarios of how this transition pathway should be happening for all the sectors. Because if we are to speak of the energy sector, we're not just looking into the electricity sector, but we are looking at various sectors that are there. We are looking at transport, we are looking at agriculture. All of those sectors are very important when it comes to our economic growth. So those model scenarios in the IEP would provide us with a pathway of where South Africa is going to be in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years, and how policies should be developed in accordance to that legal framework. And then to another point that we mentioned, there's also a Climate Act. So the Climate Act, Section 7 of the Climate Act speaks that the various departments, when they develop their policies, they need to make sure that they are in alignment with our commitment to reduce our emissions. And I think what we are seeing currently in South Africa with the just energy transition happening is a lot of finance that is coming in because of us trying to move away from these industries, that are having health impacts towards the communities, that are also having impacts towards climate change. So there is finance coming in because of this transition that that South Africa has committed to. So all of these things need to be taken into consideration when we are developing policy reforms. And I think for as a recommendation, but not telling what the members of parliament should do, but as a recommendation is that transparency is very important in this process, but also ensuring that everyone in the communities themselves, they are involved in this process. It's also very important because at the end of the day, the decisions that are made, they later on affect the people. So those would be the few pointers that I would raise out. And this Climate Act is a piece of law that is also very important to take into consideration when it comes to applying laws and making sure that we are mitigating the impacts of climate change, because at the end of the day, people are dying because of climate change. and it's a very serious issue. But at the same time, it does not mean that South Africa will switch up when it comes to these industries as in yesterday, but it needs to be a process and it needs to be modeled. We need to see the scenarios coming forward that are suggesting how we are going to make sure that we are transitioning in a way that is fair, that is equitable, and that is just. I'm going to pass over to my colleague, Liz.
Thanks very much, and thanks, committee. I'm also, due to time from the direction of the chair, is that we are very willing to come back and address any of these issues, because as you can imagine, a lot of the things raised need more than 3 minutes to explain. So I'm going to just look at two. I think my colleague has really sort of pushed what, if you want us to say what you feel, or what we feel the biggest challenges that we would ask the MPs to help with, is to ensure that the integrated energy plan is fast-tracked and it's given money. So I think part of the issue is that what gets the funding in the Department of Energy? Is it those things that will help us with affordable electricity? Is it those things that will ensure that, for example, the solar water heater program is on? Are they the issues that will ensure there's public participation? So I think those, for me, are the critical issues. We're very happy to come and provide more information. And then the second, so the issues of baseload and nuclear, I think, would be addressed if we have a proper planning process, because all of us want is that the electricity is available 24 hours a day and that it's affordable. And because people are self-load shedding because they can't afford it. So those are the things that must be discussed in these kinds of processes. And then the last thing is I just want to touch on, which was raised, was the offshore fossil oil and gas. And yes, we have had to go to court. In the same way, we had to go to court to force government to implement a piece of law that Parliament passed in 2008 in order to ensure that there wasn't load shedding, and which hadn't been implemented. In the same way, we are having to go to court for projects that did not follow the law. So shortcuts are taken, and therefore full information is not on the table for decision makers to make decisions. So in short, our whole purpose is to ensure that when we make decisions in the energy space or anywhere else, that the people who will be affected get a voice, and that it's full information, not half-baked information, that is brought before people in making these decisions. And I think I would just, end to say thank you very much for the opportunity we've had, and we are more than willing to engage with MPs on more information that they would want. I just want to reiterate my colleague that we want a South Africa that is developed and a world leader.
Thank you very much. I think next it should be Green Connection.
They've responded already, Chair. It was them
responded.
that spoke last.
So we have all the stakeholders responded now.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Ariko. Honorable members, are there any maybe follow-up, maybe questions or comments? I see Honorable Nchaveleng's hand is up. Honorable Nchaveleng, you can come in.
Thanks, Chair. It was an earlier hand, but let's get the next presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nchaveleng. Then yes, we can move to the next presentation. That will be National Union of Metal Workers of South Africa, Numsa. Are they ready? They can come in and give us a presentation.
Sorry, Chair, Rico, Chair, can you just check maybe if Say Yes and African Women in Energy are on the platform? Because they will follow. But I just want to check if they are on the platform. South African Youth in Energy. and
Yeah,
African
probably
women
they,
in
yes, I think they're probably here.
okay.
If are they available?
I just
Good
wanted to
morning.
check as to
This is Molibati from Say Yes, we are available.
okay. All right, so we'll continue with Numsa Chair. Numsa is on the platform as well.
Okay. Numsa?
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Good morning, everyone. Honorable members of Parliament, all the participants in the meeting. Ariko, can you kindly assist with flighting the presentation, please? Thank you. If you can put it on slideshow, if you can. Thank you, Ariko. Good morning once more, honorable members of Parliament. Firstly, let me just table an apology from the Numsa General Secretary, who is unable to participate in these proceedings. He was currently traveling from Ghana, should be, I think, arriving in South Africa this morning. I think as a start, Numsa has been at the forefront on calling on government to take urgent necessary steps and measures, particularly on unaffordable electricity tariffs, to protect the current capacity of manufacturing, and most importantly, to protect jobs. The hard lessons, both in South Africa and in the world, are such that in manufacturing, if you allow a company to close, such jobs will never come back. It is Numsa's view that what is currently going on is nothing less than a national catastrophe in the jobs front, which will culminate into a sea of poverty, unemployment, inequalities in the face of a continuous deepening crisis of deindustrialization. Numsa has always championed the view that a just transition from high carbon emitting technologies to low carbon emitting technology sources, it is necessary. We are also clear that South Africa is a developing country, and such a transition must be at the pace and the cost the country can afford, considering the reliability of electricity supply and preserving the current jobs. Next, please. Currently, we have a crisis of unaffordable electricity tariffs. We have Glencore Alloys, Samanco Chrome, and Alma Investments, the smelters that have been under pressure to secure and give smelters a competitive tariff that will enable these companies to reopen their smelters. They have mothballed as a result of these uncompetitive electricity tariffs. As things stand, South Africa is currently 50% more expensive than China, and the tariff increase will make the ferroalloy producers competitive is around 50 to 70%. We are making another point that thousands of workers' jobs will be lost if the Department of Electricity and Energy is not implementing the cabinet decision to give the smelter industry a competitive electricity tariffs. Next slide, please. I think on this slide, it is important just to give a brief background as to the crisis that we currently have in terms of, the expensive electricity tariffs dating back, from 2019, 2020. This is just the historical background up to the end of the MYPD6 period. It is clear that there is a crisis, and there is no industry in South Africa that can afford the current trajectory of these tariffs. And we are just, flighting it to the honorable members and to everyone in the meeting to bring it to their attention that when we zoomed into what has driven these tariffs to increase, to take this steep, rise, we've noted that one of the issues is the primary energy cost that has been rising exponentially, and also, the IPP cost. We are making a point that since 2019 up to 2025, 2026, which is the current financial year, which is a 6-year period, we've observed a 235% increase. and we are highlighting the cost drivers, but also NERSA is to be blamed for this crisis that we're finding ourselves. Next slide, please. One of the first issues that we want to bring it to the attention of the honorable members has been the overutilization of the open cycle gas turbines. I mean, in the 2-year period of 2022 up to 2024, Eskom would have spent 63 billion. And when you compare this to the period where, you know, Eskom was being run efficiently in terms of the energy availability factor reaching 78%, when you compare the two, that period of 2016 to 2018, the diesel spend was around 5 billion, but it is not a true reflection, because you will note that the OCGTs that are currently on the screen, they include the IPP OCGTs, which factor is the capital cost. But when you compare only Eskom, you know, cost on OCGTs, in that 2-year period, they would have spent 670 million. You compare it with this period that is currently on the screen, which is 2022 up to 2024, Eskom would have spent 63 billion. So we are making a point that we do not think that Eskom is efficient. We would have noted that the utilization of these OCGTs, it is outside the regulatory framework, particularly section 12.3 of the MYPD methodology, which stipulates that these gas turbines are supposed to be utilized under peaking and emergency conditions. But what we have observed is that these OCGTs are being utilized throughout the course of the day. And it is something that has got a significant impact on driving these tariffs, you know, to a path where it is not affordable to everyone. Thank you. Next slide. The second point that we want to bring it to the committee members, it is the price of the independent power producers that has been a great concern, not only today, but dating back from 2018 in the court case. Numsa has been clear that despite this common notion, and it is something that is hearing even from the Minister of Electricity, where there is an argument that the price of, you know, the IPPs have gone down, and therefore we must connect them, And we're saying from where we are sitting, the price of the IPP cost, it is not going down. Like, for an example, we are saying the decision that has been currently made by NERSA, focusing on the current financial year, the total IPP cost is 66 billion. You look for the following subsequent year, it is going to 78 billion. You go to the last year of the MYPD 6 period, it is 96 billion. So we're saying this is unacceptable. And the explanation that prices are going down, with respect, committee members, we are yet to be given facts that indeed prices are going down. Where we are sitting, taking into account what NERSA has given, you know, the public, the prices of independent power producers are not going down. It's one of the issues that is leading to, you know, the electricity tariffs to be unaffordable, and there is no noise that is being made. I mean, for a period of the MYPD6, you are looking at a 30 billion increase. And when you compare it to a period of 2019, it means the annual cost of the IPPs is ballooning from 19 billion per annum to 96 billion per annum. And it's going to continue to increase given the appetite of government, you know, for the private sector participation in the building of the transmission lines and also the associated infrastructure. So we're saying this is one of the issues where we do not think government is doing enough to cut the cost down. Next slide, please. On this slide, we are making another example of, you know, one of the new IPPs, the battery energy storage, where government, you know, would have entered into these contracts with the IPPs to a tune of a nominal value of these contracts of 215 billion over a 15-year period. So in essence, what we are saying, over the next 15 years, there is an additional expense of 14 billion, and that is going to come from the consumers. And when you look at, I mean, the capital cost recovery rate, which I would assume is the, the commercial energy rate, at 5.50 rand. I mean, surely this is not something we can be proud about, considering that there is already a crisis of tariffs which are expensive. And when you look at the current selling price from Eskom, this only means that it's going to drive the price of electricity up. And it's a concern from our side that, there is this fixation about adding capacity, and there is no, proper due diligence on the impact of these contracts that we are signing on the electricity tariffs. Next slide, please. Here on this slide, we are highlighting to the members that in the period of 2016 to 2018, particularly 2017, there was a report, I mean, the System Adequacy Report Outlook, which would have pointed out to Eskom that, there was excess capacity. This would have necessitated Eskom to look at the plants that were expensive at the time, to mothball them. But despite, the prevailing circumstances indicating that the energy availability factor has gone down while in a crisis, there is 2,200 megawatts from the 17 units from Hendrina, Grootvlei, and Komati that were shut down. And when you look at the dispatching cost at that time, which is 2018, it was less than 50 cents. So at that time, the rationale from Eskom was that they do not have, 3.4 billion, to do some work on the CAPEX and OPEX to ensure these units continue to operate. That was October 2018. Can you go to the next slide, please? So here we are trying to bring to the attention of the committee members that there is so much talk that we must add renewables, we must add renewable energy. It is the only thing that can assist the country. But there's been very few people that are able to come forward and say, how has this renewable energy independent power producers performed, particularly in instances where there's been generation supply constraints? And we just took a period where we had load shedding now in May, 13 May, where Eskom implemented stage 2 load shedding from 4 o'clock up to 10. And you look at what they are giving South Africa. I mean, there was a presentation yesterday indicating we've invested, I think, more than 200 billion. I think, if I'm correct, it was 242 billion on the current rounds of IPPs. Now, the question is, when you are looking at this, you've got a situation where at 6 o'clock, what the IPPs, particularly the renewable IPPs, are giving you, it's something that is close to 12% of their installed capacity. And you are asking yourself, is this indeed a trajectory that we must pursue in light of what we are trying to achieve when we talk about energy security, where we've got, periods where we've got challenges, on the Eskom side. And it is clear that there is no wind and sun. And we are saying this, the direction that the country must pursue. But with respect from where we are sitting, we do not think that this is the only solution, because quite clearly that there are times there is no wind, there is times, when there is no sun. And in those instances, you need dispatchable sources of energy. So I'm just flagging here, even in the subsequent slide, next slide, please. This is the following day where the load shedding continues once more, implemented from 4 o'clock to 10 o'clock. You look at what, the renewable IPPs are giving you. Again, you look at 6 o'clock, what are you actually getting? 9% of the installed capacity. Let's go to the third day of the load shedding. Next slide, please. Same thing as well. You look at that period where we implemented load shedding, it's something close to 10%, of the installed capacity. But of essence, the point we're making is that the renewable energy is not the only solution. Despite all the noise that it is cheap, it is not the only solution, because, I mean, how can we be paying for something that it might or it might not be there? It makes no sense from Numsa's position that we can invest 242 billion for something which might or which might not be there. With respect, honorable members, it's time to have an honest discussion about the value of the renewable energy IPPs, considering that in the financial year 2027-2028, we are going to be paying an annual cost of 96 billion for something that is saying it's going to be there, it's not going to be there. I mean, there is no country that can run its economy based on that. Next slide, please. Now, the code that is coming here, it's from the system operator, which is the report that came in 2023. It says, closing the energy gap will require a combination of a new capacity and increased availability of existing capacity. Dispatchable capacity can mitigate supply shortfalls arising from a random nature of unplanned outages and intermittency of generation sources in the system. Variable generation sources will reduce the energy gap if the degree of their energy production and the demand shortfall coincide. There may be instances where the degree of coincidence between the two is low or non-existent. In such instances, new additional generation sources will be required to reduce the shortfall. Exactly the point that from the data that we got from the ESCOM portal, there are many instances where when wind, solar are not generating, it is proven that you need something else. And we can go, Chairperson, to 2021 when we had load shedding, able to tell you this is how much, the renewable energy IPPs we are producing. And in most instances, particularly when you look at the period from May, June, July, when it is winter, there is not of great, assistance from the IPPs. So that is why over the years, I think when we started to have challenges with the ESCOM fleet, there has been an over-reliance on the diesel open cycle gas turbines, because quite clearly, the wind and sun were not performing at the time when we need them. Next slide, please. Now, Numsa, on the issue of electricity tariffs, Numsa rejects the posture adopted by government, which is aimed at a rapid, accelerated additional generating capacity and building massive lengths of transmission lines within a short period of time, which fails to take into account the disastrous impact of these decisions on the electricity tariffs. Now, Numsa is not making this point because we want to make this point. You would recall, Chairperson, that in the period of 1978, 1979, 1980, there was a huge public outcry with respect to the tariff increases that were expensive. And as a result, the National Party government would have established what was called a de Villiers Commission. And the establishment of that commission, it would have looked at, people who know their story, who would have worked in the industry, the academics. It was a big pool of knowledge. There is an interesting recommendation that came out of that commission, particularly to what we are currently doing. It would have said we need to attain maximum availability of the current generating performance. And also it says you need to limit the additional capital cost per megawatt. Now, what we are currently doing is to do the opposite of the recommendations that are supposed to provide guidance for us. And it is shocking that it does not appear there is an appetite to listen or to even take into account those recommendations, because the issue of the expensive electricity tariffs, it has not started today. It is something that was there. And also, when you look at what we are doing exactly the opposite of what we want. So Numsa is very clear that what needs to be done to protect South Africa's chrome or manufacturing capacity, it is a cheaper electricity tariff, will be an immediate solution that can support South Africa's economic growth. It was without any shadow of a doubt that the government quest for new additional generation capacity under the guise of closing the generating supply gap will make electricity unaffordable, expensive, which then begs the question, does this path support, the national imperative of economic development? Next slide, please. Now, I've mentioned in my earlier slides that NERSA is to be blamed as well in this crisis that we're finding ourselves. And when you look at the period of the MYPD4, NERSA made a serious blunder, which was something that would have, it's something similar that what we'd witness now, where there was, a backdoor arrangement, to fix what they did. They decided to step away from the methodology by misappropriating the government equity injection, which was 69 billion at the time. And they would have, entered into a deal with Eskom. I don't think the matter was litigated. But as a result of that, what we've seen in the period of 2025 up to 2027, there was a 15 billion that was always factored there. It was 15 billion, 15 billion, 15 billion, and I think 14 billion. It amounted to 59 billion. And the remainder of, what NERSA did, it was, I think it was an agreement between the parties to liquidate that. I think it was the financial year 2022. So what we've seen in the past week, NERSA repeating the same mistake of deviating from their own methodology. And you begin to ask yourself, whether is there any legal department in NERSA? Because surely, for as much as they are engineers, they are economists that are doing all the calculations, there must be someone from a legal department who's able to provide guidance and say, you are acting outside the law. It can be correct that NERSA, in all the litigations with Eskom, they've lost all of them. Not even a single one that I can remember in the past 8 years that NERSA has won. So as Numsa, we really call on the Minister of Electricity and Energy to take serious action against NERSA, because clearly what we are witnessing, it's a sort of an arrangement which does not allow public scrutiny, on this exorbitant, electricity tariffs. I mean, the 54 billion that will be liquidated next year, I think 2026, 2027, and 2027, 2028, it does not allow, the public, to really scrutinize, those tariff increases. And when you look at this mistake, NERSA is to be blamed on this, particularly the electricity committee members. Next slide, please. On the just energy transition, Numsa is always championed the view that a just transition from high carbon emitting technologies to low carbon emitting technologies is necessary. However, we are also clear that South Africa is a developing country, and such a transition must happen at the pace and the cost the country can afford. Now, we are making this point because we are informed by the Copenhagen Accord, particularly Decision 2, which explicitly states that the emission peaking period between the developed and the developing countries will differ, and in that, the overriding priorities for the developing countries, is social, economic development, is to eradicate, poverty, is to eliminate unemployment. And we are saying what we are currently witnessing now from, the PCC, which has become a problem of a commission from where we're standing, it is trying to move away from some of the government position when it comes to achieving, climate change, targets. I'm making this because in 2011, there was a paper that was released. It's a policy, the National Climate Response White Paper. It is clear in terms of the objectives, how we should approach, our, approach in meeting the climate targets. It says that we need to tackle climate change challenges within the context, of ensuring that we eradicate poverty, we deal with unemployment, we don't worsen, the economy. And what was in that paper, it would have filtered into our first national determined contribution that was submitted in 2016. It makes exactly the same thing. But of essence, the national determined contributions of 2016 would have said, because of Medupi and Kusile that were currently being built, the South African emissions are going to peak between the period of 2020 up to 2025, remain constant, and they will start to decline in absolute terms in the period of 2035, onwards. Now, what were those targets? Those targets were, I think, 614 million tons of carbon equivalent. That was the upper target. The other low, target was 598 million tons of carbon equivalent. But what we've witnessed since the establishment of, the Climate Commission, they would have taken a stance which is very disturbing, where they wanted to shortchange the country, by putting targets, which are unrealistic. You cannot achieve them. And even now, there is a rush, to change these NTC targets, to slash them by 50% going into 2035. What it effectively means, when you look at the targets, if we're to achieve them, it means that we must close down half of, the ESCOM fleet. And it makes no sense from where we're sitting. And when you try to listen to the rationale from the Climate Commission, you start to realize that they are not serving the interest of government. They are serving the interest of those that they are funding. So from where we are sitting, the issue of the NTCs has been hijacked. South Africa's long-standing position has that the issue of the emissions will follow a big plateau decline scenario, and I've what were the targets, but it has been hijacked. Now, secondly, the point Numsa wants to make is that the drive to rapidly move towards the renewable energy that is currently is not a just transition. On the contrary, it is undertaken to enrich few people, a small group of oligarchs that will lead to job loss, bloodbath, and worsening wealth inequality. Numsa demands just energy transition that promotes environmentally sustainable economies in the way that is inclusive, by creating decent work opportunities, reducing inequalities, and by leaving no one behind. Next slide, please. Now, what is on the screen, committee members, it's a study. I'm just taking a snippet of a study which was commissioned by ESCOM. KPMG would have done the study in 2017, which looked at, the socio-economic impact of the closure of Camden, Grootvlei, Rina, Komati, and Green. And the study would have estimated, close to 93,000 jobs that will be lost. In terms of the impact on GDP, there is, a risk of losing 33 billion. In terms of government revenue, that was 9 billion. From household point of view, they stand to lose 21 billion. So this study basically was trying to bring it to the attention of the executive of the time, what will be the impact of closing these power stations. Next slide, please. Now, what Numsa is saying, up to this day, the study was done in 2017. There has never been a concrete plan on how to mitigate this job bloodbath. And we are told to accept what we deem it to be a pipe dream, that there will be some jobs falling from the sky that will come one day. Basically, you would recall, Chairperson, that in 2003, there is a renewable energy policy, which explicitly states that the jobs in the renewable energy are in the manufacturing sector. And from 2003 up to this stage, as a country, we've never established any company in terms of ensuring that it can manufacture, wind turbine blades, wind turbines on their own, the inverters. We have not moved to that scale. But what we are told is that jobs are coming tomorrow. Surely, if there are jobs in the renewable energy space, the 242 billion that has been spent, surely we should be able to see now indeed that there are jobs. But we know for a fact that in the manufacturing sector, we do not have anything that can give us a guarantee that the jobs that will be lost, as previously shown in the slide, we're able to mitigate them. So the point Numsa is making is that we need to establish the new before destroying the old. It makes no sense to say close your power stations or on a false hope that tomorrow there might be someone who's going to bring some jobs. With respect, that we reject, because from where we are standing, there are no jobs that are there that can create the anticipated job losses. Next slide, please. So the question is, since 2017, what measures has the government or Eskom has taken that can give organized labor and the working class in general? There is a plan in place to protect
Honorable members, can someone close Andrea?
Lee, can you remove?
I don't appreciate when you mute me, dude. Yeah, no.
Lee,
Stop
can you
muting me.
Can you remove?
Stop muting.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chairperson.
You stop fucking muting me. Let me try to tell you something. Let me try to fucking tell you something. Let me try to tell you something right now. Shut up. Shut up.
What's
Shut up. Are you talking?
Sabotaging Numsa, this person now. I'm almost finished.
Shut up. Are they talking? Okay, shut up. Stop. Shut up. Shut the hell up. Shut up.
I'm unable to remove this one.
Who's Adrian? Can you remove Adrian?
I'm unable to, but there is out now.
Please remove them. It's rude. And whoever they are, they must be told never to return here again.
No, I've removed them.
Thank you, Ariko. You can proceed, Numsa.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairperson. This is the last slide, Chairperson. The question is, since 2017, what measures has government or Eskom has taken that can give organized labor and the working class in general any confidence that there is a plan in place to protect, the workers' jobs and ensure affordable and reliable electricity supply for all? All we have seen since this is schemes, that are creating profit for multinational renewable energy companies. In Eskom admission, in all our engagements, the reskilling and the repurposing initiatives are not enough to offset the thousands of jobs that will be lost as a result of the closure of the power stations. In some, Chairperson, Numsa demands socially owned renewable energy sector where the workers and communities can fully benefit from these billions that are currently leaving the country. Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you so much, honorable members.
Thank you, Numsa. Thank you very much. Let me check what is the next step.
You've muted, Chair.
Thank you very much, Numsa. The next stakeholder will be, I'm not sure if they are available, the South African youth in energy sector. Are you available? You can come in.
Yes, I am available. Thank you.
Molebache, I've given you co-hosting rights, the project.
Okay. Apologies for that, honorable members. Please confirm if you're able to see my screen.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. My name is Molebatsi Ramahudu. I head the advisory at Mega Unit Consultancy. I am also a board member of the SAEEC and a chairperson of the Southern African Youth in the Energy Sector. I appreciate the opportunity to brief you today on the youth empowerment in the electricity and energy sector. And I'm also honored to be here to share our perspective on the role of young people in South Africa's energy transition and what support is needed to unlock their full potential. So let me begin by outlining the structure of our presentation. So our briefing covers 6 main parts of presentation of who we are as SAEEC and Say Yes, our mandate, our focus area and programs in the pipeline, and why youth is very critical in the energy transition. I'll be also sharing on the key challenges and barriers facing youth, the strategic recommendations for overcoming them, the role of the Parliament and this committee. And to set the stage, I will also begin with who we are and our mandate. Okay, sorry, I forgot to switch on my camera. Okay, apologies for that. Okay, sorry. So we are the South African Energy Efficiency Confederation. It is an official South African chapter of the Association of Energy Engineers, the AEE, which is a global non-profit authority that was established in 1977 with a mission to promote the scientific and the educational interest of professionals in the energy industry. So at SAEEC, we have over 17,000 members in more than 105 countries and with over 32,000 certified energy professionals worldwide. So we also have key interest groups that fall under the SAEEC umbrella. The first one, which is EASA, the Energy Service Companies Association of South Africa, which works to promote and to support energy service companies across the region. We also have SAFI, which is the South African Females in Energy Efficiency Association, and it works to empower women working in the energy sector. And lastly, we have Say Yes, which is a group that is aimed to engage young people in the energy efficiency and sustainability sector. So our mission is to inspire tomorrow's leaders and change makers to build a sustainable and a resilient future. We are also committed to inclusive participation to ensure that young people from all backgrounds are presented in South Africa's energy and also the climate change. So while we are here today, the committee has invited us to brief you, honorable members, on the youth programs, the challenges, and also the recommendations. As I had stated that our mandate is to mobilize and to empower and also to elevate youth in the energy transition. Our work directly supports the national strategies. We support youth-led innovation and inclusion in transition programs. We also assist to prepare the youth with the skills of for renewable energy and also energy efficiency. We also addresses the youth employment skills gaps and transition priorities. So with that context, let me share where Say Yes is focusing on and how we are implementing these strategies. Okay, sorry. So our focus area is anchored in 2 dimensions. One, which is the mentorship program. We create pathways for youth to grow into the professionals and being leaders of tomorrow. And the other thing that we do is the university and TVET roadshows, where we do awareness through roadshows that we want to promote energy carriers in universities, TVET colleges, and eventually in schools. One of our missions as well is to do an awareness raising through conferences and networkings, where we actually invite the youth to come to our conferences so that they would be able to network with the stakeholders in the private sector and also the government. We also support innovation youth-led we also support youth-led innovation solutions and enterprise development. And lastly, we also do representation and advocacy, whereby we ensure that youth voices are present in policy discussions and also in decision-making platforms. So the key programs and initiatives that we have is the mentorship program, where we have started the first cohort this year, where we already connected over 10 mentees with over 20 mentors. And we've also begun to host webinars and also do site visits to expose our mentees to workplaces and also to professional guidance. We have also piloted networking opportunities at conferences, giving young people a seat in industry parliament. And we've also supported the youth when it comes to innovation, showcases, and community projects that are part of the envisioned pipelines. And we are actively working towards resources and scaling them. Now, why the youth matters in the energy transition? According to Stats SA, youth aged between the 15 to 34 make up about 20.8 million people, which is about 33.1% of the total population. This makes youth one of the largest demographic groups and a critical segment of the workforce. So the energy sector, as it is undergoing the rapid transformation from coals to renewables, from analog to digital, and it urgently needs new generations of skilled professionals. As youth are already innovating and adapting in these communities, from small solar projects to energy awareness campaigns, you name them, a just transition is impossible without the youth inclusion, because they live the longest with the consequences of today's energy decisions. They are the largest labor pool available to implement the transition, and also excluding them from this, it risks social instability and inequality, undermining the just in the transition. However, youth face significant challenges that prevent them from fully contributing. So let me pick the main challenges that we see as CES. The first one, it is the skills gap. Many young graduates leave universities with theoretical knowledge, but they are limited to workplace exposures. Employers normally want experience, but opportunities to gain that, it is very scarce. Another challenge that we see is the limited access to finance. So normally youth startup, they struggle to access loans and investments because they lack collateral, they lack that credit history. However, this shouldn't be a challenge because they do have the skills, the capacities to do this. So we believe that this is one of the major challenge when it comes to finances, in order to be able to finance those projects that they do have. The other challenge is the exclusion from decision-making. When it comes to energy policy forums, we rarely see youth representatives. As a result, policies are designed without the youth perspective. And also, when you look at the urban and rural divide, there is that division when it comes to rural youth, as they face weaker infrastructure. They have less access to internet, to labs, to information, which also widens that inequality in terms of opportunities that are there. The other challenge is the low sector awareness. If you go to schools, energy careers are not promoted as much as medicine or engineering and even law. So learners don't even consider opportunities within this sector. On top of these personal challenges, there are also a systematic and a policy barriers that makes entry even harder as an option. When we look at the structural and the policy barriers, Beyond personal challenges, systematic barriers hold youth back. Now, when you look at the fragmented youth programs that we have across different departments, they all run initiatives separately. For example, if you look at the DEE, they do have the graduate internships. When you look at NYDA, they provide youth enterprise funding. And when you look at CETA, they focus on artisan training. However, all this, they are operating in silos without coordination, which causes duplication in some areas and also gaps in others. The other barrier is that there is no national youth in the energy structure. Unlike agriculture, there is no framework guiding youth participation in energy. There is also a skill misalignment with market needs. When you look at, for example, CETA, it relies on employer-submitted skills needs and ask the employer what is their need at that moment. But the employer only focuses on what they're needing now, not the future skills, like when you look at the battery storage, the EV charging, or even the grid digitalization. So youth are often left behind for emerging opportunities. Now, the barriers in procurement and enterprise development. When you look at our tender systems, they normally favor established players with capital and track record, leaving the youth-owned business behind, trying to enter the energy supply chain. Lastly, there are low hiring incentives for companies to even prefer experienced workers. Without stronger incentives, youth hiring, it also remains a barrier with limited, with limited opportunities. So what practical steps can we take to address these barriers? So we are proposing 5 key interventions. The first one, which is the National Youth in Energy Framework. If we can have a coordinated plan across government and private sector to avoid the duplications that I have mentioned when it comes to the energy programs. Now, if we have youth quotas in REIPs and also in state-owned entities project, whereby procurement include youth employment and enterprise participation target to ensure that youth have the access to these opportunities. Also, if they can expand when it comes to technical training and TVET support. If we look at the curricula, if it can focus on energy efficiency, renewable energy, and other types of energies to prepare the youth for future jobs. The other one, which is the Youth Energy Innovation Fund, if the government could look at providing seed funding and also to support early stage projects and youth-run enterprises that lacks collateral. The other interventions that we have is the institutionalized youth representation. If we can have seats like this one today, whereby youth actually sit and contribute to the energy councils, to the advisory board, and forums to ensure that our voices shape the decisions and the policies. So these interventions need strong backing from the parliament, from the private sector, to have a central role to play as the youth. Now, the role of the parliament and of this committee that they can play to ensure that there is youth inclusivity is to maintain a strong mainstream when it comes to youth programs, to align departments such as your DEE, your DSIE, so that the youth efforts are integrated and not in silos. We could also monitor youth KPIs when it comes to JET-IP, the IRP, to ensure that the government is held accountable for youth inclusion. And this should not only be done to tick a box, but to ensure that the youth is supported in this sector. We also believe that hosting an annual youth energy forum where youth can provide a permanent space for dialogues between the parliament and the young people, where actually the parliament could understand the youth challenges and how they can support them, it is very imperative. Now, looking at the youth-led pilots and innovation projects, if there can be that demonstration that shows the cases of what youth can deliver, with the right of backing from the parliament, this would assist a lot. So in closing, Honorable members, our message is very simple. Youth are not just leaders of tomorrow. We are the changes of today. South African youth are ready to lead, to innovate, and also to co-create the energy future. Say Yes is also committed to support these national goals. Therefore, we invite the committee to partner with us, to partner with other youth programs that are out there to unlock the full potential of the youth in the energy sector. Once again, thank you for this time and this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we go to the next stakeholder? That will be the African women in energy. Are they available? They can present.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I stand on the existing protocol and recognize all stakeholders present today. My aim today is to introduce African women in energy and power and illustrate our ecosystem collaboration for systemic change for gender mainstreaming in South Africa's energy ecosystem, and some concluding remarks that will also include recommendations on what we have studied and believe would bring about the systemic change that we want to pursue. African Women in Energy and Power is a nonprofit company. It was registered in 2019 with a sole mission to advance, support, and accelerate the participation of women, youth, persons with disability across the vast energy value chains. So we focus on both renewable and non-renewable energy value chains, identifying entry points that present the lowest barriers to entry to support the equitable participation of marginalized groups. Our philosophy is that when we have an inclusive energy ecosystem, not only will we be able to secure energy access and energy security in South Africa, we'll be able to do so for the region and for the continent. We have 32 country chapters established across the continent, represented by entrepreneurs and energy professionals that are pursuing gender mainstreaming activities in their domestic energy ecosystem. Since our inception, we have reached over 10,000 women, providing them with access to critical energy insights that enable them to organize themselves to participate sustainably as entrepreneurs, as professionals, as policymakers, and service providers across multiple supply chains in the energy sector. Our flagship program that was established during the height of COVID, which was the market orientation webinars, has been very successful. We delivered 32 webinars from 2020 right through to 2023, showcasing 46 African electricity markets. Those webinars were attended by over 65 country representatives of professionals and entrepreneurs. Recently, we have received the inaugural award, SABVIA, the South African Photovoltaic Industry Association Industry Award for Collaboration and Partnerships. We've also been recognized by the Women's Voice Leadership SADC protocol work on climate change for the gender equity work that we have implemented in the region. Our flagship program, the Just Energy Transition Skills Development Program, targets entrepreneurs, both first-time players and existing players that wish to scale their business within South Africa's just energy transition. We focus on utility professionals, which where we focus on policy design. We focus on the current state of policy direction in the country. We focus on the structure of energy value chains to enable them to design contextually relevant just energy transition strategies for their jurisdictions within municipalities. We are raising funding to also focus on community leaders, so their advocacy work and their ability to determine how they benefit from various energy projects that are executed within their jurisdiction is informed by global insights and local relevance. This is just a graphical illustration of our footprint across the continent. Our emphasis is ensuring that groups that are economically marginalized, such as persons with disability, youth, and women, have a chance to participate in this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity where transition to cleaner forms of energy and transition of existing value chains into cleaner forms of energy presents economic opportunities and industrialization opportunities, where at the genesis of new value chains, we can embed their participation. We believe that this is feasible through education, orientation, and structural support for their participation. We support SDGs 5 for gender equity, SDG 7 for universal access to affordable energy, affordable clean energy. We support SDG 8 for the creation of sustainable employment spurred by the industrialization that we hope our just energy transition will bring into our economies, not only in South Africa, but across the continent. And of course, our emphasis is working within the ecosystem to catalyze support. Just a highlight of some of our successful interventions. I have already mentioned our webinar series that was designed to orientate existing and aspiring entrepreneurs on the construct of energy value chains, both renewable and non-renewable value chains, and opportunities, entrepreneurial and employment opportunities that are emerging, and how best they can organize themselves to capture these opportunities at their genesis. Our Just Energy Transition Skills Development Program, we are contracted by the Energy and Water SETA to train over 360 utility professionals across Eskom, the transition company, and 188 municipal electricity utilities that are licensed to distribute electricity. We are now progressing quite swiftly with that program. Alongside that, we target entrepreneurs through masterclasses that indicate to them the opportunities that present the lowest barriers to entry. Again, with our masterclass, we focus on all value chains. We are not specific to anyone. Our B2B mission aims to expose entrepreneurs to technology trends that are taking place in leading markets, and to financiers that are seeking investment opportunities in our market, so that they can at least access capital in the same way that they're accessing technology, to bring them together to take advantage of the emerging opportunities. Last week, the Minister of Electricity and Energy launched our program, our first study tour to Germany that focuses on C-suite women who are either on the pipeline to operate at an executive level in the energy ecosystem, or are already newly appointed executives. This is a mentorship program and a study tour to Germany that will expose them to operational insights, so that we begin to build a pool of globally attuned leaders that can lead our energy transformation. I'm going to illustrate some of the work that we do to contribute content on gender equity for systemic change in energy ecosystem, not only advocating for South Africa as one of the first leading countries to implement a just energy transition investment plan, but also for consideration by other markets on the continent as they explore how they transform their energy ecosystem and their energy system for resilience, for sustainability, and for energy security. We are currently working in partnership with the NEPAD Business Foundations, with Siemens and Litsima, to develop climate action plans for South African universities. Our responsibility in this project is to integrate gender equity, disability, and social inclusion in the design of climate action plans that are focused on technology advancement for 6 historically disadvantaged universities in the country. I have already mentioned the C-Suite Women Empowerment Program, which is a partnership with Department of Electricity and Energy, GIZ Surgeon, and the Vets Business School. We are playing a leading role in the G20 Energy Transition Working Group on Decentralized Energy Systems, a roadmap for sustainable financing for energy access with an African-focused action plan. We completed a study in partnership with UN Women South Africa that explored various electricity value chains for gender mainstreaming and GESI integration. This was under the Women's Economic Assembly in the Office of the President, and it has a national reach. In terms of thought leadership, ensuring gender equity that is evidence-based, we participate within the Southern African Power Pool meetings. We participate within the African Power Pool Association Congress, advancing gender mainstreaming and GESI specifically. Internationally, we are a common voice at the International Energy Agency, participating at roundtables and conferences, advocating for Africa's unique and tailored just energy transition that prioritizes energy security and energy access. As I mentioned earlier, our commitment is to catalyze ecosystem collaboration for creating an inclusive African energy market, including South Africa. In South Africa, we work within an ecosystem of collaborations with multiple industry associations, who are also driving gender mainstreaming in various ways, and I would like to highlight them. The South African Photovoltaic Industry Association is engaged in an effort with the South African Wind Energy Association to design a gender diversity charter that would drive the integration of gender across energy infrastructure projects in South Africa. They are involved in a project that supports SMMEs in their digital transformation for sustained competitiveness. They are also involved in examining the effectiveness of our triple BEE targets and the sector targets for greater impact. Financial inclusion, they are involved in a project that bridges the market gap for women, promoting access to capital for increased participation in the sector. We have a collaborative relationship with the South African National Energy Association, which is a 100-year-old organization that has also advanced several gender mainstreaming activities, including transforming their management and their executive committees to have a strong representation of women. They have recently instituted a Women in Energy Award within their category of awards, inspiring the industry to showcase women who are leading in different segments of value chains in the sector. The South African Wind Energy Association is involved in a number of skills development programs that integrate women in this particular value chain, including wind industry internship programs, work readiness program, and a management development program in partnership with EWCTA. The South African Independent Power Producer Association has newly started their gender inclusion program with the transformation of their management team and expanding the participation of female energy project developers or independent power producers into their ecosystem. The Association for Municipal Electricity Utilities that looks after 188 municipal electricity utilities, which are municipalities that are licensed to distribute electricity across our distribution network in South Africa, has got a dedicated Women in Electricity chapter that focuses on advocating for gender mainstreaming across the operations of municipal electricity utilities. And that includes professionals and suppliers to their supply chain. The Women in Nuclear South Africa focuses on orientating women on the opportunities that exist in nuclear energy. They focus in mid-career support of women participation. They focus on development programs, and they focus on a number of leadership programs that support women who are interested in participating in the nuclear energy space. The LPG SA Gender Mainstreaming Initiatives, again, has got skills development programs targeting youth and advanced professionals and entrepreneurs, including embedding them in the supply chain and value chain for LPG. Safia, which was mentioned by the previous presenter as well, is one of our collaborative partners, focusing on the participation of women as professionals and entrepreneurs in the energy efficiency value chain. The EDA platform, a very unique entity that focuses on economic development across the energy space, focusing on large-scale energy infrastructure projects, also looks at the equitable participation of women, youth, and persons with disability, and they are a permanent voice in advocating for improved BEE execution across energy infrastructure projects. What is key to us, honorable members, is understanding that a lot of these organizations are not profit-making organizations. They're not for-profit companies. And what we have seen over the last 8 years of our existence is that there is a lot of emphasis on women professionals and specialists volunteering their intellectual property to advance gender equity in our market. The energy sector is a very complex sector that requires expertise, and therefore when we look at building sustainable participation by all sectors of the economy, it cannot be on the back of volunteerism. It has to be supported by resources that enable us to add real value and to achieve the impact for systemic transformation. We require professional expertise to design contextually relevant interventions, to measure their impact, to report on their progress, and this requires financial investments. And therefore, financial investment in mainstreaming youth, mainstreaming persons with disability, mainstreaming women is a non-negotiable factor for the sector. And we believe this is an area that requires a collaborative effort within the ecosystem, pulling the finance sector into the core to look at financing instruments that can support the organizations and the participants in the ecosystem. There are a lot of organizations that I have not managed to highlight today that are also adding value in the ecosystem, but we do not have an overall monitoring and evaluation process that enables us as a country to quantify the gap that we're sitting with and the impact we want to reach and the progress we're making. And therefore, monitoring and evaluation as a way to measure progress requires resources so that we can track where we are. We have seen that there are many initiatives that have been initiated, that have been conceptualized, even launched, but most of them have not succeeded because of constraints in operational resources, where entrepreneurs have to fund their own participation in sector, and they have to debate, do I focus on business development for survival, or do I focus on the greater good of the nation? And often the greater good of the nation suffers as entrepreneurs pursue opportunities for their own survival. Gender equity, disability, and social inclusion must be embedded from the start of any investment decision that is made in any economy. It shouldn't be an afterthought. And our recommendation is that this committee should prioritize and mandate the imperativeness of embedding GESI in investment strategies, in policy design, in regulatory reform, in advancing the transformation that we want to see in our energy space. And this can only be done when we have the resources to measure the impact. Just to highlight some of the recommendations that we made when we submitted the report to the Presidency's initiative We Corner, we recommended that we should have a renewable energy sector charter. This was before the South African Renewable Energy Master Plan was promulgated in Parliament and was even started. And so we have contributed to the Renewable Energy Master Plan through the insights of this report. We recommended that the minister strengthens the powers of the Gender Ministerial Council of the Energy Sector to spearhead the establishment of the sectoral charter. This is a council that is established within the Women's Empowerment and Gender Equity Strategy of the Department of Electricity and Energy. We also recommended that an appropriate, structured, and sufficiently financed institution with the relevant constitutional authority be established for gender mainstreaming across productive economies, which we don't have. We also recommended that there should be a president-led multi-stakeholder campaign to promote supportive attitudes, values, behaviors, and culture to support a barrier-free sector for women, youth, and persons with disabilities, especially their businesses. This is because we understand that mainstreaming marginalized communities has to do with mental models, how people think and how people design strategies. And therefore, we must not take it for granted that we do not come from the background of equity, and we should take necessary steps to embed equity as a norm. We recommended a pervasive finance sector transformation task team to identify where the liquidity ports for women project developers, for youth project developers, and for developers that are led by persons with disability. Where do we identify the capital that should support their project development? Every energy infrastructure project, you at least need to have 500,000 Rand in your pocket just to design the project. We also suggested that the Independent Power Production Office should consider bid windows for youth, for persons living with disability, and for women, so that the barriers to entry can be minimized or removed. For first-time players, a multi-stakeholder committee to fast-track access to land for energy projects developed by women, youth, and persons with disability. A South African energy incubator for women-owned businesses without a track record, for youth-owned businesses without a track record, and for businesses run by persons with disability without a track record, so that we can give first-time players a reasonable and secure chance to participate in energy value chains. A review of procurement policies to give effect to the 40% procurement designation for women-owned companies. And this can also be applied to all the designations that the President has pronounced for women, youth, and persons with disability as part of promoting an inclusive public sector procurement regime. We also recommended that we should create mandatory audits for women, youth, and persons with disability participation across value chains submitted with the BEE scorecards, whether it is with the REAP windows or with any independent power production and within the energy ecosystem, including international players that come to our domestic market to capture the opportunities that are emerging as a result of our transition to smart solutions and our transition to clean solutions. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present our insights and to also present the progress we have made from a thought leadership perspectives and interventions that we are executing to sustainably change the system for an inclusive energy ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are going to go to the next presentation. I'm not sure if Honorable
Chair, we've had 3 presentations now. Shouldn't we do questions, clarity seeking?
So should we do the questions and clarity? Yeah, I wanted to check that. If
Yeah.
we move or we go for questions and maybe comments, honorable members, it's an opportunity now to comment or maybe just get clarity on some of the things that you need clarity on. I see there is Honorable Paulson, Honorable Malem, and Honorable Nchabalane. Those are the hands we have. Honorable Paulson, you can start.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much to the presenters. Chairperson, I'm not going to be long. I just wanted to ask Numsa, they speak about tariff affordability versus system investment, and I agree with them. We should have significantly lower electricity tariffs, and that ferroalloy producers would be around 50 to 70 cents per kilowatt hour to prevent job losses. That should be a competitive tariff as far as Numsa is concerned. So how does Numsa propose balancing these low tariff demands with substantial investment required for the national grid expansion, which is estimated at 440 billion rand over the next 10 years, as well as the replacement of aging coal fleets and the broader energy transition, especially when the state is fiscally constrained and private finance is deemed essential? What do they propose? And then also, NERSA or Numsa, I agree with them once again. The costly blunders by NERSA as far as the misallocations that electricity users have to pay 69 billion, 54 billion. And there should be serious action against NERSA from this committee. But beyond disciplinary actions, what specific actionable reforms or enhanced oversight mechanisms does Numsa propose to strengthen NERSA's capacity, the governance culture, and independence to ensure that it is fit for purpose as a credible regulator in a diversified market? And then to African women in energy and power. I agree. You know, there should be gender equity in terms of as far as our energy industry is concerned. And that we mustn't just expect volunteerism. I mean, that's exploitation. So given African women in energy and power, non-profit company status, and its foundation on ecosystem collaboration, what specific sustainable funding models and institutional support mechanisms are being actively pursued or advocated to move beyond reliance on goodwill and ensure long-term impactful systemic transformation. And then also, what other organizations has African women in energy and power reached out to in terms of for collaboration? For example, have they spoken to any other bodies to promote the gender equality, disability, and social inclusion? And then, and also the same with South African youth in the energy sector, where they made strategic recommendations to Parliament, including a national youth in energy framework and youth quotas in the IPP and SOE projects. What concrete actionable strategies will SA Youth in Energy sector implement to ensure that these proposals translate into funded, consistent, and effectively monitored policy implementation, rather than just something that remains aspirational? And then South African youth in energy sector, they identify a skills gap that we know exists. And this is due to limited practical training and workplace exposure, and a misalignment between skills that are being taught at the various institutions and what the market needs. So how does South African youth in energy sector plan to collaborate directly with educational institutions, universities, TVET colleges, and CETAs to influence curriculum development and ensure that practical training and technical skills are directly aligned with the evolving demands of the energy sector, particularly in emerging areas like battery storage and grid technology? I think it's very important. I think both, all three institutions, Numsa, African Women in Energy, and South African Youth in Energy sector, all have very significant roles to play. But also in terms of where we're headed as far as energy is concerned, there is definitely at present a misalignment between the skills that are available and the skills that are required by the industry. So what collaboration? All three of them. How are they collaborating with CETAs, TVET colleges, universities, to come up with the kind of curriculum that people will need to participate in the energy sector going forward? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Paulson. Honorable Malam.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the presenters. I'm going to address my questions only to Numsa at this stage. So let me start by thanking you for the presentation. The Democratic Alliance does share your grave concern over the national catastrophe on the jobs front caused by the electricity crisis. And indeed, all South Africans are being crushed by the unaffordable tariffs and the deindustrialization that you rightly identify. But while we agree on the problem, we must rigorously interrogate your proposed solutions. So let me start with the first one. Your presentation places the blame for the sky-high electricity tariffs squarely on the cost of independent power producers and on the overuse of diesel turbines. The problem I've got with this is that we're sort of blaming the solution for the problem. The only reason we're being forced to run expensive diesel turbines and to procure private power is because of the catastrophic failure and unreliability of Eskom's own coal fleet. So my question is this: would you acknowledge that the cost of stage 6 load shedding to our economy and to jobs is far greater than the cost of the IPPs that are helping to mitigate that exact problem? The second issue is you're talking about protecting old assets versus building a new economy. You've argued for keeping older coal power stations like Hendrina and Grootvlei and even Komati, which is closed down, operational to protect the 93,000 jobs in their value chains. Now, these plants are well past their operational lifespan, they're unreliable, and as we've heard today, have severe health impacts on the communities in their immediate vicinity. Is it Numsa's official position that the South African taxpayer and that the South African electricity consumer should continue subsidizing these failing assets indefinitely? Because how does that protect manufacturing jobs from the inevitable threat of, for example, carbon border taxes, which are going to punish South African exports if we fail to transition to cleaner energy? The last question I have is this. Your presentation concludes with a demand for socially owned renewable energy sector, to ensure workers and communities benefit rather than, in your words, a small group of oligarchs. Now, my constituency is in the area of Raymond and Mhlaba local municipality in the Eastern Cape, and there are a number of wind farms in that area, particularly around the Cookhouse Bedford vicinity. And one of the requirements of these IPP projects is that they have a social responsibility element. In those cases, they have a community trust that is a shareholder in the wind farms that takes a significant amount of the profits and reinvests them in the local community. We have a state-owned entity, the likes of Eskom, which is a historic and catastrophic failure over the last 30 years. It's been eroded and incapacitated by corruption and mismanagement. So my question is this: could you please provide a practical model of how you envision this social ownership working? Who would fund, build, and operate those products with the speed and efficiency we need? We saw, for example, with Medupi and Kusile, that first of all, they ran years behind schedule. Secondly, they ran hundreds of millions of rands over budget. And yet the private sector is able to do these things much quicker, much more efficiently, much cheaper in order to keep the lights on and electricity affordable. So my question is, who do you see doing that if not the private sector? And secondly, what guarantees can you provide to this, to this parliament and this committee that this socially owned renewable energy sector would not become simply another failed state-owned entity, further burdening the workers you are supposed to represent? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malan. I don't see any other hands, honorable members. I'm just wondering, it's already 1 o'clock. We were supposed to take a 30 minutes break. I'm not sure if, but it will be on in the house. Should we go for responses, or should we continue, get responses, then we go take a break for just 30 minutes and come back? I'll give this to honorable members maybe to decide on, because we are already at 1 o'clock. We're supposed to take 30 minutes break. What is your view, honorable members? In the house?
Chair, can I suggest that we take the answers and then take the break?
Okay. There is one suggestion from Honorable Malan that can we take the responses, then after we take a break. Do we agree? I also agree that we actually finish, then we take a break, then we know that we only have the other 3 presentations left. Honorable members, we are fine. We are going to go for responses from stakeholders. Honorable Paulson, I see your hand.
Thank you, Chairperson, and my apologies. Chairperson, I would like to just step out to perform Friday afternoon prayers Can I have an idea as to what time we will restart after responses, please?
It's in the house again. Ariko, when do you think we can maybe take a break and come back?
As we've indicated earlier, let's give each stakeholder about five minutes for response. So that will take us up to plus minus 20 past. Then a half-hour break up until 10 to 2, Chair.
Honorable Paulson, 10 to 2.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much, Eriko. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Honorable Chabeling as well. I saw you also going for just a prayer. It will be 10 to 2. We will be get back at 10 to 2. Can the stakeholders maybe give us responses? We will actually start with the first stakeholder that has given us a presentation. That will be National Union of Mine Workers.
Thanks, Chair. To start, firstly, with Honorable Member Kevin Milham, first question regarding the cost of stage 6, whether it is far greater than the cost to the economy versus the diesel spend. I think the response to your question lies primarily in section 12.3 of the MYPD methodology, which states that the diesel picking stations are supposed to be operated, in morning, evening peaks and emergencies. But it goes further in that if you utilize, the OCGTs outside that period, it can only be allowed in instances where it is outside, management control. An example of that, it will be your increase in demand, which, overstrips the supply. Then in those instances, the methodology is clear that, this is the instance where it can be allowed. Now, to answer your question, whether, by allowing them to operate, during this period, whether it won't be a cost-effective method compared to the cost to the load shedding, I'm saying the answer to that, then you need to evaluate what led to the situation of, not having enough generation supply to meet demand. To answer that question, it lies in the issue of unplanned breakdowns that have increased, which are in a complete control of management. And as a result of that, it will be unfair then argue that it is cheaper to use open cycle gas turbines, which are costing R7 per unit, than to have units, operating at 50 cents per kilowatt hour. So from an efficient point of view, you've got assets that were supposed to be performing that are not performing. And to say now it is cheaper to use diesel open gas turbines than to implement load shedding, I think it is wrong to compare the two, because from the law point of view, the Electricity Regulation Act, I think section 15, it is clear on the efficient use of these resources. But to take it further, when it comes to allocating, the resources, the MYPD, the methodology is clear in that how this is supposed to be. So basically, there is no confusion as to when they must be used, because the argument of they must not be used, in this case, it does not arise at all, because whether you are saying it is costly for stage 6 or not, the fundamental issue, why those units are not running, which are cheaper. And when you start to answer that question, the answer to that, it was within management control, the unplanned breakdowns would have increased, under a terror, of an era of Derrida, by the way, who would have been a CEO who was focusing on anything else except to do his job. So I'm saying there was an era in 2016, 2018, where the open cycle gas turbines load factor was below 1%. And during that period, when you notice how, the plants were being run, they were being run, efficiently. Where the problem started, it's when the management of Eskom, started to be led by people who seemingly, didn't know what they were doing. From where we are standing, the period of 2018 up to 2023 has been a disastrous period from a Numsa point of view. Now, the issue of the carbon border that you are mentioning, because you are linking it with the continued operations of the coal power stations, I'm saying the Copenhagen Accord is clear that the developing countries, the peaking in terms of emissions will be different in terms of the time frame. So it is unfair to place Numsa as a position was saying South African government should be able to negotiate it and say we are still a developing country. We shouldn't be judged the same as developed early 1800s. So I'm saying this is to place a burden, on a developing country, because you should know as an MP as well, in terms of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, South Africa is not listed in Annex 1. It is not binded to reduce emission. However, it is a voluntary plan from that effect. From when you look at from a point of view of reliable electricity supply in order to ensure that you've got an economy that can function, surely the continued operation that has been supported by the system operator, that has been supported by the government, from that point of view, this is the option that we have. I understand the risk that you are coming with. I'm saying we can negotiate as a country, with the EU, but to say those units must be shut down, I'm not sure, because the system operator which is bestowed with the ultimate, responsibility and authority to achieve the highest degree of reliability. It is clear that by 2029, when you are going to shut down these units, there is a risk of a load shedding that will come back. So you need to balance the two as well. Do you want to have a situation where you do not have an economy at all? And further to that, you will recall that there is a court judgment in 2023 which said that load shedding, it's violating the human rights of South Africans, education, health, and security. Numsa, as a ninth applicant, was part of, that court case. So you cannot have a situation whereby you are going to violate the rights of South Africans under the guise, of chasing, the emissions. To move into your third question, the wind farms, the community trust, when you say significant amount of profits, I'm not sure. From where we are standing, those community trusts have been around 2.5%, 5%. When you say significant, my understanding is that 60% of the profits will go to those communities. I understand that you come from that environment, but we've never seen any significant improvement in terms of this trust uplifting those communities. So the point you are making that, there is some movement in that direction, we are not convinced as Numsa. We are saying significant profits are moving out of the country because these multinational companies, are the ones that are dominating the space in the IPP industry. I think on your question of mismanagement, corruption, in the public sector versus the private sector, I think it will be unfair to assume that, the public in its own, because predominantly, it's a black-led government, we are corrupt by nature, and therefore, we don't deserve socially owned, renewable energy sector. And it is only private sector, because the private sector, dominantly, it is white people. So it is unfair from where we're standing. But I'm saying the current pensions that are funding exactly the same IPPs, there are the pension of workers. These pensions are supposed to be used to the benefit of the workers. It cannot be that they are managed by the private sector who are pushing the interest of the others, while it is us who are waking up day in, day out, funding these projects. So I'm saying from that point of view, surely the workers' pensions can be used, for these projects from a socially owned renewable energy sector. So the point we're driving, we're saying these community trusts are not enough, to eradicate poverty, to eradicate unemployment. We're saying the profits that are currently enjoyed by multinational companies are supposed to be the profits that are supposed to be enjoyed by every South African, particularly the workers. It is unfortunate that the member of parliament from the EFF has left, for a prayer, but I will try to answer the question.
You are breaking up.
Sorry, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now, Chairperson?
We can hear you, Numsa.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, on the issue of the tariff affordability and the investment, okay, firstly, let me start with the smelters. Currently, there is a cabinet decision for a special bulk tariffs, for the smelters. The issue is not whether how we are going to fund, this or not. There is a cabinet decision. Numsa is saying government must implement this decision because government would have realized that, it is a disaster that we are going to sit, with so much retrenchments, with smelters that are being mothballed. So the trade-offs, government would have said it would make sense for us to arrange for a special tariff for the smelters. The issue of the aging infrastructure and also the balancing it with, with the trajectory that is being pursued and the impact on the electricity tariffs. Numsa is saying this must be carefully done. It's not for the first time that there is aggressive capital intensive program. This program was there in 1978, but the difference between that period and now, you will understand, honorable members, that one of the input assumptions into the integrated resource plan of 2019, it is the electricity demand, which was forecasted to increase, which have then necessitated, for government to put up a plan in terms of the generating capacity to meet that. Now, the sales volume, the demand has not been growing. So if you have a situation where, your energy projects, which are capital intensive, you are putting a lot of them while your demand, it's not growing so much. The formula to calculate the allowable revenue, your cost will be the numerator, then, your denominator will be exactly your sales. So basically we're saying there must be a careful strategy, to implement this other than this rapid accelerated, projects which are eyed up to 2030. I think let me pause there, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Numsa. Colleagues, we only have 5 minutes for just responses. Can we have next stakeholder? That will, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your contributions and your question. On the matter of the National Youth Energy Framework and the youth quotas, we believe that there is success. It depends on moving beyond policy statements to concrete enforcement and also to support mechanism. We propose a coordinated national youth energy skills and enterprise database to ensure that qualified professionals and youth-owned businesses are visible and accessible for project opportunities. I think this must be paid with tailored enterprise development support through green funds, as well as mandatory reporting by IPPs on youth participation to avoid quotas becoming a tick box exercise. We further recommend the establishment of a youth energy advisory forum to ensure young people have a direct voice in shaping and monitoring implementation. In this way, quotas can translate into real opportunities, economic participation, and long-term inclusion of youth in the energy transaction. On the skills gap challenge, SAYES recognizes the need to align training with industry demand. Our approach is to collaborate directly with educational institutions, SETAs, and the relevant stakeholders to co-develop industry-relevant curricula that responds to the current and future skills needed for the energy sector. So this means going beyond general engineering or science modules and to ensure that specialized content such as battery storage, as well as advanced energy efficiency practices are formally included in the educational programs. So to achieve this, we believe that relevant stakeholders such as DEE, with the help of youth interest groups in the energy sector, should participate in the curricular advisory boards of universities and colleges, providing direct input from industry practitioners to influence module development. In partnership with EWCETA and the other SETAs, we see value in establishing energy innovation hubs at universities where applied research and pilot projects in the battery storage, renewable integration, and efficiency technologies can be embedded into learning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next will be South African youth in energy. If there are any responses or any questions that are directed to you, can come in.
South African youth has just presented, so this is African Women in Energy and Power.
Yes.
May I proceed? Thank you. So the first question we receive is if we have, first, we appreciate the recognition that gender equity is necessary for the energy ecosystem to be inclusive across all value chains. We appreciate that endorsement. The question is whether we have, which organizations have we approached to support the interventions that we aim to execute and the ones that we're executing. At an organizational level, we are often bidding for international grant funding that is available aligned with the projects that we have. And we have found that international platforms, the operational strain just to comply with their administrative requirements often is prohibitive for nonprofit companies to participate. We have had successes with the likes of GIZ, the UK Pact, in partnership with other players. So that is one area at an organizational level. At a program level, we have approached original equipment manufacturers who are primary beneficiaries of our energy ecosystem as it transforms, as all energy players procure products, systems, solutions, and services from international OEM in the main. We have approached banks and financial institutions. We have approached independent power producers. We have also approached other local and international grants. The challenge we have is that without an anchor institution that could have the governance structures to pool various liquidity pots into a treasury account that would then allocate funding for approved projects, the local environment is still dependent on part international funding, part sponsor-based funding, which means our programs are either not sustainable or have very limited impact. Our recommendation that I mentioned earlier is that we consider as an ecosystem, an anchor institution with a multi-stakeholder governing body that can drive the allocation of funds for the execution of socio-economic development programs as a shared responsibility between private and public sector players. And the rationale for that is that approximately 57% of women in South Africa identify as business owners. Of those business owners, the likelihood of a woman being a solo entrepreneur is 4 times the rate of a man. So the pool to support structurally exists together with other supporting factors. So that was one question. The other question was So this was funding, and which organization have we approached? I think that was the main question that we asked, and our recommendation is for a structural and systemic change is to have an anchor institution that can pool funding that is dedicated for mainstreaming women, youth, and persons with disability, to fund organizations that are implementing interventions for skills development, for policy change, and for enterprise development, but also to provide seed capital for first-time players so that they can have a chance to penetrate value chains as value-adding service providers and energy project developers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, are there any follow-up, maybe comments or questions? I do not see any hands. We will take a break, and we will come back at 10 to 2. Then we will have a National Union of Mine Workers presentation, Solidarity.
We lost you, Chair.
Okay, I don't know if Honorable Nkosi is coming back. It looks like he might have fallen off the platform. Yeah. Rico, can you see him on the platform?
No, I think he's off.
Okay.
Can proceed.
Oh, there we go.
Yes,
Here's Honorable Nkosi.
yes.
Sorry, let him finish and then I'll come in after. Sorry, Honorable Nkosi, you can continue. We just thought you
No,
had.
no, no. I was saying we will take a break. Then we will come back with the other presentations from Solidarity, NUM, as well as Dr. Kulka when we come back from the break. Then I'm glad that you are here, Honorable Hassan. Then she will take us through after the break.
Thank you, Chair.
So we'll be back at 10 to 2.
Correct.
Thank you.
Members, I see that the ESCOM is briefing the media on their summer outlook. I see the minister is talking now. It's live on TV, national TV.
Thank you. We'll take a look as well. We should broadcast our breaks with the news. Then we can all watch it at the same time.
Yes. This was here. Yes. Let me check. No. Chair, are you on the platform? Chair?
Rico, maybe clarify. We want the real chair.
Yes.
Numsa.
I saw that she is on the platform, but maybe still experiencing challenges.
All right, if Chairperson Vanna is available, I'll step off, but maybe just for time purposes, let's begin.
Okay, thank
Oh,
you
there's
very
Chair, perfect.
Thank you,
Hi,
Chair.
thank you very much. I'm back. Thank you very much. Fasia, thank you very much. Ne? Hello.
Pleasure, Chair, thank you. We're here
Okay.
to support.
Okay. Now let's continue. Ariko, can you tell us where are we now? Which one is going to present? I understand that you have reported that also the presidency is willing to present their back from where they were
Yes, Chair.
before.
So
we're going to present.
Yeah, we've received two presentations from them, Chair, which I've sent to members via email. The plan is that they will come in after Dr. Kruger, Chair. So they will be the last one, Rudy Dix, from the presidency. Okay. All right, Chair. But we'll start with Num now, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ariko. Let's proceed with Num now. Over to you, Num.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nkosazana Masiza. I work for the National Union of Mine Workers for the unit called Parliament and Government Relations Unit under the Secretariat. Chairperson, allow me, before we continue, to apologize, to tender an apology for the Deputy General Secretary, Comrade Philip Manke, who was supposed to present today alongside with our National Energy Coordinator. However, with me today, I've got Comrade Kangela Baloi, who is our National Energy Coordinator. He is well vested within. He is well vested with policy and operational issues of our energy sector. He is a full-time employee of Eskom, a leader of NUM, and a national energy coordinator. Could you please, Ariko, please flight in our presentation?
Apology accepted. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Because Azana, I've given Kangela Baloi co-hosting rights.
Oh, okay. I actually wanted to make to present the outline for him, and then he can continue from there. Can I continue, or should we wait for Comrade Kangela to flight it in?
He can flight it.
Check. In the meantime, Chair, let me continue. We'll just view it as when he is able to flight it in. Chairperson, today, when we received the request to present before the committee, yes, thank you, Comrade Kangela. We wanted to talk to the committee. Next slide, please, Comrade Kangela. Yes, thank you. I'm just going to present the outline, Chairperson, and then I'll let Comrade Kangela to come in and make a presentation before the committee. We wanted to talk to the committee about giving our political overview of what we think of the energy sector. Talk to the context and the current challenges that are prevailing within the sector. Speak to the impacts on employment and labor, and also dive into the just energy transition and the skills transfer that we are hoping to to see are happening within the sector. Also to speak to the public ownership and the energy security issues. We've done also an international comparison of how South Africa can industrialize some of our critical minerals that are supporting the energy sector under the umbrella of the Just Energy Transition, sorry. Also, we've done the comparative case studies of how countries such as China have managed to transform their industries and transition, also to build industries under the Just Energy Transition. And then we will then table our proposal and the way forward, Chairperson. Chairperson, allow me to hand over to Comrade Kangela Baloyi, who's our National Energy Coordinator, to make a presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Greetings to honorable members. It's afternoon, yes. Yeah, no, I'm going to be making a presentation on behalf of the National Union of Mine Workers. Yeah, the political overview is that we can see that the country is moving away from coal to renewable energy. And we support the movement. However, we will support it only when it is just, taking into account a lot of factors that I'm going to talk to during the presentation. In our previous Congress that took place in June, the NUM pronounced itself as an organization that supports an energy mix, which will include nuclear and a continuation of clean coal. We took that decision understanding that moving away from coal irresponsibly might bring serious consequences and problems for the country. On Eskom restructuring and privatization that is taking place now, we are opposed to that. We support an energy mix which is going to be publicly owned. We support the public pathway, not the private pathway. We believe that privatization of Eskom might bring serious issues, including security of supply. So we are opposed to the unbundling processes that are taking place in Eskom. We are also opposed to the independent power producers, the independent power traders, and also the independent transmission providers. That liberalization, we are opposed to that process. Because we understand that we have communities that are coal dependent in Mpumalanga, Free State, and Limpopo. And if we just move irresponsible away from coal, we might actually create ghost towns in those areas. We have seen the example of this when Komati was decommissioned. There were job losses, and the area around Komati is turning into a ghost town. The coal sector employs plus or minus 900 direct workers and 90,000 and 200,000 indirect jobs in the coal sector. We now know that the renewable energy sector has got 55,000 workers. However, we need to take into account the
quality of jobs that are created in these sectors. I've already talked of the issue of ghost town. The just energy transition we support, however, we need just it to be just in the real term of the word just. The coal sector skills are actually transferable to renewable energy. The example that we gave, I think it's on our next slide, is areas like occupational health and safety, technicians, engineers, artisans. Those jobs can easily be transferred from coal sector to renewable energy. We have a college as the NUM in Midrand, where we actually training artisans, where we are saying we can partner with everyone to actually assist in retraining people in order for them to smoothly move from coal industry to renewable. Okay, no, thanks. I was unable to move the slide. Okay, yeah, this is what I was talking about, the just energy transition and skill transfer. You will see here a skill area. We have electrical, mechanical, engineering, health and safety. I talked to operators and maintenance, logistics and support services, finance, community and social engagement, industrial and manufacturing. You will see here that we are saying that there are opportunities to transfer the skills to actually renewable energy. Here we are actually showing a distribution of workers by occupation and education level in the coal sector. You'll see that the coal sector actually employs more of the people that are not highly educated. Because the green here is an indication of a diploma and the dark green is a degree. You'll see that the most people are in the middle here, between yellow and orange, in the except in at the professional levels, where you can see that in those areas and managers, you need a degree or a diploma. So, but what we have noticed is that in the renewable energy, during construction, it will employ people of all occupations and qualifications. But during operation, it only employs mostly professionals, your technicians and artisans. Like I said earlier, that we support the public pathway. We are opposed to the private pathway because there is a serious risk involved with independent power transmission providers and independent power producers and independent energy traders. Because the state will have no control of how that those independent companies are ran. If they decide not to actually provide enough energy, we will have problems as the state, as the country. We need a state-driven industrialization and grid investment. You know, if it's not state-driven, now we have a situation whereby some smelters are closing.
And if state cannot intervene, because if it's private companies, it's going to be difficult for state to say no. Let maybe give them preferable tariffs so that they can be able to continue functioning. Here we are doing an international comparison of industrialization opportunities in South Africa. We're making a comparison with China, EU, and the USA. You can, I think, yeah. Come on. Okay, this is a continuation of that comparison. Yeah, we are continuing with the comparison studies. Yeah, we are saying in Germany they were phasing out the nuclear, but while at the same time we see the UAE starting their nuclear programs and expanding in nuclear. While in South Africa we have closed Komati, and we have seen the problems that came with us closing Komati. What are we proposing as the NUM is the way forward? We have 5 priorities. The first one being the energy security with jobs. And then workers' protection, and then skills transition, industrial hubs in coal regions, and then community ownership, and inclusive governance. We are saying here on policy focus under energy security with jobs. We're saying we must maintain a balanced energy mix, refurbish viable coal plants, and expand renewable under public and community ownership. We are serious on that, on the issue of ownership. And then what is the implementation mechanism for this? We're saying the implementation mechanism for this is the integrated resource plan with strong public sector leadership. And then lessons for South Africa: a balanced approach, secures supply, protect jobs, and avoid over-reliance on the private sector. So we have broken down all these priorities into focus areas, implementation mechanism, and also the lessons that we must learn. In conclusion, honorable members, the energy industries stand at a turning point. The end of the load shedding presents new opportunities, but the transition must not leave workers and communities behind. For us as the union, the future lies in securing energy with jobs and not energy without jobs. We call for a just energy transition that protects existing jobs, that creates new ones through localization and manufacturing, guarantees retraining and income security, and ensure community benefits directly from renewable revenues. Above all, workers and community must be placed at the center of every decision in Eskom, the IRP, and just energy transition planning. Our struggle remains clear: energy security, public ownership, and workers' empowerment must define South Africa's path from 2024 to 2029. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope you are noting all our concerns and questions and comments as honorable members. And then which one is going to follow, Ariko?
Solidarity is next, Chair. Angela,
Okay.
can you remove your presentation, please?
I must unshare.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm unable to answer. Okay.
Can you assist Rico?
I'm seeing if I can remove it, Chair.
He is saying that he can't.
There we go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Gideon du Plessis. I'm the General Secretary of Solidarity. And honorable members, also thank you for this opportunity. With us is also Helgaard Cronje, our Deputy General Secretary, but I'm going to introduce Tiens Dubuisson, who is our Senior Economic Researcher, and he's going to present on our behalf. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity, honorable members, Chairperson. Just want to make sure everyone see my presentation. Yes, so thank you very much for this privilege to be with you today. Our focus will be on Eskom's role in transforming the South African economy, not just Eskom specifically, although that is almost all of the focus of our presentation, but the energy sector in general, specifically the electricity sector. So in our view, Eskom's three main priorities should be, and there's a few others that we will touch on towards the end, also very important, but the three major priorities in our view should be leadership, skills development, and providing cheap electricity to make affordable electricity provision a key transformation objective. And part of that would be introducing a primary energy market, but I will get to that later on. In terms of skills development, to ensure that required skills are developed and to maintain and advance skills transfer programs. In terms of leadership, once again, to develop leadership, to take a decisive stance for energy security, and also to have succession planning in place. As we know, Eskom is currently making great strides in fixing some of the problems of the past. But what happens when current leadership retires or leaves for greener pastures? So first, if we look at leadership, in the past, Eskom had excellent leadership development programs in place. If you look across the public and private sectors, you'll see many CEOs of companies or ExCo members got their training and essentially grew up as business leaders within Eskom ranks. And that was eroded by some political interference and state capture. Those days are fortunately, they seem to be over now. There seems to be great cooperation between the state and the Department of Electricity specifically, and Eskom leadership. And Eskom does have a history of training exceptional leaders for itself and then eventually also for the public as well as private sectors. So we would like to see that this continue and that this regains a foothold in the culture of Eskom through leadership skills development programs, succession planning, and also strategic continuity, so that we don't get new plans and which essentially turns into crisis control, as we have seen in the last couple of years, which leads to permanent state of crisis control. And you can have no strategic continuity in such a case. It seems that some of the crises have been averted now, and we can now start making proper short-term and long-term plans for Eskom. And we need Eskom's leadership to have the autonomy to ensure that energy security. In terms of skills development, we must see that Eskom has the necessary skills that are needed and that it is acquired when it is needed. Potential shortages must be identified and addressed before they become problematic. That is of the utmost importance, as are skills transfer programs within the organization, that there should be an institutional culture of skills transfer, of leading the next generation to take over. We had a speaker emphasizing youth involvement, and that is immensely important, to have a constant stream of new skills and new skilled laborers into Eskom. They should also have partnerships with training institutions, and that ranges from colleges, even schools, to universities, to ensure that there's a constant supply of skilled labor into the organization. Eskom does provide skilled laborers for others in the energy and utilities environment, as with some of the great leaders in South Africa. Many people working for other companies, specifically in the energy and utilities environment, got their training within Eskom, and Eskom, therefore, as the, I think, 6th largest employer in South Africa, plays an immense role in providing skills to the South African economy. And we also ask that merit-based appointments based on skill should be emphasized, as equity targets have been achieved within Eskom, which is also transforming a massive organization such as Eskom was no small feat, and also important in the South Africa of today. But where I would really like to place the emphasis of today is in providing cheap electricity. And we heard earlier today that between 2,000 and 3,000 people die because of coal related pollution. But I went and looked up the number, and if you think about it, if people don't have access to electricity, or if they have access but they cannot afford electricity, the only real option that's left is to make household fires. And 1.6 million people a year suffer burns due to household fires in South Africa, and that can be almost eradicated. You'll never completely eradicate it, but it can be drastically reduced by giving people access to affordable electricity. We've made great strides as a country to give people access to electricity, standing at 94%. Some sources have it as 90, but either way, it's a massive leap forward over the last few decades in terms of access, but that doesn't go very far if people can't afford to purchase that electricity. And that's become a problem, not just for poor households, but also for the middle class. Electricity prices have gone from being a slight inconvenience to really becoming a large chunk of your household budget, and we don't see that as being sustainable. So, and it's also a key transformation objective. You can't have economic growth without cheap, affordable electricity for industry. We see very low economic growth figures in South Africa over the last few years, and a large part of that is unreliable electricity. And now increasingly, especially smelters, the ferrochrome industry, are saying that they simply can't afford to be operational or competitive at current electricity prices. And it's immensely important for combating inequality, unemployment, and poverty. For every 1% of economic growth, no matter where it comes from, every 1% of economic growth increases total employment by 0.6%. So, yeah, if we don't have access to electricity, we don't have growth, and we don't have an increase in employment. So cheap energy is a primary requirement for economic growth and job creation, especially in the digital age. Electricity is by far the most important energy source. We've seen certain sectors being severely impacted in the past: the glass industry, for instance, the ferrochrome industry, now smelters in general, and all your energy-intensive manufacturing. But also in the IT age, in the age of the information economy, South Africa has missed the transition to an information-based economy because of our expensive electricity. We're now once again missing the AI revolution. Countries like Kenya are outpacing us rapidly. And if someone said 15 years ago, any other African country would outpace South Africa in terms of technology adoption, we would have laughed at them. But the reality is, because of electricity shortages and electricity prices, South Africa is falling behind, not just in the continent, but worldwide. And once that infrastructure has been placed elsewhere in the world and it's skipped over South Africa, those jobs will never come back. That industry would be very hard to take hold in South Africa or to build up from scratch once we've fallen too far behind. So for the prosperity of the country, Eskom must have the reduction of electricity costs as a primary objective. Currently, smelters are threatening closure, as are many other industrial employers. And the key, they always mention two key things, and that's electricity provision and electricity costs, and then also expensive transport costs. So, both of those caused by failures at state-owned industry, and therefore electricity prices should allow energy-intensive businesses to be sustainable. The focus should shift from Eskom's role in transforming South Africa rather than on transforming Eskom. The great American economist Thomas Sowell always talk about first-round effects and second-round effects. So the first round effect may be to change Eskom, but the second round effect of that may be that prices are increased, and what you gain in one place in Eskom, you may lose tenfold in secondary industries that rely on affordable electricity. So I want to stand still on this slide for a moment as well. This is last year's unit cost for electricity. As you can see, coal still remains very competitive price-wise. We're generating energy through coal at about 54 cents per unit. Well, if you take it as kilowatt hours, the general household unit. Nuclear, however, comes in at just over 11 cents a unit. So nothing competes with nuclear in terms of cost. Then we've heard quite a lot about the Eskom-owned OCGTs, the open cycle gas turbines, and I agree, out of necessity, for the sake of energy security, we have no choice but to use them to avoid load shedding. But we have to find a way out of this as soon as possible. We cannot continue burning diesel at the rate that we are and expect industry to remain competitive at the prices that this forces on them. So if that would mean that in the meantime, before we have replaced these OCGTs, if that means we have to reopen some coal power stations, so be it. I'm not a proponent of moving back to coal entirely, but one would have to be truly blind to the facts to propose that we get rid of coal almost overnight and shift to purely renewables. As you can see, some renewable projects are fairly competitive price-wise, but they don't come close to nuclear in any way, shape, or form. So my recommendation would be the adoption of much greater nuclear capability. I see nuclear is being proposed at around 4,000 megawatts of nuclear, but we should be building much bigger than that. And it also does not have to be the very long-term goal as it is. It can be a medium-term goal if we partner up with the right people. Japan and South Korea, for instance, are building massive nuclear power plants in 4 or 5 years' time. It might take a bit longer, but there's no reason for it to be a 20-year project, as some are currently proposing. So yeah, in my ideal, for the short term, we would have to increase the use of renewables purely because of the fact that they can be erected and linked up to the transmission system within months rather than years. If we need to open up some of the closed down or mothballed coal plants, we need to do that. But long term, we have to look into greater nuclear capability. Even if we have to double or even triple the cost of nuclear to make up for the capital layout that would still be worthwhile. It would still remain by far the cheapest means of generating electricity. Here's an illustration of how price increases have impacted South Africans over the last, since the year 2000. As you can see, inflation overall came in at around 400%, whereas electricity prices were increased by 1,600. So 16 times compared to 4 times the general cost of living. No wonder electricity purchases have become such a massive part of most people's general household budget, and even people with access to electricity are reverting to household fires. Here's another study from Power Optimal, where they took how much for 400 units of electricity would cost compared to the median salary for that year, and it went out on from 2007 being just over 15% to 2018 being 44.8%. So if you earn below median income, you quite simply cannot afford electricity today. When we look at the primary energy cost, these bottom two lines are important. The blue line is Eskom, and the yellow line is India's largest power producer, the NTPC. And before 2011, they have roughly the same energy mix as us, mostly coal, some nuclear, some renewables. Before 2011, we used to generate electricity primary energy cost at roughly the same amount. Some years Eskom was a bit cheaper, most years it was almost identical. And then from 2011, when localization and other preferential procurement became Eskom policy and started to be enforced, that jumped by an average year-on-year of 27%, that it now costs South Africa more to generate electricity than it does in India. And then, as I've said, it's primary energy costs. So then municipalities still add their costs on, and the consumer eventually lands in a position where they can no longer afford electricity. So to attain this objective of cheap electricity, emphasis should be on cheaper sources of primary energy, with certain caveats, like for availability's sake, some renewables must be phased in because they are very quick to phase in, but over a longer term, we need to shift to cheaper sources such as nuclear. The phasing out of the coal fleet should not be rushed until other cost-effective primary energy sources have been adopted. But private-public partnerships should not be limited to renewables, but should also be used to fund new nuclear capacity. And I think that's a very important one. If I say public-private, we should look to South African investors first to localize this, to limit this effect of, as some other presenters have said, the capital outflows out of South Africa. If it must come to that, then we should not look past international investors, but our first preference should always be South African investment for the benefit of South Africa and profit to South Africans as far as possible. Why I propose private-public partnerships is simply because Eskom currently does not have the capital to fund such projects themselves. And if they can get the generation capacity without much capital layout, then that's a true win for all South Africans. The pricing structure must also be changed to assist poor households and struggling industries. And this should also, in the new public pricing structure, include two-way metering in an open electricity market with peak and off-peak purchasing tariffs. And the reason for that is we need private battery storage as well. And if you only offer one price, then it doesn't make much sense for storage operators to harvest energy and then sell it at one price. So we need peak pricing as well for that. And it has to make these investments worthwhile. Other very important priorities from a solidarity perspective is that in terms of unbundling, we now recommend that we retain distribution within the current Eskom structures and only unbundle transmission. Reason for that is we've done the math, and distribution cannot be a self-sustaining entity on its own. Transmission should facilitate the open electricity market to enable private generators. Therefore, it cannot be too closely linked to Eskom generation and distribution. It should be an objective facilitator of these transactions. And then very importantly to us from an organized labor perspective is that we should preserve labor relations by retaining centralized union recognition under the Eskom holding company, with agreements being binding to all who fall under the Eskom umbrella. We already see that some Eskom industries that are under the holding company. In general, if we reach an agreement with Eskom, the same agreement is implemented with other companies under the Eskom umbrella, and we'd like to see that continue for an unbundled transmission as well. The unbundling process must be clear and transparent, both to the public and to employees and unions. Then when it comes to the just energy transition, we would like to emphasize private sector electricity generation for no other reason than that it is generally much faster. This is already happening at a commendable pace, but more should be done to facilitate both large and small producers to connect to the grid. The coal fleet should be retained until they have been adequately replaced. And where it is replaced, care should be taken to create new infrastructure in current locations to prevent communities from becoming destitute. We've heard of a previous presenter talk about these energy generating towns becoming ghost towns once the power plant disappears. That has to be avoided as far as possible. If coal is being replaced by renewables, let the renewable capacity as far as possible be within those communities, have people be reskilled, and also help facilitate the creation of new businesses within those communities. Nuclear generation should be prioritized and accelerated. And then lastly, the IRP 2025 should be finalized as soon as possible. Thank you very much on behalf of Solidarity. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Solidarity. Ariko, let's go to the next presentation.
Dr. Kruger, Chair.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Thank you very much for having me. It's great to see all of you again. Yes, my name is Vikas Kruger. I am from Power Futures Lab. We are a research group at the University of Cape Town's Business School. And I'm very honored to present to the committee today. Let me just quickly share my screen. Let me quickly swap displays. Great. Please, can you confirm you can see my slides?
Yes, Doc. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. So good afternoon, honorable members. So our concern and what I'm hoping to emphasize today is that reforms on paper are great, but the implementation, I think, is really important, and the institutions that need to drive this needs to be properly capacitated. Building on the presentations you've heard today, I want to focus on the risks if reforms stall and the opportunities if they are seen through. And I'm going to focus specifically on Eskom's unbundling, on grid access, on the capacity of Numsa, and on protecting affordability for the poor. Why specifically focus on reform? So it's really important to recognize that Eskom has been the backbone of South Africa's electricity supply industry, and it has really been vital to driving industrialization and development. But today, the concentration of risk in a single institution has become one of our greatest vulnerabilities. And as the president has often put this, all our eggs are in Eskom's basket, and when it breaks, the economy suffers. This over-reliance means that whenever Eskom falters, whether it's through plant breakdowns or financial distress or governance failures, the whole country pays a price. The case for reform, therefore, is not about abandoning Eskom, but it is about diversifying risk and widening participation in generation and supply. By doing so, we strengthen resilience, we improve security of supply, and we create opportunities for new investment and innovation that one company alone cannot deliver. So unbundling is sometimes portrayed as weakening Eskom, but in fact, it is about strengthening the whole system by protecting the grid. At present, Eskom both generates electricity and owns a transmission grid, and this creates a conflict of interest because the grid must give fair and transparent access to all generators, not only Eskom's own plants. By moving transmission into the National Transmission Company of South Africa, we establish an independent entity that can manage the grid on behalf of all users. And I want to really emphasize here that the NTCSA will remain 100% state-owned. It is not privatization, it is restructuring within public ownership to ensure fair and transparent operation of the grid. And with an independent NTCSA, Eskom can concentrate on fixing its generation fleet and financial health, while investors gain confidence that they will be treated on equal terms. And this reform reduces system risk, it enables new investment, and it strengthens Eskom by allowing it to focus on what it must do best. The single biggest barrier to unlocking new power projects at the moment is congestion on the grid, and it's not a lack of investment appetite. At the moment, grid access is managed through Eskom's interim grid capacity allocation rules, and this has led to uncertainty, disputes, and long queues. In the short term, Numsa's draft grid capacity allocation rules are a positive step to make the process more transparent and fair and predictable. And Parliament should ensure that they are finalized and enforced with urgency and that they really address the key issues of uncertainty and lack of transparency. But the grid access unit is still housed in Eskom distribution, which creates an obvious conflict of interest, and that must now migrate also to the NTCSA to ensure fair and transparent allocation of capacity. Parliament's oversight is crucial to ensure that this migration actually happens and that it is not delayed or diluted. But the deeper reform is about where the grid sits institutionally. So the new transmission company must be established outside Eskom Holdings, and the transmission assets must be transferred to it directly, not leased back from Eskom. It's really important here to emphasize again that there's founding legislation that needs to be put in place for the NTCSA to be established as an independent entity outside of Eskom Holdings. So only with real asset ownership, meaning the transmission assets move to the NTCSA, will it be able to return to investment grade, and it will be able to access low-cost capital markets, which it needs to fund grid expansion at scale and at low cost. The NTCSA, if it remains structurally tied to Eskom's balance sheet, it will effectively inherit all of Eskom's credit constraints, and that is going to delay grid build-out and make it much more expensive. So our transmission development plan, when I say our, I mean the Eskom transmission development plan, shows that we need more than 14,000 kilometers of lines and more than 170 transformers within the next 10 years. Eskom on its own cannot finance or deliver this on its own, even if you have an independent NTCSA. And so it's important that we also think about mechanisms that crowd in or allow for co-investment by the private sector. Parliament's role here is really to ensure that that the NTCSA is fully independent and that the framework for private participation is developed quickly and transparently. If this is achieved, we can clear the log jam of stalled projects. and unlock billions of new investment that is needed to ensure that the grid enables rather than blocks South Africa's economic growth. Beyond fixing the grid allocation process, South Africa also faces a much larger investment challenge. Our coal fleet is old, and it is rapidly reaching the end of its operational life. Over the next decade, we will need to replace a large share of the fleet, while also adding new capacity to ensure that we have sufficient reserve capacity. Eskom no longer has the balance sheet to finance this. Its debt burden and weak credit rating mean it cannot raise the kind of capital required for large-scale new generation and transmission. And the state is also fiscally constrained. There's competing priorities: health, education, social grant, security. And it means that the investment bill for the power sector cannot be shouldered by the state alone. And that is why the private sector is important here. Globally and in Africa, we see that when reforms create clarity and predictability and incredible institutions, private capital actually flows in at scale and at affordable rates. But the capital does not come unless the rules are fair and the regulator is strong and the grid is accessible. And so Parliament's role is to ensure that these reforms are implemented so that South Africa can attract the low-cost, long-term investment we urgently need. Without this, we are going to remain stuck in this cycle of crisis management. And with it, we can unlock the billions in new finance, build the plants and lines we need, and ensure a more resilient and affordable energy sector. Successful reform is not only about passing laws or publishing plans, but it really depends on whether the institutions responsible for implementation are credible and capable. So there's a few that I'd like to highlight here. The first is the IPP office, or the Independent Power Producer Office, which has played a critical role in bringing private investment into generation, but it still sits in an ad hoc arrangement. So it needs a permanent home. And it most logically, it will fit under the Central Procurement Authority or Agency, which would sit within the NTCSA. And that would give it a stronger mandate to coordinate procurement on behalf of the state and also hopefully ensure better alignment with grid transmission planning. The market operator, which also sits under the NTCSA, and which will underpin the South African wholesale electricity market, must be capacitated to ensure that there is sufficient diversification, enough competition, and transparency. And without this, there is a serious risk that we just end up perpetuating market power abuse by dominant players. And then there is Numsa, which I will address on the next slide. Numsa has been given sweeping new responsibilities under the Electricity Regulation Amendment Act, but currently lacks the systems, skills, and governance culture to fully deliver on that. Without strong institutions, and I include here again the IPP office, the market operator, and Numsa, the reform agenda risks being stalled or being captured. And so Parliament has a central role in overseeing these institutions, ensuring they are capable, that they're independent and accountable. And there's a lot of leverage available through budget appropriations, oversight, and legislative amendments to ensure that these institutions are not left undercapacitated. Just quickly on the regulator, Numsa. So as I said, under the new Electricity Regulation Amendment Act, Numsa will be the custodian and the enforcer of the electricity market framework. Its responsibilities are really wide-ranging, which includes licensing generation and transmission and distribution operators, as well as traders and the market operator. It also will still approve tariffs, ensure that there's non-discriminatory access to the grid, monitor compliance, and enforce penalties when the rules are broken. Numsa is furthermore tasked with approving proper cross-subsidies so that affordability and equity remain embedded in the system. And these are exactly the responsibilities we need a strong, credible regulator to carry out. But the reality is that that is not always the case, and Numsa does need to have further capacity to be able to fully dispense of these responsibilities. So as an example, in the current grid allocation debates, the market is really looking to Numsa to step in and ensure that there's fairness and transparency. And if it can't deliver, then investor confidence is suffering and projects remain stuck. So Parliament really has a vital role to play here, not just in mandating Numsa's responsibilities, but in ensuring that it has the resources, the capacity, and the accountability to become a center of regulatory excellence. Without a credible independent Numsa, no amount of policy reform will translate into the kind of real investment outcomes or lower costs that we need for South Africans. Then on to municipalities. The current municipal revenue model is structurally unsustainable. This is not just about under collection of revenue. It's really about mismanagement and a lack of technical and managerial capacity, and often the diversion of funds that should be going to Eskom. On the slide, you see municipal arrears to Eskom, and that's projected to grow to more than 100 billion this year. So NECOM has an electricity distribution industry reform roadmap, which recognizes that there's no one-size-fits-all solution, and will propose likely multiple flexible pathways to deal with these challenges. For some municipalities, this may mean, stronger support and capacity building. For others, it might mean, aggregating them into larger, more viable entities, or even Eskom distribution taking over failing distributors. And there's the opportunity as well to bring in private sector expertise on certain issues such as billing, metering, or even concessions. But the principle, I believe, is going to be a carrot and stick approach. Municipalities that improve should be supported, but where there's persistent failure, interventions are going to be unavoidable. And Parliament's role is to provide the political cover for these reforms and to ensure that they are consistently and fairly implemented, both in the national interest and the benefits of citizens overall. Affordability and appropriate tariffs. So this is one of the biggest concerns whenever people talk about reform, especially affordability for poor households. And I just want to emphasize here that the reforms on the table at the moment is not about abandoning the poor. On the contrary, they can strengthen protections while lowering overall system costs. So, and that happens through a number of mechanisms. The one is more competition. And so where there is more competition in generation, it can reduce average cost over time, and new investment improves reliability, which also lowers the hidden costs on households and businesses that are currently having to pay through load shedding and increasing tariffs. And crucially, again, the state retains the power to regulate tariffs for captive customers. And so NERSA will continue to approve tariffs and has the mandate to ensure that they are cost effective, but also socially responsible. Appropriate tariff structures, which includes cross subsidies and lifeline tariffs, remain firmly in place. But Parliament should also be aware that in many municipalities, free basic electricity subsidies are not being passed through to households as intended. And this is a serious failure of governance. It means that money meant to cushion the poor is being diverted or lost. And so Parliament's oversight role is really essential to ensure that municipalities actually deliver FPE to people that need them. By strengthening the oversight on these kind of issues, Parliament can ensure that the reforms protect the poor and deliver a more affordable, reliable system for everyone. So I've spoken a lot about fixes, but I also think it's worth just reflecting on the opportunities here. It's not just about the fixes. There's lots of new investment and jobs and growth opportunities for South Africa, possibly as from these reforms and the transition more general. So around the world, we can see what is possible. I've included some slides here or graphs from China. So in 2024 alone, China added about 445 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity. That's more than India's entire power system. Also for context, I mean, South Africa's entire electricity system sits at around 50 to 60 gigawatts, depending on how you measure it. It's a massive addition. And that build-out created huge supply chains, jobs, and industries. And at the same time, we're seeing electricity in China now providing 30% of total energy use. And it means that China is becoming the first major electro state. So electricity is really now the backbone of its economy. It powers homes, factories, and transport, especially transport, but also new industries. And yes, China is building new coal, but the role of coal is shifting in China, right? It's increasingly a backup technology, and the real engine of growth is renewables and storage and electrification. And I think this is a lesson for us. If South Africa can get reform right, we can unlock billions in private investment. We can create jobs in construction, operations, and manufacturing. And we can reduce the costs and unreliability that are holding our economy back. Reform positions us to not just stabilize the present, but to become a regional energy powerhouse that really exports not only skills, but also products and energy to our neighbors. And it allows us to build a new kind of economy that's just and inclusive. And I think it's worth reflecting on what kind of future we want to build through the energy economy in this instance. Honourable members, let me conclude with a few clear priorities for Parliament support. First, the Department of Electricity and Energy needs your support in publishing and driving a new power sector reform roadmap so that all stakeholders have clarity and direction. And I think it's worth reflecting here on the Transnet reform roadmap that has been published, and we need something similar for the energy sector. I think you've heard several times now today that there's more clarity needed. Secondly, ensure that the National Transmission Company migrates to a new transmission system operator as mandated in the ERA Act, and crucially that it's outside of Eskom Holdings with full ownership of assets so that it can return to investment grade and finance grade expansion. Third, strengthen Numsa's capacity so that it can incredibly enforce fair rules, regulate tariffs, and protect the public interest. Fourth, back NECOM's municipal reform pathways, recognizing that structural and sustainability requires a range of solutions, from capacity support to aggregation and distribution agency agreements where necessary. Fifth, uphold affordability and appropriate tariffs, and strengthen oversight to ensure free basic electricity subsidies actually reach the households they're intended for. Finally, recognize that Eskom alone cannot meet all of South Africa's energy needs. Eskom must coexist effectively with new private investment within a framework where the national interests, reliability, and affordable power for all South Africans comes first. Together, Parliament and the Executive can secure South Africa's power future, turning today's challenges into tomorrow's opportunities. And so, honourable members, as I think you've heard several times today, we are at a crossroads. If the reforms are implemented with consistency and with courage, we can unlock the investment and jobs in reliable electricity that we as a country and as citizens so urgently need. And your oversight and your support will be decisive to make sure that this transition is fair, affordable, and firmly in the national interest. Chair, honourable members, I thank you for your attention, and I look forward to your questions and supporting the committee's vital work on South Africa's power future. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. And then, Ariko, how many left?
I see that Rudy just came on the platform, Chair, from the presidency, Rudy Dix.
So it's only him that is left.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, let's also allow him to present. Then we get to questions and comments.
Sorry, Chair. May I proceed, Honourable Chair?
Yes, proceed.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Honourable Chair.
The platform is yours.
Wonderful. We have two presentations, Honourable Chair. One is just a quick update that I'll take you through on Operation Vunululela with a focus simply on energy. And then the second presentation that you've asked us for is on an update just on the just energy transition. And I think that would be important. I have my colleague here, Mr. Neil Cole. He is one of the senior managers in the JET PMU, which is under my office in the PMO. Please just allow me to bring up the presentation. If I may just share. Ariko, I've got sharing rights, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can that be seen?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. I'll go through it quite quickly. And thank you, Honourable Chair and Honourable members. And thank you allowing us, and my apologies, Honorable Mvana, for the confusion. I have taken some leave, but certainly was not going to miss this. And I think there was some miscommunication. So I'm sorry that we've slightly messed up the program on this last part of your session going forward. But again, just to quickly remind honorable members, Operation Vunululela, of course, was the structural reform program that was announced as part of the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Program. It comes out of a joint initiative between the Presidency and the National Treasury, and it looked at 5 key initial areas, which was largely the reform process in the network sector, energy reforms, including dealing with the immediate crisis, logistics reforms, particularly ports and freight rail, again, dealing with the immediate crisis, and of course, long-term reform, telecommunications, visa reforms, as well as water reforms. Of course, the approach that we have taken is an important methodology in the way we've done this. Operation Vunululela is a coordinating structure between ourselves and the National Treasury. Ultimately, we partner with implementing departments and entities like SOEs in implementing the reforms. What has, of course, happened is that this is just a snapshot largely, and I want to look at the second and third point there of the sort of successes of OV1, which ended at the end of the term last year. We adopted OV2 on the 16th of March. Cabinet adopted it officially, and I'll get you through that. But certainly, I think what we were relatively successful in doing is getting through 94% of the 55 indicators or actions that we were tracking and monitoring. We unlocked 500 billion rand worth of investment. 90% of that, 90% of that, over 390, it's actually not 90%, 390 billion of the 500 billion is energy. With the change that we did in the Schedule 2 of the old Electricity and Regulatory Act was to allow for private sector investment in generation, but not only for behind the meter, because that was quite significant. We've allowed for registration, and we had allowed it for own use, irrespective of where your offtake was. So if you built a generation plant, a 100 utility scale, 100 or 200 megawatt plant out in the Northern Cape, and you want to dispatch your electrons across the system, and you had 3 or 4 plants that you needed to have energy, that is what we allowed. Though that was a fundamental overhaul in the way that the system had initially adopted, where you could use only for own use behind the meter, and then you had to significantly go through a very difficult process of licensing. This was an important, and of course, the positive consequences is that you had a flurry, and still do, of what we track, 22.5 gigawatts of energy at utility scale being invested in power. So I thought that is perhaps the most important. On the second wave of reform, it's again guided by the same delivery focus that we developed and aim at supporting execution. I think, honorable members, this is the key. We provide a quarterly update that is publicly known, and we launched that through the ministers and the deputy ministers. We have clear targets. We've got clear prioritizations in OV2. We've got 30 actions that we track and report against. There are many sub-actions in that, but what we do report on is the 30 actions. We do have a strong monitoring and strong accountability mechanisms. Of course, as we've reported on previously, the political responsibility for the reform rests with the president. This is his program that he's taken on, and we are the technical team together with many others in doing that. Again, it's about boosting inclusive economic growth, getting investment going and employment. It's about repositioning, and this is fundamental and quite important. It is not about privatization, and I want to emphasize that. It's about creating competition and repositioning state-owned enterprises that will continue to play a fundamental role, particularly in the energy and logistics space. That's an important part. And I think this is quite critical, where both state-owned enterprises and the private sector can collectively drive investments in infrastructure and improve operational performance. It's about sometimes short-term, but mostly medium to long-term, so you don't always see the results immediately, although we've seen some of those results immediately in energy, as you saw with the crisis committee work that we've done. We've got to strike a balance because there's always pressure on us to be able to have quick wins and lasting changes. I think it's quite important for us to drive the reform program to its logical conclusion. And this is the point that the president makes. I don't want to see half-hearted approaches on the reform. We've got to finish it and then say we've done it. And, the legacy is that it will continue, of course. There are 7 reform areas, so we've sort of bumped it up from 5 to 7. One will probably fall away at the end of September. This is the reform visas, and this is, of course, the fundamental reforms that we've made over there around points-based system for skilled visas, the visas for trusted employer scheme that self-regulates intercompany visas for multinationals, the nomad visa, or the visas that allow people who work in different parts of the world to be able to live and work in South Africa. Today, the DHA is working through a electronic travel authorization system, but that's not the focus. We'll continue to do the 3 major reforms that we take over from OV1. There's energy, and I'll focus on that, logistics, and water infrastructure. We've also then decided on 3 critical ones that are going to be important for us. And this is, as you can see, the 5 were more at network sectors that looks at the overall macroeconomy and for us to be able to make those changes. The sort of focus will remain at that level, but more inclusiveness. So the inclusivity around addressing fundamental reforms and ensuring that we have well-functioning local government that can provide basic services is going to be critical. And we all know that we see that level of dysfunctionality. More importantly, for this portfolio committee, there is a focus on the utilities, in particular water and electricity, and the reform on the electricity distribution sector that we'll refer to. Harnessing digital public infrastructure is another important area, and that has been quite a significant sort of progress with a big focus here on digital identification and digital payment systems. And then, of course, dealing with spatial inequality and introducing a demand-side rental subsidy, including public transportation reforms that are going to be quite critical for us to be able to deal with the spatial inequality. Now, you can see those 3 are quite complex. They're quite intense, detailed. They require potentially a whole series of significant changes that are there, but we've looked at it from a focus point of view. Again, we're not going to focus on those ones. And if the portfolio committee would like us at a later stage to present on the broader reforms, that is it. We're going to focus on the energy reforms. The reforms in the electricity sector, of course, remains the most urgent priority, right? It is a decisive moment for us. Load shedding has cost the economy billions, but I think what we have been able to do exceptionally well with Eskom is to stabilize. We're not completely out of the woods yet, in my view. I think that the only way we can do that is twofold: improving, of course, plant performance, and I'm certain that we've seen those presentations around EAF, and reducing the level of reducing the level of trips and unplanned load losses. Those are going to be critical. But ultimately, what is going to end and ensure security, load shedding and insecurity, is getting more generation capacity, and that's what we need to focus on. So energy is going to be critical. It is other than logistics, it is the major drive of growth. If we are not able to produce sufficient energy to drive the economic growth of 3%, then we are going to continue to stay in the sort of dismal position of having low growth and not achieving above 2 or 3% that we've set ourselves at. Of course, Neil will talk about the just energy transition, but that's an important part of us around ensuring long-term. What we did do was, if you look at the achievements in phase 1, we've done regulatory changes to enable private investment in electricity generation, and that was done in Schedule 2 and the ERA. We've created NTCSA, that is an independent entity, still with Eskom Holdings as the shareholder, but eventually the ERA sets that into a completely fully independent transmission system operator, as set out in the 1998 white paper that was adopted by government. I said about the Electricity Regulatory Regulation Amendment Act that allows for competitive electricity. And then, of course, we've seen significant rooftop solar that has doubled in the last few years. And then, of course, a world-class renewable energy procurement program that has seen over 10 gigawatts coming onto the grid and more of that coming in. For phase two, what we set out of the 30 priorities, which is the 5 over here, is to complete the restructuring of Eskom and establish a fully independent transmission system operator, to establish a competitive wholesale market for electricity generation. This is fundamental, and there are lots of steps. I'm certainly that the DEE colleagues and the Eskom had given an update yesterday and today. Streamlining the regulatory approvals to make it easier for new generators to come on, including, for example, what the minister has announced on the independent transmission projects, allowing for different models of investments in the electricity and energy space, reforming fundamentally the electricity distribution, because this is quite critical for us to create financially stable and operationally sound utilities in municipalities that are going to be quite critical, and then, of course, strengthen the national transmission network. I just wanted to show you 2 quick slides. What we have seen, as I said, is 400 billion rand in private investment when we made the first change. Now, what you saw between 2022, 21 to 22, was the sort of normal registration where the Act allowed for you to register 1 megawatt and less. These are small-scale embedded generation, SSEG. When we made that change, what you see was an exponential growth in the amount of registrations. Now, this is one data point. There are many data points, but this is a useful data point because this is sort of the next step towards financial close for projects. The next step while you register this is for you to be able to get your budget quote or your access, your grid point, and then you're able to achieve you can go there and, of course, achieve your financial close, and you then announce a commercial operation date. So this data point is something that's quite close to a point where you can actually start building. So when we started this in 2022, Numsa has now registered more than just under 2,000 facilities with a capacity of 11.7 gigawatts. Remember, there are different data points, so that doesn't always tally up with what we have, which we track separately from Numsa as well. And that's quite important, and that totals about 225 billion rand. These projects are quite critical to get into financial close and commercial operation date, and many of them are sort of at a point where they either require cost estimate letters or budget quotes which are related to the wires. That means getting access to the grid, building their facility, and using, of course, the distribution and transmission network to be able to ensure that they dispatch their electrons to their customers. What's important about this is that the vast majority are not off-takers from Eskom. This is private generation investments where the off-taker is a Pick n Pay, an Anglo mine, a shopping mall, a wholesaler that's Macro, or a data center. So the importance of the change in the model where Eskom was the single sort of off-taker is quite critical to understand that. So you're introducing a competitive market where the electrons are bought by private operators and they don't have to pass through Eskom. They're using the infrastructures, but they're bought up by an off-taker that is not Eskom. And I think that's fundamental, and it's the start and introduction of competition going forward. This is another interesting one around a potential installed generation capacity. We've done a bit of modeling and we track this. And again, what you see, this is both public and private projections. We do 2023, 2025. We had to adjust, as you can see, from 2025 to 2023, but literally getting to plus 35 gigawatts of energy that would be both public and private by 2030. Of course, as you can see, the blue numbers reflect the actuals, and we're way behind target, as you can see. We're 50% of that in 2025, although we haven't completed the year. There are a number of issues relating to that, and in particular, the biggest frustration, of course, in the reform is access to the grid. We need to, of course, invest in greater transmission, but we also need to change the rules. Numsa, of course, has introduced grid access rules. That's an important point because it allows them to be able to set fair, transparent rules and the rules that everybody can see when I'm applying for grid. These are the rules. It has to be consistent and applied consistently. This is one of the things. When there's scarcity of something, people always try and manipulate and find ways to be able to ensure that. But this gives you a good sense of what we're tracking over a period of time and why we feel confident that if we allow the reform to continue, that you'll see this investment by private sector being quite critical over and above the investments that a combination of Eskom or other public investments through the IPP program going forward. This is just a snapshot of this, and I want to go straight to, you can see electricity, which is the first one. The first ring basics electricity. So 40% is on track and 60% is on track, requiring a bit of support going forward. So over and above, I think that the department and Eskom is on track to be able to ensure that the reform is driven when we said that. So where we are right now, my second last slide, is that we've already done the Electricity Regulatory Amendment Acts, and that came into effect from the 25. It's important that it's quite clear around enabling a competitive electricity market, and many of the portfolio members, honorable members over here, and those who have been in the previous administration had gone through quite a lengthy public process of to and fro to reach, I think, a suitable sort of mechanism that creates a competitive market. NTCSA has applied now for a market operator license under the new era, because it will, as it shifts to become an independent TSO, will have to be in the center of it. It will buy electrons, it will buy from Eskom generation, it will buy from private sector. It has to, in a sense, be the system operator. It will have to do balancing. It will have to buy electrons on markets, day-ahead, hour-ahead markets. It is important that the system operator has that license. And of course, we know this is not always transferable, but it's an important part of a market operator license that has not happened before. A national wheeling framework also is going to be quite critical for us to ensure that when private operators are on the grid, that there are agreements between distributors where electrons need to move from one part of the country to another part. That's what wheeling is all about, that there are rules in place to ensure that that does happen. There's, of course, bid window 5 projects, battery storage projects that is there, the ministerial determination for 1,164 kilometers, and the minister is on track to ensure that we go to the market by the end of October, as I understand it. The regulations have been done, and we have completed the EDI roadmap through the National Energy Crisis Committee. We've handed this over to the department, and they're busy processing. This does fundamentally support, sorry, let me just say, this does fundamentally support the DAA that the minister and the department is doing. The DAA is, of course, quite critically an important intervention in the short run to try and deal with that. The EDI roadmap, and again, we could present that at a different place, is critically to ensure that we deal with the distribution sector as a whole. It is going through a critical challenge, and there are quite significant changes that we have to make. We attempted this many years before. This, of course, didn't work. Our attempt again is to try and see how we deal with a efficient, sustainable, and distribution industry that will be able to do that. The next steps, as you see there, is to get the license approved, to develop the market code, for us to be able to ensure that we finalize transmission regulations and the RFQ for the ITB going forward. Honorable Chair, and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, that's my slide there. And thank you so much, an update on the OV reforms relating to energy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And then, Ariko?
Neil Cole is going to present on the JET Chair.
Oh, okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, members. Chair, to start, I hope I am audible.
Yes, sir.
Yes, you are.
Great, thank you. I must apologize. I won't be switching my camera on. I had to have an eye operation, and I don't want to expose the the members to my appearance at the moment. So please excuse me for not switching on my camera. But to start with a clarification, in one of the presentations yesterday, the JET investment plan was referred to as a policy document. The investment plan is a plan. It is informed by several policies across the environment, climate, and energy space. And it is a typical plan, as I will set out in the next slide. What I want to do is to provide a progress essentially on the 6 JET portfolios, speak a bit about the progress with finance and the disbursements, and then I'll end off with a short presentation on the JET funding platform. So a typical plan in that the investment plan sets out a goal, and that goal is to decarbonize the economy within a target range. That target range is taken from our updated NDC within a range of 350 to 420 megatons of CO2 emissions equivalent. And like a typical plan, we costed it. It's going to require over the next 5 years, well, not the next 5 years, but 5-year period, starting in 2023, an amount of 1.5 trillion. We are going to mobilize resources to realize the plan from multiple sources, developed countries, and developed countries have already provided that initial pledge starting at 8.5. That's now reached 13.9 billion US dollars. We will need, as Rudy has emphasized, really extensive private sector investors, development finance institutions, and these include local and domestic being the DBSA, the IDC, government budget, philanthropies that have already pledged their support for especially the funding platform, and then multilateral development banks, and in particular the World Bank and the African Development Bank, but not confined just to those two. I mean, the Asian Infrastructure and Investment Bank have also been in discussion with us, as well as the new Development Bank, otherwise known as the BRICS Bank. Like all good plans, this plan has priorities. Its priorities within the electricity sector, new energy vehicles, which is really about how do we transform from our ICE capacity, manufacturing capacity, to new energy vehicles, and then green hydrogen as the third priority. And then 2 cross-cutting areas, and that is skills development, and municipalities. And just to clarify here, that the investments required in Mpumalanga is embedded in the electricity priority area. But this plan needs to be implemented in a way that protects vulnerable workers and communities. And the presentation by Noam follows on a consultation that we had with the National Union of Mine Workers earlier this week, where a lot of the sentiments expressed was also shared with us at that stakeholder consultation. We also need an energy plan that doesn't a transition that doesn't jeopardize energy security, that expands on energy access, a point that was made several times in yesterday's presentations, and also a point emphasized by the Minister and the department. We need a transition that promotes industrial development, drives innovation, develops sustainable livelihoods, enables economic diversification, especially in the Mpumalanga province, because of the impact that the electricity decarbonization efforts are going to have on that province. And then very importantly, spurs inclusive economic growth. So just a last point on the background, we started off with an investment plan, and the investment plan was approved by Cabinet at the end of 2022. At the beginning of 2023, the President presented the investment plan to the PCC to undertake consultations, and also then alongside that established a JET project management unit to draft an implementation plan that really sets out the roadmap in terms of each of those priorities, the three main ones, as well as the cross-cutting priorities. This is where we stand in terms of our international pledges. This table is not a comprehensive table in that it doesn't include the investments that are ongoing on the Renewable Energy Independent Power Producer Program, investments being undertaken by municipalities, investments being undertaken by corporates in terms of small scale as well as utility scale solar and wind. This really speaks to the pledges that include the pledges of the International Partnership Group and those other international partners that have come on board post the 8.5 billion pledge, but those that are not part of the IPG, but that we are counting as part of these pledges because they have made these commitments. It is a bit of a busy table because we've included the pledged amount and the amounts that have been allocated. So if we go to the second column under grants, I'm just going to run through this very quickly. Under grants, we can see that 91% of the grants that have been pledged, totaling $865 million, 91% has already been allocated. When it comes to highly concessional loans, I mean, these are the loans with a interest rate around 1%, grace period of 8%, and 10 years between 20 and 30 years, a grace period of 8 years, 10 years of 20 to 30 years. We've not moved on the highly concessional loans yet because these highly concessional loans here are linked to the Accelerated Coal Transition Investment Plan, and that's a plan that is now moving into implementation, but we've not drawn down any of those funds yet. On concessional loans, 16% has been allocated. What hinders this is that much of this was intended for Eskom projects. The borrowing moratorium linked to the debt relief package that was provided by the Treasury stopped Eskom from borrowing. And there's also a more cautious approach being taken by the Treasury in terms of issuing the sovereign guarantees needed as a condition for these concessional loans. Policy loans have moved. A policy loan is where there's borrowing by the National Treasury to support the budget, but that borrowing is linked to a set of outcome indicators, and those are mainly putting in place certain policy, and there may be other forms of policy loans that may have more specific results attached to them. The results-based loan that was received from the French Development Agency required the launch of the municipal JET Council, as well as the JET Skills Desk. So all of that have been allocated. Commercial capital, this would be typically commercial products that are provided by DFIs, one of them being British International Investment, No Fund would be another. And typically they would provide equity and commercial debt into an investment such as a renewable energy independent power producer program, whether it's wind or solar, but to take out equity alongside domestic investors. And then on export credits, the pledged amount, which is only the Spanish that have pledged this product, and we've not had any amount allocated. And this would be fairly typical in that it's only once that project pipeline gets developed that you would see these types of products being accessed. I mean, with the transmission investments in transmission grid investments that are expected, these would be the typical type of instruments that would be used if there are companies that are going to be importing the parts for the transmission grid. On the electricity portfolio, and I'm going to speed it up a bit, on transmission, this has been spoken about fairly extensively in the presentation by DEE yesterday. We have identified an amount of about between 3.5 billion to 5 billion US dollars as part of the international pledges that can be allocated to the NTCSA as a contribution towards the investment that is required for transmission grid infrastructure. What has held this up has been the reluctance to provide the sovereign guarantees, and also the condition that hinders Eskom borrowing. But you'll see in the last bullet, the NT and the World Bank has been working on a credit guarantee vehicle with the support of the JET PMU. And the credit guarantee vehicle is a non-insurance instrument that shifts the requirement of the sovereign guarantee onto this non-insurance vehicle, where it is the vehicle that then guarantees the investment and does that de-risking of the mobilization of private finance into transmission. And we know, I mean, the point was made by Rudy and also in the DEE presentation that we need 14,000 kilometers of transmission lines over the next decade. On repowering, repurposing, and retiring of coal plants, so embedded in the JET investment plan is a plan called the Accelerating Coal Transition Investment Plan. And this plan is a plan to finance the decommissioning of the next 3 coal power stations. But important points to emphasize here is that we are learning from the Komati shortcoming. We are approaching the next 3 stations where in a multi-phased approach, where we are starting with community development projects that then goes into the repowering aspects so that we deal with the energy security concerns. We then move into repurposing, and repurposing would look at not only the repurposing of the unit itself, but also what are the opportunities for agrovoltaics, what are the opportunities for microgrid factories, etc., before you start moving into the actual decommissioning of the coal power station. So not a linear approach, which was pretty much the Komati approach, but a multi-phase approach that is comprehensive and where the financing package covers all aspects required for decommissioning, that addresses the capacity replacement, the repurposing, the community development projects that are required. And you can also then add on to that the energy efficiency projects, distributive generation, etc. It is a well-structured financing package in that you have 50 million in grants, you have 450 million in highly concessional finance. So this is almost free money. And what this 500 million does is that it leverages additional contributions from development banks and the private sector with a total of 2.6 billion. The Mpumalanga portfolio, in terms of the priorities, ensuring that there's effective stakeholder engagement, to mobilize the funding that is required to develop a project pipeline. And these would be what we'd call viable projects that are going to be largely SMME, largely community-based projects. And when I speak about the funding platform, we will get more details on this. But the support that has to go to these projects has to be in project preparation, matchmaking, as I said, with the JET funding platform. We're working very closely with the province, and the province has appointed or set up a just transition and climate change coordinating committee, and they've appointed the Mpumalanga Green Cluster Agency as the secretariat. So work has started on growing and developing a pipeline of JET projects, and it's these JET projects that now need to be matured in the project preparation stage, in the financing type of financing that is best suited, fit for purpose for that project, and then for the funding platform to go and find the funding that is fit for purpose for the type of project. On the municipal portfolio, the investment plan identifies a very significant investment that is going to be required for distribution grid maintenance, but it also covers the financing required for capacitating, to work on supporting energy efficiency investments, and also how do you start to expand to ensure what the DEE spoke of yesterday, universal access to energy for the poor. The JET Municipal Council was established last year through a JET municipal conference that was held at Gallagher Estate. That council has 3 work streams whose work has already started. A work stream on looking at the capability of municipalities so that they have the capacity to implement the transition. The finance work stream is essentially about what models are going to be suitable and sustainable to finance municipalities within the context of weak balance sheets that we're all familiar with. And then the third work stream is on energy access. We're at quite an advanced stage in developing. Sorry, let me just find my place again. Okay, we're at quite an advanced stage in developing a funding model for distribution investments. We're just socializing that now with the relevant stakeholders, and in particular collaborating with the DBSA and the National Treasury in order to ensure that it is rolled out in a way that is sustainable. We believe that model is going to enable us to move the concessional funding into distribution and energy access investments, as well as supporting revenue and electricity pricing models. On the skills portfolio, we just a couple of days ago launched the JET Skills Desk and the JET Skills Advisory Forum. This desk will be largely responsible for driving the 2 priorities, and those priorities are focused on 3 value chains directed at skills development and the use for 3 value chains needs green hydrogen, renewable energy, and transmission. There's initial funding that has been mobilized to operationalize the skills desk. And the next call for projects that's going to be made by the funding platform will be in the area of projects linked to skills, yeah, or skills development. Yeah, let me move on. Then on green hydrogen portfolio priorities and progress, 3 priorities that have been set out. And I mean, green hydrogen's inclusion in the investment plan was really to tackle the energy security of the hard-to-abate industries, but also provides opportunities for export, and within the current trade environment, opportunities for export to earn foreign exchange is critical for economic growth. The IDC is the lead institution here. They've secured some funding for initial projects. Some early stage projects have been identified. There's a green hydrogen fund that has been established that aims to mobilize 1 billion euros into the fund. It is a fund that will be managed by South African fund managers. The Netherlands government has made an initial grant contribution of 50 million euros as seed capital into that fund. On new energy vehicles, this is really 3 priorities here: to support the transition to new energy vehicles manufacturing, and to grow the local automotive and battery manufacturing value chains, to identify the key role players, and then to build on the work of the current project developers to identify opportunities for scaling up investment in the NEV sector. IDC has set up a project management office for this work. It's work being undertaken by the Department of Transport in developing a just transition transport plan and updating the green transport strategy. Eskom is also looking at implications of NEVs for the distribution grid. And then the potential to set up a fund for NEV mobility projects, which we'll obviously do in collaboration with all these stakeholders. And just last slides on the JET funding platform. So what we found with the grant funding that was pledged in the initial 8.5 billion by the IPG is that a lot of that grant funding was going into technical assistance, into studies, research, etc., and very little of it was going to actual projects, to actual job creation, to actual contribution to livelihoods. The aim of the JET funding platform is really a matchmaking in that it calls for applications from project developers to submit their projects, and there's a criteria that is applied to ensure that these projects are JET aligned, and those projects are then taken through a process of due diligence, and where necessary, additional support is provided in project preparation, on developing the financing structure, etc. But then to go out as the funding platform to potential grantors, grant makers, to match those projects with financing. And the type of financing is typically your grant financing from philanthropies, but also corporate social responsibility financing. I mean, it's early stages for the funding platform. We are going through, I think, a lot of learning curves, very steep learning curves. So if we take window 1 and window 2 where we called on projects to be submitted. We received a total of 240 applications. 215 were eligible for assessment. Aligned to the JET with 208, complies with governance requirements 126, and this would be, whether it is complies with SARS requirements, where the directors of the company or the SMME was disclosed, they were in good standing, etc. And based on the criteria, if the project receives a 70% score and above, the project is then put through for listing on the register of the funding platform. 49 achieved that. 21 were then listed on the project register, and so far we've matched 4 projects. I mean, so this is not, funding that sits in a bank account, because the funding platform is not a fund. We have to physically go out and find those funders that we can match these projects to. So Chair, Honorable Chair, thank you very much. I hope I wasn't too long, and also hope that I was clear in terms of the progress that has been achieved to date. Thank you very much.
Chair? Chair?
Hello.
Yes, Chair. We are finished with the presentations, Chair.
Okay, yeah, done. Okay. Then let's go to questions.
Sorry, Chair, just before you go to questions, I've just received a message now from Mr. Rudy Dix. He had to leave because he has to present to the NECOM DG net joins. But he will be back, but propose that we maybe deal with the others, and then afterwards, when he's back, deal with him, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Then let's give over to the honorable members.
Chairperson, have you noted hands?
Chair?
Okay, I don't know if Chairperson's still with us.
She's still on the
With you,
platform.
I can see the hand of Honorable Paulson, followed by Honorable Mailam and Honorable Fasia for now. But I see also Bapti. Can we follow those? Paulson and Mailam.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much to the presenters. Chairperson, I'm going to start with the last presenters, Mr. Dix and Mr. Cole, and no, Mr. Dix has left, but hopefully Mr. Cole can respond. Given that 36% of the international jet pledges are actually allocated, as the presenter mentioned, and yeah, I agree with Numsa, who says that the rapid move to renewables is designed to enrich a few people, a small group of oligarchs, while leading to unacceptable, expensive electricity tariffs. So I'd like to know from Mr. Cole, Mr. Dix, how can we as a committee or the South African public have any confidence confidence that the promised 1.5 trillion rand will materialize? And what concrete verifiable steps are being taken to convert pledges into disbursed funds for the benefit of all, rather than merely creating a facade of investments while the poor households continue to subsidize expensive technologies? And I think the Green Connection this morning also warned us about this. And also, where's the detailed, publicly accessible breakdown of how 500 billion was unlocked, and show us how it directly translates to equitable economic development and not just private profit. And then, Chairperson, to Professor, got his surname, my apologies.
Kruger.
Professor Kruger, my apologies. Professor Kruger asserts that Eskom's unbundling protects the grid and doesn't weaken Eskom, and that the independent National Transmission Company ensures fair, transparent grid access. Yet in Business Unity South Africa's presentation, they say that slow unbundling of Eskom and non-independence of the National Transmission Company is a major concern or major challenge, and is concerned that it will not efficiently serve the liberalized electricity market. And NUM says that the opposition to, or declare that their opposition to Eskom unbundling and creeping privatization. And Solidarity proposes to retain distribution within current Eskom structures and only unbundle transmission. So I'd like to know from Professor Kruger, what concrete legally binding safeguards can be put in place to prevent the National Transmission Company of South Africa from becoming another state-owned entity, subject to the very political interface capture that Solidarity claims eroded Eskom's leadership. And then to NUM. The NUM's presence here is very interesting. I mean, NUM is part of the SARTU Federation. They form part of the tripartite, or they were part of the Tripartite Alliance. I don't know if there's still a third party there. And they've got direct line to the majority party, the ANC. And I share their concerns, that all of this energy transition adversely affects the poor. So I'd like to know, have they gone and spoken to the ANC? Have they used their links to the ANC, to the Tripartite Alliance, to actually speak about these issues? And I must say, I like the progressive idea of the training that NUM provides for its members, that will prepare them for the energy market. And I agree that they will be renewables, they will be less reliant on skilled labor. Right? So, but ultimately, I want to know what other, have they to the ANC themselves directly instead of coming here to address it here, and I appreciate it, but I'd also like to know if they are also addressing it in other platforms directly with the majority party. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Person. Honorable Myler.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you again to the presenters. It's been most informative, and I really do appreciate the effort that has gone into providing us with the information that has been put on the table today. I'd like to start with the two unions, if I may. And I think that where's my notes? Okay. Here we go. So the first thing is that there's a common thread on both sides, from both NUM and Solidarity, and that's the human cost of the transition. They highlight the impact this has on workers. NUM focuses on the risk of creating ghost towns and cites the job losses at Komati. And they argue that the jobs in the renewable sector are often short-term, precarious, and have fewer permanent roles. They are also both critical of state planning and policy and government's handling of the transition. NUM points to inadequate planning for the Komati decommissioning as a key failure. Solidarity is a little bit more direct. They talk about political interference. And then Solidarity argues very forcefully that Eskom's primary objective must be the provision of cheap electricity to fuel economic growth and combat poverty. Both Solidarity and Numsa earlier point to smelter closures as direct evidence that high electricity costs are deindustrializing the country. Where there's a big difference is on conflicting visions of ownership and the future energy mix. NUM is obviously staunchly opposed to the unbundling and privatization of Eskom. They talk about a public pathway where new energy capacity is primarily under public and community ownership. And they see a major opportunity in state-driven industrialization, and Solidarity advocates for an open electricity market facilitated by an unbundled transmission grid. Now, the questions that I have, let me start with NUM. Given the fact that the crisis of load shedding and the threat to their members' jobs occurred under a 100% state-owned Eskom that was essentially hollowed out by corruption and mismanagement, why do you believe that a state-led model that failed so spectacularly in the past is the correct model for the future? How can a state-led industrialization plan succeed when the state-run utility has failed? That's the first question. The second one for NUM is they propose refurbishing coal plants to maintain a balanced energy mix and to protect jobs. But given Eskom's financial state, which by anyone's estimate is dire, and the immense capital cost of the refurbishments required, not to mention the fact that they would need to be retrofitted to meet environmental standards, who should bear that cost? Should it be the taxpayer through more bailouts, or the consumer through higher tariffs, especially when it is possible to get cheaper, cleaner, and faster to build private sector alternatives? To Solidarity, you correctly identify that Eskom's decline is rooted in the political interference, and you call for a return to merit-based appointments. That's fine. But what practical legislative mechanisms do you propose to permanently insulate Eskom's leadership and technical appointments from political meddling, regardless of who's in power? Then secondly, you advocate for accelerating new nuclear funded by public-private partnerships. Given our history with costly and corruption-plagued procurement deals, and I'm thinking specifically of Medupi and Kusile, and the decade-plus lead time for nuclear construction, how is new nuclear a realistic solution to our immediate energy and economic crisis? Why is that a better use of capital than, for example, rapidly scaling up investment in, like I said, cheaper, faster to build technologies like solar, wind, and battery? Okay, let's go on to the other presentations. And I think that there was broad consensus on the failure of the old model by the other presenters. They all seem to agree that the monopoly model with all our eggs in Eskom's basket has failed and is a direct threat to economic growth and reliability. They also agreed there was clear consensus that transmission capacity, grid congestion, is the single biggest barrier to connecting new, cheaper electricity. Again, there was consensus that Eskom's balance sheet is exhausted and the state is fiscally constrained. So attracting private capital is essential. So then my questions as follows are, let's start with Dr. Kruger. One of the things that you identified is that the state's institutions are dysfunctional. You spoke of Numsa as not being fit for purpose. Now, how can all these grand plans possibly succeed when the regulator, which is the essential foundational element of this whole energy sector reform, is not fit for purpose? Are we not building a multi-trillion rand house on a foundation of sand? And what do we need to do? What does Parliament need to do? What does government need to do to ensure Numsa is urgently capacitated to manage a more open energy market? I'm going to hold off on questions to Operation Vunululela and the PMU at this stage. If I could come back to that, Chair, when Mr. Dix is back on the platform. One other question to Dr. Kruger. In your opinion, what are the political obstacles to implementing these necessary reforms? Is it a lack of political will? Is it a resistance to ceding state control to an open market? Or is it vested interests who just benefit from this dysfunctional system? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Bapti, followed by Honorable Hassan.
Thank you, Chair. The questions I had raised or wanted to raise for NUM and solidarity have been covered. So I won't go any further. I think it's no point in repeating the same questions.
Chair, I'm going to assume then I can come in, given that Honourable Bhakti seems covered.
Okay.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Just by way of introduction, because I don't know if I did that today, my name is Fastia Hassan. I am a member of the Portfolio Committee. I do have a few questions. The first is for solidarity, and it's related a little bit on skills development. And effectively, you suggest that merit-based appointments, now that equity targets have been achieved, that's important, yet skills shortages still persist in critical areas. How does the framing, or your framing, address systemic barriers for Black professionals and particularly women engineers who remain underrepresented in senior technical roles at Eskom? And remember, they've told us this as Eskom regularly reports to the Portfolio Committee. My second question to solidarity relates to Eskom as well. We know it's historically been a training ground for the wider energy sector. How would you balance Eskom's internal needs with the risk of poaching by private companies, particularly in the context of a liberalized electricity market and the budgetary deficits in really paying competitive salaries? And then my last question to solidarity. Your presentation prioritizes nuclear expansion and affordable tariffs for the industry, which I think we all agree on. But how would you safeguard the needs of poor households and township economies in this particular model, ensuring that cheap electricity is not simply subsidizing energy-intensive industries at the expense of social equity and the social wage? And then my questions next are to Dr. Kruger. I'm going to start around grid access and investment. The first, Dr. Kruger, you note that grid congestion is the single biggest barrier. What practical steps are you suggesting that we as Parliament, or the Portfolio Committee in particular, demand in terms of timelines and accountability mechanisms to ensure that the grid access unit is fully functional with the NTCSA and not just on paper? And then I have some questions on municipal reform and affordability. You also highlight the unsustainability of municipal revenue models, which again, I think we all sort of agree on. But what role are you also suggesting Parliament plays in ensuring that municipal reform pathways balance the revenue stability while also protecting pro-poor tariffs and free basic electricity? And let me actually broaden that. It's not just about Parliament. What are you suggesting be done to balance those two things, revenue stability and revenue generation, while protecting pro-poor tariffs and free basic electricity, which we are advocating, by the way, for a review with the intention of increasing the free basic electricity grant, because it is currently very low. I think it's only sitting at 50 kilowatts. My second question to you, Dr. Kruger, on that particular matter relates to rooftop solar, which does threaten to further erode municipal revenue. So on the one side, we're doing well in terms of generation, but again, crippling municipalities. How do you propose designing a cross-subsidy mechanism or multiple mechanisms such that municipalities can remain viable while also incentivizing distributed generation? And then I'm going to ask this to you, but I'll also ask it to the presidency team. My last question to Dr. Kruger: how do you balance the reliance on private co-investment in transmission with the need for public interest safeguards? So particularly to avoid investors cherry-picking profitable corridors while leaving poor and rural areas behind. That's also got to do, like I said, with transmission. Then, Chair, I'm going to hold off on my questions for Rudy. I do have some questions on OV, quite a few, but I'm going to go straight to Mr. Cole in the JET PMU. On the JET financing and the accountability, my first question: your presentation talks to the 13.7 billion US dollars that has been pledged, but only 36% has been allocated and less than 20% has been dispersed in concessional loans. What mechanisms are in place to ensure, number one, faster deployment, but also how so? Because how do we as Parliament then track whether those disbursements are tied to enforceable social and employment outcomes rather than simply balance sheet support? So moving from the financial part only and looking at the impact on social and employment outcomes. And then my second question to you, Mr. Cole, is many pledges remain in the form of loans and grants. How will the PMU prevent South Africa from falling into a debt trap under the guise of climate finance? And are you considering any covenants or any safeguards as well that ring fence youth employment, training, local manufacturing requirements? I'm actually a part of the Africa Climate Summit this upcoming week, and those are really big discussion points in the continent about having actual clauses in the JET financing mechanisms that force employment, particularly of young people, retraining, reskilling, and local manufacturing. So I'm interested to know if those are already a discussion point in our space. And then I'm also going to ask you on municipalities, because I mean it's a huge crisis, and I think it's something that gives us all sleepless nights. The rise in debt, municipal crisis. So the first question on that is, municipalities are of course central to distribution and access. How could or how will concessional JET funds be deployed to strengthen municipal distribution networks without deepening municipal debt or compromising on that free basic electricity for poor households? What opportunities are there and how can we do it? And then my second question on municipalities also relates to, how do you intend to protect already struggling municipalities from revenue losses due to rooftop solar uptake by wealthier households or wealthier ratepayers, while still incentivizing that renewable deployment? So I asked a similar question of Dr. Fickers. I also want to see it from a JET PMU perspective. I'm just looking at my notes, Chair. Just a general question to Numan. I also want to appreciate their coming through to the portfolio committee. I'm more interested more broadly around the organizing of labor in the new sort of era of JET. I recognize all the challenges that comrades have raised. I think it's very well noted and necessary to raise in this platform. But I'm also interested about how labor unions in particular are able to adapt and also remain competitive in different ways. So as as society and the economies are changing, our labor unions also need to modernize and move us forward so that we're not sitting in a situation where 10 years from now, we're saying not only did we lose all these different issues on climate financing or people who are left behind, but one of the biggest casualties were unions. So I'm just interested to know what kind of work is being done in that space in a more forward-looking way. But really appreciate them coming through. And then, Chair, when Mr. Dix is back, I'll ask those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. I think those for now are the questions that have been asked. Anyone who's ready to answer?
I can go first. This is Neil Cole from the JPMU. Let me start with the question on transparency, which came through in Honorable Paulson and Honorable Hassan's question. So firstly, we publish an investments register and on the website of the JET PMU, and that investments register has details on where a project is that has where finance is in terms of pledge / planned, approved, committed, and completed. Yeah? So the details of the projects and the financing is updated on a quarterly basis. The qualifier is that it relates to the 13.9 billion international pledges. We are working on a SA renewable energy investments register that will provide a far more comprehensive database of all investments that are happening within the renewable space, of which the REAP is going to be a major component of that. So Honorable Paulson, very happy to send you the link. I believe I do have your WhatsApp number to our investments register. And just your second or the first part of your question, which is largely a policy linked question, and I think it is a question that Mr. Rudy Dix would need to come in on. The JPMU, as I said, we're responsible for driving the implementation of a plan. It is a plan that is informed by a myriad of climate, environment, and energy policies, largely informed by the IRP 2019. As the IRP 2024-25 gets revised and approved by Cabinet, we need to then see how our plan, whether necessary, needs to be adapted. I can give an example of where our plan was already adapted, and that was in the decommissioning of the next 3 coal power stations, Camden, Grootvlei, and in it was initially scheduled to be decommissioned by 2027. The Eskom board took a decision to postpone the decommissioning to 2030. Our plan, as a result, needed to be adapted. What is the mix in our plan? I think that has to be informed by policy, but at the same time, there's an NDC target that we currently have, and if South Africa retains the NDC target, that is going to have an influence on the plan. If it decides to make adjustments to the NDC target, that is also going to have an impact on the plan. So it's a plan that can be adapted, and obviously the other thing that would also shift within the plan is going to be the costing. We aim to implement this plan in the most economical, efficient, and effective way, but also ensuring that those other 2 E's are also taken into account, and that is equity as well as doing it in a way that is ethical. Just a point on transmission. So the transmission ITP program will be run in a very similar way to the REIT, in that the RFP that the Minister of Electricity and Energy will issue will be for specific projects covering, in the first one, I believe, 1,100 kilometers. So private investors are not going to be cherry picking, right? They would need to submit proposals based on the determination by the Minister of Electricity and Energy and the RFP that is issued. And that RFP would be issued with the, obviously in collaboration or jointly by the NTC SA. And remember that the transmission development plan still covers the plan for the transmission expansion. It's just that the ITP is issuing an RFP under the independent transmission program for private investors to invest in the TDP. There was let me just, I think for now, let me, the last response on municipal finance. So this has been a challenge for us, and it links to the slow pace at which the finance, especially the loans, have been disbursed, in that the balance sheets of municipalities have not made them creditworthy for these loans. Now that is not what we need to solve for as the PMU is how do we ensure that we can finance municipalities within the existing credit policy of DFIs and MDBs. Yeah? The credit guarantee vehicle that I referred to is one such solution, where we are de-risking private investment by setting up this non-life insurance. We're looking at a similar model, but need to engage with the DBSA and the National Treasury on just how that model is going to work. And the model is precisely so that you can have a vehicle in place that de-risk investments that need to take place within municipalities by both, not only the private sector, but also development finance institutions and multilateral development banks. Lastly, which links to this issue on loans, are we getting the country into a debt distress situation? No, because the decisions on loans are not taken by the JET PMU. Those decisions are taken by the National Treasury. The National Treasury position on sovereign guarantees that would have the effect of increasing the contingent liabilities have been to take a very cautious approach to support the development of the credit guarantee vehicle. So yeah, I've, as an ex-Treasury person, I think as the JET PMU, we have full confidence in the National Treasury to ensure that, these loans are not taken up in a way that is going to be unsustainable. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
Yeah, I can come next. Anyway.
Yes.
Okay, no, thank you, honorable members again. Yeah, I've captured questions from EFF, DA, and the ANC. I'll start with the ANC questions. The question from the ANC was, how do we adopt in the changing workplace, especially with the JET and the changing workplace in South Africa? It's difficult. for trade unions. I won't lie, especially with the AI and the way workers are employed. They are no longer employed as in permanent positions, for example. For it was easier when the mines were still people were living in one place, so it was easy to organize. But we understand that the conditions were bad. We accept that people must get to proper housing. But we need to find means and ways to actually adopt to that. We have been using technology as well to make sure that we communicate with our members, like your WhatsApp groups and teams. If we even had a resolution actually in our Congress to check if we can be able to hold our mass meetings on Teams and constitutionalize that. But it is difficult. And there was a question from the DA that why do we believe that in the public pathway while the ESCOM as a state utility is failing? It is incorrect to believe that SOCs are inherently failures. It's not a correct assumption to make, because I can give you example of state utilities like Electricité de France, Rosotom. You know, they are actually functioning very well. Actually, the ESCOM itself has been functioning very well. It even won a status of one of the best utilities in the world. So it's not like because it's state-owned, it's inherently not progressive. And who must bear the cost? That was one other question asked by the Democratic Alliance of expensive electricity. Is it taxpayers or consumers? ESCOM is a business, or the generation of electricity is business. It's supposed to make money. There are reasons why ESCOM is not making. One of the reasons has been demonstrated here on the slides, that ESCOM is the municipality are owing ESCOM a lot of money. And actually, it's not only municipalities. There are some companies as well that are owing ESCOM a lot of money, including some government departments. So if this type of problems can be resolved, ESCOM can be able to make money. Actually, in its balance sheet now is on the positive, you know, for this financial, the previous financial year. The cost of nuclear versus the cost of solar. There was a slide here that was presented by Solidarity, I think, which demonstrated the prices of different technologies. And it was demonstrated that nuclear is the cheapest. It's difficult, it's expensive to construct, but during operations, it produces very cheap and reliable electricity. And then there was another question from EFF. The question that was very political, to say that we have a relation with the African National Congress because we are part of the alliance, because we are affiliated to COSATU. Yes, that's correct. We are part of the alliance. We are affiliated to COSATU. But you need to understand that in the ANC, there's contestation of ideas, you know. That's why they call it a broad church. So sometimes you win on policy debates, sometimes you fail, you know. But when you failed, you cannot now say, I'm changing my position because I've won. I failed to win the debate in the ANC. You continue because we are an independent organization. We continue pushing for what we believe in as an organization. And thanks for the issue of the college. You say no, it's a progressive idea. No, thanks for that. Yeah, no, thank you.
Okay, Kangel, when we are here in the committee, much as we represent organizations, different ones in different parties, but we take ourselves as a portfolio committee and we address them as Honorable Banban, not EFF, ANC, wara, 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 wara. So, but I said to myself, let me allow you to continue. Otherwise, thanks ever so much for the responses. Okay, who is following?
Thank you, Chair. I would be happy to go next on behalf of Solidarity. Yes, firstly, the question on why we're supportive of nuclear, could it be a realistic timeline? Definitely not on the short term. That's why we're also supportive of renewables and even reopening some of the mothballed coal power stations. And if other solutions arise, we would be open to that. The reason why we're backing nuclear is because it's by far the most cost-effective. The reason why we're backing it in the form of a private-public partnership is, as I've said, even if you multiply that, the cost of nuclear by 5 to make up for the capital layout, which it definitely wouldn't be a multiplication of 5. It will still be by far the cheapest way to generate electricity. So on the longer term, and it doesn't have to be a decades-long process. Japan and South Korea are building these plants within 4 or 5 years. So if you get them involved, I'm sure there are other experts in the world as well. Let's not forget that South Africa has built a nuclear power plant in the past with the help of France. We should see what the market offers in terms of construction possibilities and funding possibilities. Many funders within South Africa would be happy to invest in such a project. And the same would apply to funding the reopening of coal power stations. And it pains me to say this, but if we're in a crisis, perhaps we should look the other way in terms of environmental regulations on the short term, as long as we can stabilize electricity production and drive economic growth, create jobs and safeguard vulnerable people in our society from further economic losses. Perhaps we must even do that in the short term. I'm definitely not a proposal of being blind to environmental concerns in the long term, but if that's what it takes, then unfortunately it might be. Then in terms of political interference, Eskom for a long time didn't have much control over procurement. Things like the PFMA really hampers efficiency in procurement. Eskom is also not completely free in appointment. We saw how long it took to appoint the new CEO, who I must credit with these great strides that Eskom has made over the last year. I mean, Eskom is just on a different level compared to 2-3 years ago. Then when it comes to equity, targets have been reached in on most levels, and the remaining challenges could be addressed. We had a question about women engineers working at Eskom. That could be addressed through training and through providing a much more pleasant work environment at Eskom. Great leaps have been made in that regard as well. But one thing that still troubles us at Solidarity is our members at Eskom still face a lot of abuse from the public and government, and Eskom itself. This portfolio committee should communicate the great successes to the public and should tell people that we're taking great leaps forward. Tell people this is how much new generation capacity has been added to the grid. Tell people the successes within Eskom, in battling corruption, in retaining staff, in all of that. Poaching of staff goes hand in hand with that. Eskom plays an important role in training of staff for the entire economy, and that should be embraced. That should not be feared. In an open society, in an open labor market, it's to be expected that people, once they've gained the correct skills would look around for better opportunities. And the Eskom could, through paying market-related salaries, through ensuring a pleasant work environment, through having skills transfer programs in place, having a pleasant and an effective corporate culture, could ensure that that does not happen. We saw before 2008, 2011, 12, the Eskom staff turnovers was much lower than it is now. It's only really when the problem started that people were successful in poaching Eskom staff. And the Eskom should return to that workplace culture. I mean, if you go to Megawatt Park, I haven't been there in a while, you walk there and you think, wow, this must have been a great place to work at. From what I hear, that culture is slowly returning, and I wish Eskom management great success in that. And yeah, then also the question on a transition to nuclear. What then of everyone else currently working within coal generation, etc.? We would need a lot of nuclear before we replace coal. The major reason for this is it would drive down electricity costs to the benefits of all. Cheaper electricity would especially benefit the poor through basic, well, first of all, the obvious one, if you're paying less for electricity, that's great for everyone, but also through job creation in manufacturing and by reindustrializing South Africa, by taking advantage of new IT-based opportunities that we know are very electricity and energy hungry operations, which South Africa currently cannot afford to embrace because we don't have the electricity. That's how we lift people out of poverty. And yeah, most important thing for me to just repeat is please communicate the great success that we've been having with Eskom, and yeah, let's restore the public trust in Eskom and reduce the amount of abuse that Eskom employees have to face. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ariko?
Dr. Kruger still there, Chair, and Rudy is
Are they
back on the
back?
platform as well. Yeah,
Are
Doc
they
is here, Chair.
okay?
Yeah.
Okay. The honorable members are free to ask questions, but can I first give to Honorable Fassi?
Chair, I think Dr. Kruger still has to respond before we come in with our questions.
Oh, Dr. Kruger.
Yes, Chair. I'm
Yes.
ready. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, members, for the questions. Specifically, Honorable Milam's question. So on Numsa capacity, I just want to be very clear. I am not saying that Numsa is not fit for purpose given its current mandate and role. But I think given the expanded mandate and role under the ERA Amendment Act, and specifically related to markets, the wholesale electricity market being established, I think there is more that needs to be done. And so it's very encouraging to see that Numsa is setting up a electricity markets advisory forum. What I do think would help further is to ensure that board appointments reflect the skill set needed to be able to regulate a wholesale electricity market. And so one of the key things to track, I think, would be the appointment of a permanent member for electricity on the Numsa board, and to ensure that this board member has that required skill set. And I think in general, there will be a need for a much bigger staff complement with new and different sets of skills to be able to fulfill these new functions and broader functions that the regulator has. And that also require more budget, which again, it should not be too big. But I think at the moment, Numsa is needing to be upstaffed or upskilled as well. And this might all be a good moment to actually motivate for an independent review of Numsa's current capacity and skills, and overall kind of system or governance framework, to ensure that it is ready for this new and expanded role. And so I would definitely motivate for that. So that's on the question on NERSA. On political obstacles, I think there's, I don't want to speculate about what it is, but I do think the committee and Parliament specifically has important roles to play. And so I just want to reiterate two things that I also mentioned during my presentation. The one being that the Department of Energy and Electricity published an updated electricity reform roadmap that provides the clarity needed, right? That I think is going to help very clearly signal to everyone within the sector what it is that we are working towards and how we're going to be doing that. And again, the transport sector roadmap does provide some framework of guidance about how that can be done, but I think that would be crucial. And the other is to ensure that the National Transmission Company moves out of Eskom Holdings within the 5-year time frame that has been set for this. And for that to happen realistically, work now has to start happening, right? Specifically on the funding legislation and on negotiation with lenders. And so Parliament has to track whether that is actually happening and be comfortable that these timelines are being met. Then Honorable Hassan's questions. So quickly on grid access. So I think there's a few things that can be done to help ensure that this is solved or addressed. I mean, crucial to this is the fact that you can't have Eskom both award grid access and then compete for that same access. And so there has to be a timeline for moving the grid access unit outside of the Eskom distribution unit into the NTCSA. Then the current rules for grid access, NERSA is currently sitting with these rules. They need to be approved and need to be implemented. And so again, and what's crucial with these rules is they need to include timelines for Eskom to meet its obligations. And then for those obligations, if Eskom does not meet those timelines, there has to be very, very clear remedies and kind of consequences for not meeting that. At the moment, there are clear kind of consequences for generators, but not in the kind of grid access side. And so that has to be in there, but then the rules have to be published and enforced. And so that monitoring those timelines, I think, would be crucial. I have to confess, I don't know the exact timelines involved in the publishing of those schedules, but that I think would be crucial. And then the other issues around grid access is really about transparency, right? So publishing regularly, ensuring that grid access, whenever there's a new kind of grid allocation decision made, that is published, that's publicly available, and that the entire grid queue is transparently available on an online platform that everyone can see in real time where they are in the queue, how decisions are being made. I think that will greatly improve the entire system, and this is something that should be able to be done relatively quickly. On municipal reform, absolutely. So key questions around affordability versus distributed generation and how they can be reinforced. I think the key issue here, again, on solar, specifically rooftop solar being a kind of a drain on municipal finances potentially, that is largely a function of how tariffs are designed at the moment. And we see some municipalities, proactively trying to adjust the way that their tariffs are structured to ensure that you only kind of allow these prosumers to benefit from the services that provide to the grid, meaning largely energy, but that they still pay for the fixed cost. And though these fixed costs obviously include the grid, but it also, and backup, it also very crucially includes things like levies and subsidies. And so there is a need to reform the tariff structure and effectively unbundling that structure so that these kind of costs become much more transparent. And it is very clear then to municipalities and to consumers as well, what is the value that they're getting versus what they're being paid for. And to ensure that the cost lines that currently, for example, go towards subsidizing poorer households are not lost, but actually become very clear and are kind of clearly visible to everyone, and make sure that those are ring-fenced. And so I would just really, again, encourage tariff unbundling and clear reform on the tariff structure itself to enable that. This is, again, something that the regulator can and should be driving. Private transmission. So government at the moment is the one deciding which transmission lines are being awarded to the private sector and how that happens. And so at the moment, government is steering, where exactly the private sector kind of built lines are going versus publicly owned lines, meaning NTCSA kind of lines. But it's not that these lines will end up being fully privately owned. The model that is on the table is a build, own, operate, transfer model. These lines are largely being paid to be available, but the operation of these lines remains with the national transmission company, and specifically the system operator and the transmission operator is able to manage those lines. And so that's a kind of a key guardrail. But your point around these guardrails needing to be clearly stipulated is very well made. And I think one of the things that is potentially concerning around these transmission programs at the moment is the way the qualification criteria have been written. It is very difficult for South African companies to qualify and to participate in the ITP process as it is currently envisaged. And so I think it would also be important to see as the program progresses and we've kind of moved beyond the pilot ITP, that these qualification criteria be reviewed and reformed to include more participation, specifically from South African companies that are able to play in this space. I hope I have addressed all of your questions. Thank you very much, honourable members, again for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Kruger. Over to you. Honorable Fassi, are you still around?
I'm here, Chair. Can I go ahead with my questions?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I have questions to DDG Rudy Dix on OV. The first is related to the Just Energy Transition stuff, specifically related to the JET implementation plan that was adopted by Cabinet in 2023. I know, however, OV2 is focusing heavily on investment in market reform. So how are the issues of social justice, particularly the reskilling of workers in Mpumalanga and the protection of vulnerable households, being integrated into OV's reform metrics beyond GDP growth and the private investment that's been unlocked, which is, of course, commendable. But it's important for us to understand the social element of it as well. My next question relates to the ERA that's now in effect, and the NTCSA, the transmission company, now applying for a market operator license. How will government ensure that the competitive wholesale market is not dominated by a few large players, and that smaller community-based or municipal generators can also meaningfully participate? And then on transmission and other infrastructure backlogs, the presentation, the OV presentation, acknowledges new ministerial determinations for transmission procurement, including that over 1,000 kilometers of new lines. Given that transmission remains the biggest constraint to bringing new generation online, how will OV2 address systemic delays in environmental approvals, way leaves, and land acquisition that historically has slowed Eskom's build program? And then I have one more question. No, I think that's fine. I think I'm covered on the solar PV that I was asking other stakeholders. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. And then can I also get other honorable members to ask from the presidency? I don't see any other hands. Maybe let's give over to the presidency to answer Honorable Fasia's question.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Fasia. Spot on. I mean, look, to be honest, I think it's going to be critical to manage this transition adequately. I was listening to the colleagues from NUM raising concerns relating to the changing workplace. And fundamentally, we've got to build in the social justice into the reform program. And even if the reform program is not specific on the just energy transition, changes within the market space do impact on workers. It means that if you create a competitive market and you allow for other technologies, it means that production shifts to other technologies, and therefore then cheaper technologies would put out of competition technologies that have been there for decades. And let's be frank and honest. If coal production becomes quite expensive in terms of generation and technologies move, we don't quite know what will happen in 2035 when there'll be a greater number of hybrid projects that allows for advanced battery technology, allows for us to mix a whole series of different things to be able to balance and sustain. So we've got to build this in. We've got to ensure that both private and state, who are going to be key players in the energy space, are going to be able to adapt. And we've got to take a complete value chain approach, because it's useless only to look at I use Komati as a good example, Honorable Fasia, my son. I mean, when we were told about Komati, we were saying, well, we've been able to deal with all the workers at Komati. But the fact of the matter is we didn't deal with the contractors, for example, who were double the numbers, nor did we deal with the potential 4,500 people that live in Komati. And we've got to understand that value chain and the impact of communities, of workers, of contractors. We shouldn't just single out permanent employees. We've got to deal with a whole series of people that are affected. And I think your question is pertinent, that we've got to build and have more conscious conversations. And the portfolio committee, I think, in the way that you're directing it, Honorable Chair, is going to have to address that. And fundamentally, we've got to deal with that. Ultimately, if we don't deal with it, right? Ultimately, if we're going to continue to put our head in the sand and say, well, we're going to hold on to what we have and what we know. We know there's an interesting document that I can share with colleagues. Someone had published it in South Africa and said, these are the jobs that are going to be redundant in the next 5 years. And I looked at some of that jobs and I said, my goodness me, that's significant amounts of jobs that will simply become redundant. And then you look at a whole series of jobs down the line that we haven't planned for, but would replace those jobs. And I think that's about the dynamism of us being able to adapt to that changing society. Because ultimately it is about how do we deal with energy security? And most importantly, honorable members, most importantly, is reducing the cost of energy production. Because number one, households will not be able to afford it. And number two, neither will those who are required to produce and service the economy be able to afford it. And you see that on a daily basis. Smelters, for example, the last two have closed down, or on care and maintenance. Many of the others as well. And we suddenly not become competitive. So I think the social justice aspect is quite critical. Honorable Fasia, you're spot on. But I'm afraid, I think Eskom, so Eskom, as Eskom generation will compete in the generation space. And anyone can look at the total number of, the generation who owns what, and you'll see that slowly has come down from Eskom being the sole generator, of course, for many, many years, for decades, right? For more than 100 years. So Eskom will continue to be a dominant market player, right? And I think it's important for us to be able to ensure that NERSA and the system operator in TCSA have the ability to be able to deal with that dominance. And there are going to be few, I think for us to get to the sort of utility scale of Eskom is going to take many years. Eskom, of course, it takes quite a bit of years to be able to build generation capacity over the period of time. So I think still a competitive market is the right thing. It's about ensuring that the system operator has the ability to purchase electrons, to secure and balance the system, to have different players in the market space. Ultimately, for us, it's about reducing the cost, and for me, again, it relates to the first point, that reducing cost of energy production is an important part. On a competitive market, that's precisely what you want, ultimately. You want to have that market that's regulated in a way that when the system operator is buying on a day-ahead market,
You know, he or she is able to look at it and say, okay, well, we are able to buy these electrons at this cost, right? Take into account variability, take into account the fact that I've got to balance the system, take into account short-term supply challenges that are there versus long-term needs in setting the market ahead of time are going to be critical. I'm afraid, I think we're going to have Eskom dominance for many years to come, but this is a good start. This is the point about having competition. And Eskom has to become efficient, ultimately, if it wants to continue to be an important player. And it has to be, because it is a state, it is still going to be a state utility, you know? So it has to become efficient. It has to be able to compete, or other players will outcompete it. And then you'll have the question around, okay, well, you know, it's not fair because the cherry picking. That's the decision of the market. You know, that's the decision around competition. I hear you. I just presented to the DGNet NECOM meeting, and I'd shown the transmission challenges that we have because the IDP, the Independent Transition Program for 2024 that was updated. We're way behind with the build program. And one of the challenges is precisely your point, Honorable Fasia, is that permitting, servitudes, removing people on servitudes. The biggest constraint, for example, we're just having a conversation to unlock 7,000 megawatts on transmission lines that are blocked because of ATNS, Air Traffic Navigational Systems, Civil Aviation Authority, SADF, DPWI not issuing servitudes, for example, or expropriation licenses. Not expropriation permits. Local municipalities in Gauteng in particular, who have, for example, about to hand over the servitudes or have handed over the servitudes, but have not cleared people that are now building housing under those servitudes. You can't build transmission lines on that. So it's a complex space and it requires a whole of government. We've been trying to deal with that. And 7,000 megawatts is 2 power stations, by the way. That's 2 power stations, you know? So it is spot on. And I do think, for instance, that the portfolio committee could play a greater role in supporting the level of accountability by asking these departments, why are they not expropriating, why are they not expediting expropriation servitudes, authorizations, permits, signing off on these things. And this has, for example, built as significantly challenged us. In the Gauteng province, we got to extend massive and significant amounts of transmission to be able to service the residents of Gauteng. It cannot be done because we're stuck at all 4 municipalities, from Fuleni to Mogale City, to City of Johannesburg, and into Ekurhuleni as well. And we've got to be able to ensure that we deal with that going forward. Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Fasia, for those questions. I hope I've been able to answer that. Thanks.
Cabinet conversation.
Okay. I was checking whether is there any other hand. Seemingly there are no other hands. I think now people have told themselves that on a Friday till 10 to 5. But nevertheless, thank you very much. Ariko?
Yeah, just to announce our next meeting on Wednesday, the 10th of September with NERSA, the morning with NERSA, and then the evening virtual meeting with the Minister Chair on the same issue. That's it, Chair.
Yeah, I'm sure we should also add Nexa in that one. This issue of board members. I'm being harassed by newspapers right now, and I don't have any information about that. But we'll look and see on how to deal with it.
Chair?
Hello?
Chair, sorry. I don't think we can bring Nexa into this discussion for Wednesday. The issue on Wednesday is about the awarding of 54 billion rand to Eskom by Numsa and the methodology and the underlying reasons for that. It doesn't have anything to do with the board at this stage. And I think that if we try and bring that in, we're going to really confuse the issue. So I would argue that maybe we should have a separate meeting about the Nexa board. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you, Maylem. Yes, I understand it fully. Mar, with the minister, we will see on how we schedule the meeting in terms of the Nexa. Otherwise, it's also urgent, as this one of Nelsa is urgent. But I know this one of the morning, we are going to deal solely with this. And then in the evening, if there are things that we think we would love to ask and the minister should also respond to them, we'll do the virtual in the evening and we'll see. Thank you very much for just making it to be clear. Otherwise, I'm clear on that one. Thanks ever so much, our presenters, and thanks our honorable members and our backup staff. I can see that there were many people that have joined this meeting of ours, and it is really of importance to hear what is it that is happening in terms of the stakeholders. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much. See you next time on the 10th.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Bye. Bye.